one gets the second, almost gets it, but the Thumper's gonna clean it up for him. Another one behind him, can he get the triple kill? Jabin gets it as well. Triple kill for Jabin. Can he make it 4? Yes, he can. Jabin on a quad feed. Can he keep on going? Blacklist International. Jabin making the plays for the team. Make it 5.
He's gonna find one more player, hunts him down, but Kalo's Hunter Killer gonna drop him out. So the game continues, and PJ is gonna be slaying again and again and again. I mean, 18 kills to his name already. Fully streaked up. One more to beat. Up front is gonna take Jabin out. So that's gonna be one way to push it. Another player in this staircase, and this is going on up there. Here comes the Pred. 2 players up front, takes him out. Him down, and even more with the gunfights. But now finally he gets shot down. The Hardpoint gonna belong to Dunya Games. Glow lighting up the shots, and now they get full clearance. Here comes the Pred now. 2 players to beat up front. He's gonna take one. I'll take that any day. And now this guy already 6 in a row. And the guy is just scoring ever
7,
higher. Now already got this extra
8.
one to lock down. I mean, for Clove. But now the bomb's gonna get planted. Irfan J needs to win this gunfight. 1v1 is gonna win it. But the numbers, it's not gonna favor them. But here comes one more. He drops one. No, it's gonna get flanked. 1 player down, 1 more player to beat. He's gonna get the shot to connect, but not enough to get the kill just yet. 28 seconds. Oh my god.
Oh my god. 1v1.
1v1. Irfan J. And the game continues to move in through. Ferry gets the defense locked down as well. I mean, 5 kills right now. She needs to get involved more in the gunfight department. And now she's doing a great time with this Hardpoint, by the way. 75 seconds, gets another. You gotta move fast, have to be very efficient with the way you kill the players and the way you defuse that bomb. Raph, all the way to the warehouse. This is gonna be the first kind of contest that he needs to win. Now number 4, all the way to the other end. Certainly gets taken down. 1 more on the staircase. 1v1. Who's gonna win it? It's gonna be Raph, the MVP of Hardpoint, putting into use that shotgun to the killer flag. And now here comes the first contest, but 3 players to beat. That's gonna be pretty tough for him.
One.
And PJ needs to get surrounded with
Gets
his
2.
teammate. Drops 3
Oh,
players.
not it over. Not it over. It's not yet over.
Inside the A side. Here comes the Pred, who takes 1.
WDC free slot battling against NGU Esports Cal for WDC free slot.
And not only that, so they really know what to do in here. They study up this game. Look at the way that they have been able to control this match. Now, if they will continue to contest it, pushing up inside the point and spot the player on the barrels, they'll not be able to find the over. So actually making the star more into the that
There has to be some explanation on that. Yeah, and they're going for the take access it, and now he was able to take the black and low to deep. Backup is in there. Also, is looking at pretty much the same from what we've seen for the first round.
yeah, another help them actually. That means he's already got it. The same thing that WDC has been doing, you know, is trying to beat people. Things are about to go down here at group stage number 2.
Far away. 28 seconds, still a lot to contest for. But the players of
Down Blacklist International, they're working to have a great setup and a money hill involved.
Team 5 already. Now Smart Omega can go in for those rotations and focus on controlling that laundry side. And as you can see, 2 players pushing up already in run time. Look at WDC overextending into its donuts. But obviously, you know, we won't expect.
Attack into.
He needs to realize this. The position is eliminating the biggest problem out there. Just a little bit risky. Just depending on the backup by the
That spawn trap enabled, but it's a good thing that Omega was able to defuse the situation. But
just be so equal on the side of the Levitic. We punish the players. Look at that. Marius is securing off those markers as we speak. A 1 life deficit for Smart Omega, and just a little bit of a marker placed on. Do the games, battle it off. The players are weighed out in a match of S&D this time. Swooping down like a bird of prey and will be able to manage to grab it. Already taking the lead as well as control of this Hardpoint in there towards Gorilla Base. But the rotation of Dunya Games is showing overkill for me. That might have just been a big mistake from the Indonesian side. And now, as the Goliath heads on over to be rotating around long from the side of Bassett, especially by a guy named Whoopi, as I say that Zen gets dropped. Oh, Mistro. But that stun is not going to affect them too much at all. Candy has a great angle, punishes Jet Sky, whereas Frank is taken out. Keeping their opponents. Great opportunity. Takes out one from Laundry side. One finds it already, but it's just a single mark. Dunya Games really very scrappy. Control point as well. Two markers taken out of the equation, but XS1 Goliath on the standby for the D flag. Yeah, but the A flag now on for the bull.
Show in here. First game of the day, group stage day 4.
Backs away slowly, wins a big gunfight. Fantastic play. Junior Games, they managed to hold on to this there. WDC Freeze Slot is moving into this game.
A little time, but Yaya will be in there as well. Perfect uses for general Junior Games, but take a look at the spawns in here right now, the Fountains. Bottom left side of that minimap, they are going to
on the ground, so they still have this advantage here.
It's going to be very crucial. Two players are making their way, and now we're on the flank gets one. What's going to be trades coming through? C1 with the first blood. Engagements are just being won over by C1. Back and forth.
The B control point almost completed already. Able to take this away from the Indonesians, man. They're just controlling this map and running circles around the high players. On that field, before point out there the battlefield, because I have to tell you, man, they will be moving in more into this Hardpoint. Even out at Bakery, they cannot get past. Laundry spotting one. More accurate. Smart Mega winning out all of it. Secure the slay onto us. And, you know, that... Yeah, and mechanical skills, you know, that's absolutely understandable. Unfortunately, we are being left high and dry. Because of that scaffolding towards the launch area.
Hardpoint is still contested in here. Going to be quite a very back and forth fight.
Left. There's no responsibility that can be taken
Inside. Right now, good position here for MGU, but Kalo is about to bust out one of the big guns in here. Jumping this barrel once again to get 2 picks in. Make that 3. This guy is on a roll. One more for the they're jumping black. The pitch pick coming through now. The flank is going to get activated. Timors lugging teams down, picking up from where we left off from Hardpoint. Finds one more. The bomb sets quickly get all of this skills in here. Looping now 2 in a row. Make that 3. This guy's on a spree.
5 lives remaining for MGU. For the time is also
is going to continue getting more kills, and Timors looking to get that follow-up as well right through the deli. Take seconds and results down there at the beach side, but still, it's going to be a bit wild. The gunfight is not going to be it for Junior Games. The final
floor of mana instead, which is a little bit surprising.
And the Hardpoint opens up, and Junior Games is in the one shot, and they are winning the gunfight.
As long as they're here.
A pretty close matchup, but Junior Games this time now moving in here.
And MJ manages to quickly sneak behind. Fantastic in terms of positioning games. A very aggressive set. Might get gagged up.
No one's stacking the point, and they send out a lot of things around the big map.
Battlefield, Demo sorts him out. Inbox. Fantastic. Off the side of West Point, Mama locates. This is the sponsor.
The opening that they get now, they just have to sing it to AJ.
Incendio making one small mistake, and now beautiful slide punishes per itself. How could he miss that? It doesn't matter. Iris should be able to break this down. Incendio says, hell no. Jeffro protects his brother by dropping him.
The good news is here, we're finally getting some slack off of dominated ones that we got in the first two series. Now we're starting to see some very close one in here. Emo!
For the investment of the Sparrow, and Okat's already hopping on it in for the spawn trap. Skirt are so close, and Okat wasn't punished. Manages to get spawned forward in. Smart Omega has already taken the lead as well as control of beauty in there towards Gorilla Base. But the rotation of Dunia Games is showing a little bit of ARP. Yeah, I mean, it pretty much acts like a sniper in there. It should be used as a sniper. And Skirt right now is doing that in a double right there. And what a kill! And the Skirt's really popping up right now. I think we want to spot an MVP at this point, but missing those two. Well, looking in if we're going to hit one.
Yeah, exactly. And cooked-up names are often the most exciting part of these games. But Lynx Asians slightly making an ingress here.
Quite a bit of points here, but it is Hardpoint at the end of the day. You've got one super hill for yourself. You should be able to make it all the way back to crush on engagement. Lily's gonna be the top superstar here. Spots out the play. Turn it around, Lily. That's exactly that. Headshot up to Brad. Can Lily get the final kill? They have got the numbers, and now they take the spawn over from the special forces base. Intentionally or unintentionally, it seems to be favoring them a lot here right now. No one's still moving in. More of that window, but they might be able to protect that. And MIB relax now, stepping onto that field. Will be a miss for them. Good thing. Waiting
to stay inside. Right now, good positioning for MGU, but Kilo is about to bust out one of the big guns in here. Jumping this spiral once again to get 2 picks in. Make that 3. This guy is on a roll. One more for that kill.
And you're gonna stand a good chance, and that same exact thing works for the side of WDC free slot as well. But the first engagement here takes out a Navin from the side of WDC, in with a headshot, but that was not easy. Played the headless to perfection. Good eye, bad bounce on the nade. And once they sneak away the majority of points from this B1, and an early rotation into B2, where gunfights have to be won back to back. Jeffro steps up for the team. Indonesian Pride on the side of Almighty as well. Lion City representing Jeffro this time round gets the single slay, but he was
actually trying to do. The number 1 C1 is actually trying to place gunfights there at the back. They open with this B control point right in time. A huge double there for C1. They're getting one more against FDX, and now lining it up. Little thing, Black was on fire with C1 making the plays back.
That information, not in the desk yet. There goes takedown. Send brings it over 1v1. Crazy stuff out there on the battlefield. 1v1 now. Send really needs to win this out for his team. For the KSP in hand, rotates around towards the basketball court. And I feel like that's the perfect one. And I'm not quite sure what's happening to Small Omega right now. Positioning, if they are losing most of the gunfights at this point. It's a 4v2. Cheek on the far angle. 1 KSP uses the C1, gets a double. Cheek drops him, and now it's a 1v1. Cheek versus Jamin. Jamin with the opportunity, slays him out. 16 seconds to go. Blacklist International Ultimate wraps up this S&D. That's what WDC was waiting for. They were waiting to activate all of their operators, and they go in for a full investment this time round. WDC, can they turn things around? Qatar with a double kill. Can he get the third one? Goes in for the pop. Close range combat. Manages to get the slay. They're all equal with the numbers out there. Blacklist Ultimate, can they survive? In the but as we can see right now, 16 seconds stop. Not so much of the lives being turned over by the game. But Dunia Games now showing some signs of life within this hardpoint, not once but twice now. Early on with the XS1 Goliath, this time with the KSP. The guy goes half against Almighty, but Almighty manages to find the break of the hill towards the final few seconds. But still replaced here by Rage. He sneaks away the scrap point, and now Almighty have to find the sustenance within the first hardpoint. We talked about how Whoopi was just a little slow earlier on, but now 8 kills back. Because obviously that's going to be the first spot Almighty runs in for. Yeah, that is the advantage that they can take to get all the life that they need to take it. 5-24, the game of numbers. Not really stacking up well for the side of ABC here. They've got it at 1 quadrant ripped away by Black's Ultimate. And Reeve just goes on fire right now.
LMGH have going into this Hardpoint number 1 is they now already have
Leading towards 10 kills at the very start of
some time, but they're able to manage to bring
now. On the other side of the wall, has to anticipate 2 players, and he does that absolutely well with the game. Incendio making one small mistake, and now beautiful slight punishes Purcell. How could he miss that? It doesn't matter. The numbers shouldn't be much of an issue, and if you're not keeping it fresh, the pressure on Licks, 30 seconds to get this done, which is so dominant with all of the gunfights, was all
very great manner.
center. One guy inside of mid once again. Trying to work on their strategy very early on in the matchup. They've already taken the spawn away from the surfboard with a few seconds scrap points. Here will be taken. See if they can get that repeated once again here. Nochi, good positioning, straight to the spot and out. Goes in for the spray. Able to fight back from the bomb. Has already been right now missing the shots, but the push is on with the back up. Right there, that's on fire. After that, ABC Sports are doing well so far. It's already. I mean, that gun is just absolutely. You're not gonna have anybody playing that extra bit of distraction, taking away much more easier than offense when it comes to.
Links the H pick up the pace here. Yeah, there's one thing when you make the but it's also early in there coming from Change World, but it will not hold as the rest of Links will dig them down. Here, we're finally getting some slack off of the dominating ones that we got in the first 2 series. Now we're starting to see some very close one in here. Evo now! Change World right now who needs to make a hold, and there's a point. We have Emo right now with that UQ9, and this time around we're looking quite solid, especially with 2-1 ratio in here right now with 13 seconds left. And for just this moment, 2 points, 2 lives ahead to fight back. Then it is now a trade up after trade up from what we've seen earlier. We still not the victim we go. Fourth with the bread might have been a bars, but not so much of a takedown. But with that heavy, a double kill once again.
With the gun that I managed to spot, I don't know if that was a misplay fire. Irfan J is the only one playing, and a little bit of an offense. I say that Zed quickly takes the position to hold the spawn for the Malaysian side. That's the kind of leaves. And you know, this was something that we talked about.
I think this will continue on. Evan is still in there with Crush on the backstab, but a trade up against Esper will be in the pocket.
It's for the side of Huntsman. This is the kind of what gives you that extra bit of advantage. And as soon as the player back 3 kills now, can he get more out there? Not just an MSP.
But Crush right now going in for a rotation.
Blacklist International Ultimate is now in the warehouse hold, just taking the fight straight up. Look at the investments of the score streaks coming through from the Indonesian plan, and that plan is to take over the early hold onto B3. You can't see the
spirit with that trade, and
he's the guy on the side of
number 2 in blue can have a
good position, but Ainger's the one that gets the sledge. You can take it out of there. Time is running out, Cali.
And right now, the push comes to stop. Slowly and surely, getting this time to ultimate. They get
investment off the Sparrow, and Okan's already hopping on it in for the spawn trap. Stern are so close, and Okan wasn't punished. Manages to get.
sudah mulai coba buat dipersiapkan untuk ditembak dan udah melawan 2 versus 1 bahkan 3 orang sekaligus. One shot sangat luar biasa dari serangan Casey dan akhirnya berhasil juga.
40 seconds, and so far that's what they're doing. But look at that, 2 players from the Lokins, they're gonna spawn on the other side. They're gonna be the last players to push it, but Incendio is very sneaky. He's gonna take down Luffy here, and that's gonna kill the anchor. Double kill coming from Incendio.
But Roshi finds 2 as well on the back. Lulu on this kitchen control, gonna win it, and another ult to the flag and another prevention coming through. Wow, I mean, back-to-back plays from back-to-back teams. I mean, this game is exciting for me, man. I don't even know who's gonna win it, but for the meantime, Divo Lady, they're trying to flip the flag.
Yeah, flip the flags indeed. And, you know, in terms of the winning edge here, Divo Ladies is still...
Now YH trying to make the play here over that tank. It's gonna be one player, that's gonna be number 3, Whoopi, will get tagged up. Fortune will not hit that step as well. Doesn't have a thumper, but gets a collateral.
Sedikit tapi nanti dari Bingo. Dasi biar Fore kembali masuk ke game. Effort Tuban juga. Triple kill dari Bingo. Langsung men-strike di sini. Kevin numpang lalu ditumbangkan. Apakah jadi kelima? Nampaknya tidak karena dicolong sama temennya. Jadi assist doang nggak dapat kill. Tapi karena Smoky juga dapat kuat kill ya. Jadi paling tidak sekarang dari 2 pemain dari Semnan udah dapat kill streak dan sekarang tabungan mereka udah menyala semua squad itu udah nyala. Jadi menjadi satu buat modal yang bagus untuk nanti menuju ke arah berikutnya.
Iya, ini Bingo sendiri bakal langsung memutuskan pertemanan nggak sih sama
saja sekitaran 5 detik lagi kita bakalan melihat poin kebuka untuk tim Galaxy Chaos dan di mana mereka hanya mendapatkan 26 poin sudah bisa menutup gamenya dan akhirnya leading poinnya kali ini berada di mereka. Trickster takes the double kill. Messi berhasil take down itu ada berada di bagian posisi mana dan bahkan pintu masuk mereka ditutup. Entrance sebelah kirinya Prada berhasil di take down dan this is gonna be double kill.
A little bit more influence and they're gonna get this, but Heaven 3 in a row. Can we see 4? But 1v1 high ground contest and he wins it. One more at the back and one more at the bottom and he gets another. So now this guy's 5 in a row.
Yeah. And now WDC free slot just getting this hill, but there's gonna be a player that pushes up and Dolphin shuts him down.
Dolphin shuts him down, and this guy, Dolphin, you can really count him to just put on the plate. This guy just reading everybody that's going to be in for the contest. He's got 19 already. One more for the cluster strike, and this should be enough time for him. And here you go, he's going to use that Fred, and that should be it.
Killer drone inbound. Hostile killer drone inbound.
I'm hurt. Target inside. Target down.
Testing towards jungles. And Team No OBJ kind of surrounded PJ, isolating 4 in a row, make that 5. I mean, here comes the Fred spread out, about to get taken down. That would be 1 man out of the play. 34 points for the win, and PJ slaying right off the end. And as much as I want to end this right now, Warden, I mean,
sedikit tapi nanti dari Bingo. Dasi biar Fore kembali masuk ke game. Effort Tuban juga. Triple kill dari Bingo. Langsung men-strike di sini. Kevin numpang lalu ditumbangkan. Apakah jadi kelima? Nampaknya tidak karena dicolong sama temennya. Jadi assist doang nggak dapat kill. Tapi karena Smoky juga dapat kuat kill ya. Jadi paling tidak sekarang dari 2 pemain dari Semnan udah dapat kill streak dan sekarang tabungan mereka udah menyala semua squad itu udah nyala. Jadi menjadi satu buat modal yang bagus untuk nanti menuju ke arah berikutnya.
Iya, ini Bingo sendiri bakal langsung memutuskan pertemanan.
away from this hard point, Almighty. This could be time under their belt. Heaven already 22 kills to his name, gonna get taken down, and the game is still not over. We're moving into the next rotation. It's a battle for spawns, a battle for that B2.
Yeah, here we go. 139 to 136. And again, Annihilator. What? Oh my Jesus Christ. Well, it gets the second one. Gets the third one. Clove. Let them just spawn on top. Make them go one way. Let Jeff Pro handle the one at the back. And this is what we're going to happen. 4 down. And so far, Jeff Pro, he spots another play. ZZ. He makes them spawn there. Another good play coming through from Almighty. Let's see if they can get all this time. But so far, back-to-back hills, Cali, just milking a lot of this time.
I mean, Jeff Pro is doing a great job right now, dropping all these players as he takes his way.
Almighty.
Drop bodies in
Oh
the
my
game.
God.
Right now, this guy got rid of that. They will take 2 players in the B flag, and they will just get it 86 to 122. And for Divo Lady, they just need to get 1 more to just kind of have a chance to get this comeback happening through. And there we go, triple capture right now for Divo.
Jabin, he spots one, gets the second, almost gets it, but the Thumper's gonna clean it up for him. Another one behind him, can he get the triple kill? Jabin gets it as well. Triple kill for Jabin. Can he make it 4? Yes, he can. Jabin on a quad feed. Can he keep on going? Blacklist International. Jabin making the plays for the team. Make it 5.
He's gonna find one more player, hunts him down, but Kalo's Hunter Killer gonna drop him out. So the game continues, and PJ is gonna be slaying again and again and again. I mean, 18 kills to his name already. Fully streaked up. One more to beat. Up front is gonna take Jabin out. So that's gonna be one way to push it. Another player in this staircase, and this is going on a tear. Here comes the Pred. 2 players up front, takes him out. Burns him down, and even more with the gunfights. But now finally, he gets shot down. The Hardpoint gonna belong to Dunya Games. Clove lighting up the shots. And now they get full clearance.
Pred.
Here comes the Pred now. 2 players to beat up front. He's gonna take one. I'll take that any day. And now this guy already 6 in a row. And the guy is just scoring ever
7,
higher. Now already got this extra
8.
one to lock down. I mean, for Clove. But now the bomb's gonna get planted. Irfan J needs to win this gunfight. 1v1 is gonna win it. But the numbers, it's not gonna favor them. But here comes one more. He drops one. No, it's gonna get flanked. 1 player down. 1 more player to beat. He's gonna get the shot to connect, but not enough to get the kill just yet. 28 seconds. Oh my god.
Oh my
Irfan
God.
J clutch game.
1v1.
1v1. He wins it. Irfan J. And the game continues to move in through. Ferry gets the defense locked down as well. I mean, 5 kills right now. She needs to get involved more in the gunfight department. And now she's doing a great time with this Hardpoint, by the way. 75 seconds, gets another. You gotta move fast. Have to be very efficient with the way you kill the players and the way you defuse that bomb. Wrath all the way to the warehouse. This is gonna be the first line of contest that he needs to win. Now number 4 all the way to the other end. Certainly gets taken down. 1 more on the staircase. 1v1. Who's gonna win it? It's gonna be Raph, the MVP of Hardpoint, putting into use that shotgun to the killer flag. And now here comes the first contest, but 3 players to beat. That's gonna be pretty tough for him.
That's 1.
And PJ needs to get surrounded with
Gets
his
2.
teammate. Drops 3
Oh,
players.
not yet over. Not yet over. It's not yet over.
Inside the A side. Here comes the Fred, who takes 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the Call of Duty Mobile Fall Invitational 2022. Welcome to the final day of the playoffs, where we have a legitimate CDM versus Garena showdown in both the best of 7 series today. I am the Mustachio AJ, and with me we've got my brother once again, Neptune the Gentleman Garcia, and later on we'll have Cali Gaming join us as well. Neptune, how do you feel? You haven't joined us for the past couple of days, but I know you've been tuning into the matches.
Yeah, I am. I mean, I'm quite surprised in the result, but really, as well as you mentioned, we have both from both regions, and it's a good end of this tournament wherein we have this will really tell us what will be happening in terms of CDM versus Garena. As we look at the brackets right now, it started off with 8 teams, just died down in 4, and then now we have 2 teams remaining for that champion. But it's not over for that 2 teams just yet. We also have in here 2 more of the matches that will be coming up next, Wolves and Blacklist Ultimate. So as you can see, out of this 4 teams we'll be playing today, it is just a battle of CDM and Garena.
Absolutely, man. Yesterday was purely the setup of the brackets. We had CDM versus CDM, Garena versus Garena, and that just gave us the perfect
perfect grand finals today, where we have exactly what we started off from, a invitational that had 8 CDM teams go up against 8 Garena teams, and every single step of the way. I'm talking about from the group stages into the playoffs, into the setup of the grand finals bracket. It has been equal in terms of the number of teams we've got from both of the regions in perfect division. These are the maps that will be in rotation. It's the exact same that you guys have been seeing for this week as well as last week. Every single map will be picked, but it's not necessary that every single map is played, because in the best of 7, as long as a team gets 4 victories, the match comes to an end there and then in itself, Neptune.
Yeah, and we are looking at the restricted items right now, so it's a lot. We won't be reading it through. You can read it through yourselves, but one thing is for sure. This is what makes it quite interesting, because they have taken out a lot of things, especially the XS1 Goliath, and a lot of the perks and operator skills as well. So it changes the game right now compared to what we've seen before. But going back to that point where it has been even all the time between Garena and CDM, even in the scoreline, I mean, Q9 and Almighty, I believe they have 8 wins overall towards the playoffs. So that makes it quite interesting. There's really no gearing towards which team or which region will be the champions.
That I have to agree, man. And you know, in this case, to start the day off, obviously we've got the playoffs for the 3rd and 4th spot down at the bottom between Blacklist International, Ultimate, as well as Wolves. Later on, to find out exactly who the champion of CDFI will be, we've got the battle between Almighty and Q9 Club. And this is the schedule of the day. We start things off between Wolves, the number 1 seeded team, going up against Blacklist Ultimate. How do you think this first series is going to fare, gentlemen?
Well, if we look at the numbers, Blacklist Ultimate has more wins against the Wolves. It's 5 against 4, but it is because of that final battle in Control that Blacklist won against Almighty. So that might be something that just throw off that statistics. But when it comes to this team, like, it's still balanced between these two. Wolves is one of the best team in the CDM as well as Blacklist Ultimate. So it's still a question of who is the best. We don't have that clear view of who among this team can win that easily in this fight. And we're expecting probably they will bring it to all 7 of those maps.
I hope so. Because between Q9 and Wolves yesterday, I expected it to go the distance. I expected 7 matches out of that. And poof, what do you know? You've got a 4-0. They got dropped like they were hot. But it was a little bit of a preview from their own stage 4 as well, where we did see this happening in the upper brackets. And I believe it was Wolves that got kicked down, and then Wolves made it back from the lower bracket into the grand finals, and they beat Q9 4-3. But this is not that same format. You don't get to go back up from the low bracket here. You only get to play for the 3rd and 4th spot. So that's a little unfortunate for Wolves. Their lack of ability to hold that consistent performance has truly affected them. But Q9, they've been playing the competition on a whole other level, man. And I think Oling really felt the fire, I guess, when he did not manage to become the king of snipers. Although he was doing phenomenally well, I expected him to become the king of snipers, but he didn't make it through. Zai was the one. But I think Oling has shown us something that I kind of emulate myself on a daily basis as well. It's really important to feel his emotions. You can see it through all of his wins. He's so ecstatic every single time he gets a victory, and he pumps up, he energizes the whole squad, man. And I think he has been very integral for the success of Q9 so far.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it brings me back to that King of Snipers series wherein, like, every time he does that, like, he loses a game, he just goes zen. He goes silent, goes zen, just focus on what's going to happen. And once he gets that win, like, he was just like on fire. and that make it such like so interesting. Not only because we're seeing the gameplay, but we're seeing the players as well. And not only that, the listen in. This is one thing that I love about this invitational, the listen in, because you'll be able to hear from the background the energy that they have in the game while they're playing it.
Yeah, absolutely, man. So, of course, today, it will be just 2 series, just like yesterday, just like day before, where we only have got the fight to see exactly who takes the third and the fourth spot, and then later on we get to see exactly who gets crowned the champion. And unfortunately, the focus doesn't go on who gets the second place, right? Nobody ever focuses on who gets the second spot. Everybody cares about, okay, who gets the third and fourth spot, because that's a big battle, and who gets the number one spot, who gets to become the champion. And then the guy that sits down in the second spot is always the one that's lost. So I don't know if it's going to be ALMGHTY or Q9 Club today. There is a big probability that it is going to be ALMGHTY. Looking at the way Q9 has just been steamrolling team after team. And the only team that has been able to, I guess, put up a strong fight against Q9 so far has been Smart Omega. But even they got taken down 4-2. ALMGHTY, on the other hand, has never lost more than one match in any of the series they've participated in. Obviously, they've won every single series, but nothing beyond a single loss so far. They've lost one Hardpoint, one Search and Destroy, 2 control matches, which is kind of crazy if you ask me.
Yeah, I mean, they're kings of control, I would say, from every time that we see them. But this time, like, I don't know what's happening. There's a lot of changes in tactics, and probably this is the best way, really, that the teams can pull out different tactics, different gameplay, because they are battling not only their teams from their own region, but also from other regions. So best time for them to try out all those new strats, pocket strats. Probably they can bring it to the next stage, or probably to next year of whatever stage they will be jumping into. They can pull that out from their books, and it is ready. There's one good thing about this, because it provides you different meta from different regions, and we've seen that so far. Even with the update, I mean, it changes within this tournament, and it shows up when it's available. So it gives us the preview on how to use all the metas, all the guns, as well as what they can put out in play.
I absolutely agree with you. And I think, one would think that ALMGHTY would be a little disappointed with their matchup against Q9, because obviously, yes, they got to the grand finals, but they also want to use this as a stepping stone. They want to use this as a prep before stage 5 against Q9. But the problem here is they've scrimmed against Q9 multiple times before. So they know what to expect. They know the play style, they know the players, they know exactly what sort of strategy that Q9 probably will be using out there on the battlefield. But I guess what still does keep it interesting for ALMGHTY is the fact that it's very different. Scrims versus an actual tournament, especially in the grand finals, very, very different energy. And I'm pretty sure Oling didn't really run around screaming in that way every single time they win a scrim, right? The guy would be a little over the top if he did that. But it just didn't seem to be the case, because at the start of the whole event, you saw a little bit of excitement when they won. A little bit of excitement. He grits his teeth a little bit, but towards the end, you see the fire, man. This guy desperately wants to get the victory. We all understand why. He wants to make China proud. He wants to make the whole of CDM proud with their performance at the end of the day. They couldn't go the distance, because within their own server, they had to give away the number 1 seed to Wolves, who beat them down 4-3 in a fantastic comeback. But Q9 is back, and I think it will be really tough to take them off of the perch that they're sitting down upon right now, which is the perch of confidence. But let's touch a little bit about the second series of the day, Neptune. Blacklist versus Wolves. What's your expectation for that second series? Oh, sorry, the first series of the day, actually.
Yeah, for the first series, Wolves and Blacklist, it's pretty much the same. It's like teams from the top has not really performing, thus they are in this level. They are in this level wherein they're battling for third, and this is not what we expect from Wolves, not even Blacklist. But it is what it is right now at this point. But between these two teams, it's quite balanced, because they have taken that throne. They have put out against all who are on the battle for championship at this point, not only with this within this tournament, but also in other competitions before this. And I think it's more of them really showing up right now, and showing that even if we've been kicked into this place, they can still take that W. So hopefully both teams has that fire as well as energy to put off all those effort in these games.
Well, there are no elimination in here today, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It's just the setup for who takes that first, second, third, and fourth spot. So let's see exactly who will get up to the top. And of course, as we take a quick peek here at the players on the side of Wolves, everybody's ready for game day, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, they are prepared, and I'm only seeing 4 right now on the seats, and I think this is the same story as before because we have one who's usually working playing offline, and that is King right now. And this guy, really the slayer of this team, from so many games that we've seen, especially in Respawn, he goes for that slay. He is really the King Slayer of the Wolves at this point.
Well, and this is, of course, the lineup of Blacklist Ultimate, Skirtin, Jabin, FDX, and AG. Jabin, the captain, has been doing a lot for the team, and one expects captains to lead by good example, and that's exactly what Jabin has been doing throughout the whole tournament. And I think this guy has been teased one too many times by the community, not by the official fans, not by people who are true fans, because true fans do never ever insult and put others down. Let's say trolls. Trolls were out to get Jabin. But Jabin responded not by speaking, but by showing that he's got the capability out there on the battlefield, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing that you need to really have if you're a captain. You need to be composed, you need to be collected, and not to be bothered by anything from externally. You just need to focus into your game and with your team, provide all those insights that's needed by the team. It's more of this guy really putting out the service for the whole of Blacklist International Ultimate. So we'll have to find out how much of that service will be accepted and as well as put into play by all of a Blacklist, because they are going to start this game. We're going to start it off in the weapon stats right now, and we've seen the domination of Krig 6 from both teams. Not only this teams, but also most of the teams that we've seen so far on this competition.
And Wolves has had the knack of picking up the M16 ever since the latest attachment that makes it into an auto assault rifle out there on the battlefield got added into the game. This M16 has been quite the favorite for not just Wolves, but a lot of players out there in ranked as well. I myself personally have been picking up the M16 a little bit too many times myself, Neptune.
It's about time. I mean, this M16 has been in there from the early seasons of the game, and
nobody touched
it. Well, at some point they did, but it doesn't stick. It doesn't stick that much. They want to use it, but it has good damage, I would say. But with that attachment, it provides a lot more firepower because of that automatic function. But looking at the bans and picks right now, the maps of this game, the initial pick will be done by the Wolves, and they will start off Hardpoint and firing range, followed by Hacienda, and as well as the rest of that. That will be Slums would be the third map, take off the fourth, fifth would be Summit, Standoff, and then the last one will be Raid. And as I mentioned earlier, AJ, I'm looking forward to all 7 maps to be played, because this seems like they're not joking around. They want to take that W.
It will be quite embarrassing if Blacklist Ultimate does get taken down at Hardpoint here, because Wolves has been horrible on Hardpoint so far, man. A 28% win rate for this game mode is horrendous, especially if you're the #1 seeded team within your nation.
Yeah, I mean, they really need to prove themselves right now. And as we started off, it's quite balanced. No one wants to step in onto that first hard point, and that is respected. Mostly that open hard point is one of the stepping ground for everyone to start off and getting all those, preparing for the streaks. And especially with King right now in the 2F of this auto repair shop, he can get a lot of kills and probably set up the next hard point for those for the score streaks that he will be able to take in this game.
One more kill for the Preddy. Tin downstairs. King finally gets taken down. No Preddy for him. But the 5-kill streak obviously has given Wolves quite a number of points already. This time, it is Blacklist Ultimate's turn. With 13 seconds to go, the question is, can they sustain? Answer is instantaneously no. Zai jumps back into the fray, takes Jabin out of the equation, and Wolves are right back at it.
FDX right now trying to clean up house as they go in step, but 2 goes against him, and I think FDX has been taken down already before the hard point even opens. Then right now starting a little bit too early at this point, and Zai will be going in for the backstab. Takes down 2, but will be taken down there by the grenade, and a good follow-up by Blacklist Ultimate.
Yep, and now this is still the fight for the command center that Blacklist Ultimate has got the advantage for. 3 players stacking it up. What in the world? Who went down? I don't know how the third player from the side of Blacklist went down. I have no idea who shot him, but thankfully there are 2 more objective players there. But it's quite an equal matchup so far. One would have expected Wolves to do slightly worse based on the data that we've got so far in terms of how they've been performing at Hardpoint. But firing range seems to be a place where they are really comfortable at, Neptune.
Yeah, firing range is one thing that they can play out a lot more, especially the power position that King and the rest of the gang can take, and they can get a lot of those kills just to prepare in stepping into the hard point. But I think they haven't had that opportunity just yet, especially as they step into that P2. Blacklist Ultimate right now just cleaning house in here, and with the remaining 3 seconds, almost close to that 60, they almost got that full 60 in this hill. But as we prepare for that white warehouse, this is where everything might be changing for the sides of the Wolves, because they can hold a ground and also bring out their Slayer at this point.
Well, they've got the numbers here, so it's a big fight coming through, but unfortunately the guy goes down. Skirt try to hold on to the white warehouse, but the numbers were quite overwhelming. Now Blacklist Ultimate has got the opportunity, but they can't seem to get past the mid segment of the map. Skirt with the blind shots and manages to tag up Zai, takes him out of the equation as well. But look at this multi-stack coming through for this white warehouse. 3 objective players on the inside, 1 roamer in the name of Nian holding on to the Annihilator. Blacklist Ultimate isn't going to be able to pull away this hardpoint just yet. 25 seconds to go. They have only 1 chance, but it doesn't seem to be like they want to go in for the chance since they keep dropping their lives out in the open. Freddy takes 1 away, and that's about it. 15 seconds. Blacklist Ultimate needs to set up Barracks Hut instead.
Yeah, and that is one thing that you can do in a white warehouse, because if you only put 1 or 2 in there, it's easy to take them down, especially with nades, but then put out, and if you don't have any trophy system, that is things that Wolves put in to play into that white warehouse and as they prepare for the next one. A lot of openings right now, but AG don't want to give that out, but unfortunately for him, he has been taken down. They are now setting up. Blacklist Ultimate stepping in first onto this hill. 55 seconds remaining, and Zai just spraying and praying in there in the showers, and I think that cleanup might give them that advantage in terms of spawn, and it will give them that hill as well.
Skirt whipped out the Annihilator, but got taken out by a Hunter Killer drone. That's got a sting, man. 79 to 68. Blacklist Ultimate had the early hold, but Wolves manages to finally break it. Can they hold on to it, though? They've got 3 objective players all at the same time. Player number 4, AG, he circles around. Krieg in hand, he still manages to fail that. Wolves is slowly not only just running away with his matchup, but dominating Blacklist. This is crazy.
I mean, that's almost a 30. This time a 30-point lead right now by the Wolves, and they still have that 12 seconds remaining. FTX trying to stop that and probably take a little bit of scrap point, but with the 2 members in there just backing them up. And I think that's one thing that they learned with the rotation from P1 up until at this point when the cycle out back to this P1, because they understand that they cannot stay in there with only a few members. They need 3 players in that hill just to cover all bases, as well as stop anyone to get into that point. But it opens up right now with that P1. King right here trying to take them down. What a hit from the outside, and he has been taken down in there from the window.
Dude, King had 8 kills in a row, and if he had got that would have been the 9th one. But King's fully streaked up already, so he surely can punish the players of Blacklist Ultimate. He whips out the Annihilator first. I mean, they've got the advantage, so no need to play all of those score streaks just yet, but it's all going to be about the timing towards the very end. But I don't think King has got much of an issue. Even if he does play the score streaks right now, he's got the skills to streak himself up once again. See, sometimes holding on to those score streaks, especially this early in the game, isn't a very smart idea when your target is 250 points, Neptune.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that might be happening in here, and all you have to do is just pull out everything that you have. If you have, like, we're only halfway through in terms of points. We're looking at Wolves, and they can get a lot more in terms of score streaks later on if it gets close on the line that's to 50. But this time, like, he can just use that, and I think it is working well for them. They just need to make this work this time for this P3, because this is where they were broken earlier. This is where Blacklist Ultimate just got a lot of more of points against the Wolves, and they will be carrying on to another enclosed space, and we've seen the Wolves take that point, so they just don't need, or they just don't want to get that lead taken away from them, so that it's easier for them to finish through once they get to P3 and P4.
With 30 seconds to go, Blacklist Ultimate takes the lead, and Wolves nowhere close enough to breaking this hill. Now everybody rotates around from the middle lane as well as shooting range. They've got one final opportunity to go in here for the break. They want to stack their numbers first. I love the setup by Wolves. It's all about the timing. Just 2 objective players to go in and annihilate. Player number 3 gets taken down. Player number 4 right outside. AG needs to get the job done. He takes 1 down. Can he take the other? He doesn't need to, because backup is right there. King Jabin backs him up, and Blacklist Ultimate pretty much has all of the points from P2.
Yeah, and I love what Jabin did right now. Unfortunately for him, he was taken down there before the hard point has been triggered, and gave the Wolves right here a little bit of head start in terms of getting to that white warehouse. And we've seen that earlier, the Wolves might be able to take a lot more of point in here, and unless Blacklist has formulated a plan to go against the three members who's taken this, FDX starting it off with one, and here comes the rest of the gang, and I think they might be able to take this, but no one's going down that easily. But there you have it, FDX has finally broken to Blacklist. Will be taking this, 30 seconds remaining, and a chance for them to take as much lead as they can for this point.
Oh, Skirt's just perfect. 3 kills in a row with the Annihilator. Can he get his 4th one as well? Spots out back, gets the 4th one. Can he get the 5th? Turns the corner, gets the 5th before he's taken out of the equation. Zai getting the damage done from the back, but the damage from Blacklist Ultimate has been perfect so far. Earlier on, it was Wolves that dominated this white warehouse, but this time around, it's Blacklist Ultimate, and everyone can thank FDX for that phenomenal play. It's all about the timing, it's all about the stun, and he played that to perfection, even though he got tagged up multiple times. FDX took the hill and Skirt held it down.
I love the setup, the anchor that Jabin has, and even if they've taken down in that white warehouse, they just spawned just near barrier cut, and they are ready to take yet another set of points. Getting close to that 200 mark right now, and they are Ching right here with Annihilator trying to clean up house.
Oh.
He got stepped
Usangala.
into that gravity vortex. Not quite sure what the plan is, but he just got sucked in.
I think he didn't realize how close he was to the grab vortex, but it is all right. Tin, with the perfect placement of those gravity vortex shots, just gets Blacklist Ultimate in front a little bit more. I wouldn't have expected Barracks to be the spot where you pull out the gravity vortex, but when push comes to shove, you want to end the game right here, right now. You don't get to end it at this hard point, but you need to pick up as many as possible before we go in for the reset of these hard points, because in that branch road, in that middle of the map, it gets so much more harder to control, and Wolves has shown that they can dominate from that auto repair. So Blacklist Ultimate, there's no time for the break anymore. As that final player goes in and fails, they all have to rotate to set up P1 now.
Yeah, and setting up P1, a good setup by Skirt right now, just clean up, making sure that that branch road will be open for the rest of the team of Blacklist. But here comes the push of Zai and King, and Zai right now going in for his white or from the auto repair shop, and AJ right now grab Vortex, but a little bit too far from the target, really, who's on top of them. And I think that has been taken down already by Tin from behind, and AJ just cleaning house from the spawn. Good setup for Blacklist Ultimate, and they are in here to take a few more points to take this win.
Yeah, that's about it, man. This is a GG for Wolves. 150 points. Blacklist Ultimate on the verge of winning this out. Less than 15 now needed. It's a 2v1. Player number 5, where are you? FDX too high up. Can he get the shot? Yes, he does. But nobody's on the hill. Nobody's hopping onto it just yet. FDX holding on to the power position, but all he's getting is kills, and X-Ching finally takes him out of the equation. Wolves holding on for the dear lives. 15 seconds to go. Blacklist Ultimate can finish the game, but they don't get the break. But it doesn't matter. All they need to do now is just rotate over to P2 and have an early hole and not allow Wolves to step back in there. But the Chinese team still can salvage this matchup, but not if they start giving away scrap points to Blacklist.
Yeah, Nia right now is in here, the only one remaining, as the rest of the gang will be rotating a little bit too far. Here comes the FDX right now, cleaning house once again. One down, and will be taken down with that Hunter Killer. But Skirt has already set plays, and they just need to buy time. 2 more seconds for them, but it has been stopped by the Wolves. And how much more can the Wolves stop the Blacklist from getting that win?
They can really stop this, man, and all Wolves needs to do is just stack up this defense from Trails and Container. 2-player going for the access. Can Exton get it? No, he finally falters, and look at the patience coming through from Skirt. He gets that win, he backs away, but Annihilator can shut them down. Neon gets stunned, and he gets taken out of the equation. So big kill from Skirt. One slide in, Skirt gets taken out of the equation, and Zai beams down everyone with the Krig. 2 more points from Blacklist Ultimate, but Wolves getting the job done. And at this P2, if they can get every single point from here and then move on to that white warehouse perfection, once again it's all over. But King Jabin drops the match. 40 bomb victory for the captain.
Good backstab coming from Jabin in there. Just needed for that final 2 seconds. And they didn't really let go up until the next hard point. They want to finish that, to end that soon, because they know that once the Wolves get that momentum, even if it's only 2 seconds, they might be pushed out and taken care in this game. But Blacklist Ultimate has taken the first win in this battle against Wolves. And this is one thing that really excites me. Blacklist Ultimate is showing up compared to what we've seen them from the previous days.
if they don't show up on Hardpoint, bro, I'll have a lot of questions, man. Because once again, Wolves, before the start of this match, had about a 28% win rate. Thanks to Blacklist, now they've got a 25% win rate at Hardpoint. So you now know the weak point of Wolves. So Blacklist Ultimate has to take advantage later on in that Hardpoint matchup as well when we go in towards takeoff. But now it's going to be Search and Destroy at Hacienda. The saving grace here for Blacklist Ultimate is this is their map pick, Neptune.
Yeah. I mean, well, we've seen a lot of questionable picks from the past, but this time, I think they can make it through because a lot of teams have shown great potential in taking that win, whether you're on the attacker or defend. But it depends on which one you take first, because at some point, some of the team take the first one slow, especially if you're on the attack, and then later, and when you're in the defense, that's when you put up a lot because you're putting pressure off the timing that the attack is putting into play. So hopefully, which case it is, Blacklist will be able to get that defensive side first because they know they have the capacity, especially with FDX and Jabin with the snipes.
Yeah, look at this. And Wolves was so focused on getting kills earlier on, they just weren't playing the hard point for a majority of those moments where they were focusing on those kills. And at the end of the match, they've got more eliminations as compared to Blacklist International, but that's the worst way to end a hard point matchup because it's very disappointing. You know you've got the slaying power, but you didn't have the mental capacity to get yourself onto those hard points and play together as a team. This is quite disappointing if you're Wolves because they are a phenomenal team with amazing teamwork. It's just that the strategy was not sound. If Wolves wants to prep themselves for the world stage, this is something they really desperately need to work on. Their hardpoint matches are going to be crucial because you don't want to pull a smart Omega, drop that hardpoint, and that hardpoint be the reason why you don't make it through to the next stage.
Exactly. I mean, it's like we've seen that, we've mentioned that so many times already, and they understand, even from the interview, they know, they recognize that hardpoint really is not their strongest suit. So they really need to put that into play. And what better way to use tactics or use other tactics in hardpoint than carry over, like cover it from the rest of the teams who have already played it, especially those who went against Blacklist Ultimate. But speaking of Blacklist Ultimate, the King Jabin right here, 40 on the slays, 4504 on the total damage, 6 streaks, and 8th-time MVP for this tournament.
Fantastic attempt at victory by Wolves, but it was Blacklist Ultimate that shined at the very end. When we started the match off, I think King was doing phenomenally well within the tool shed, and from that second floor, he was just wrecking player after player, helping the team of Wolves pick up a majority of the points from P1. But when we went into P2, the story changed slightly for the better for Blacklist International Ultimate.
Yeah, they understand where they can take those opening, but it changes well on that P3 because P3 is where Wolves was able to get a lot more points balancing in between Blacklist Ultimate and the Wolves. So it's more of those close counter that that the Wolves can take advantage of, especially with the 3-man hold that they're putting out. But unfortunately for them, out in the open, especially on the barracks hat, that's where they fail on the defense because you cannot stick together because of the opening that you have. You have one from the back end, we have one in the front, one in the sides as well, and the second floor that can be taken down, like taken easily if you go in from the window coming from White Warehouse. So it's a lot of opening in there, and that is one thing that Blacklist Ultimate has taken advantage of, and understanding what they did in that White Warehouse just turned the tides to their favor.
I mean, I'm slightly disappointed with Wolves because what they did at the White Warehouse was really, really good, right? And one would have expected them to pull off the exact same gameplay in all of the other hard points because after you take away, that White Warehouse hold, you rotate into the barracks hut. It was Blacklist Ultimate who were there first. They got a good break, but they just didn't hold on to all of those entrances towards that barracks hut well enough. They just kept failing at their gunfights when they were in that one situation. They were succeeding in their gunfights, on the other hand, when they were standing outside of the hard point and beaming down players who were inside of the hard point. Now, the strategy clearly wasn't the best. And one might be able to say that Wolves looked like they were a little bit scared of Blacklist Ultimate. They did not want to take a CQC battle. They did not want to approach that hill before they take some of those gunfights. They wanted to thin down the offense or thin down the defenses of Blacklist Ultimate from afar, which was not the best case scenario, which was not what brought them to a victory clearly here. I mean, instead, if you look at FDX's play, The guy doesn't care. I mean, you can be Wolves, you can be the number 1 seeded team within China, but he just takes a fight straight up to them, and he had no backup. What he did have at that point of time was utilities. He had a Quick 6 in his hand. He had the stun in his hand. He went in. He assumed that it will be one player on the right-hand side, and he just quickly beamed that guy down, took him out of the equation, threw a stun, saw one player hopping onto that side, took that guy out of the equation as well. Skird, by that time, I mean, this guy handled 2 players all on his own, and then Skird arrived with the Annihilator, and that was the perfect break of that hill, and then from then on, it's Blacklist Ultimate. You gotta take those CQCs. You cannot be afraid of your opponent, especially in a game of Hardpoint, where it's just so fast, you know, like a moment's... A moment's notice, you kind of miss that beat, you're already going to get kicked out. So although we did see a very strong Wolves at the start, they didn't manage to get all the way through. They can't afford the exact same play later on at Takeoff Hardpoint. But we know how Blacklist plays Takeoff Hardpoint.
Yeah, I mean, they've been in here so many times already. They know the money hill that they have is P3, P4, and they can take advantage of that. Out in the open, probably similar to what we've seen in firing range, it will be back and forth for that P1, and then later on, the exchange as well. I'm quite surprised on how much of the team on that P2 towards the stairs as well as scaffolding can trade off in terms of stepping into the hill, because before it was so difficult. Once you get in there first, like no one can get through. But this time they understood the game, and with the gameplay that FDX mentioned, that you mentioned about FDX, like he knows how to get in and out that quickly. It's like he understands. He's not afraid, but he's cautious as well. If he peeks, he slides and peeks and get out in there if there's no one in there, and then just get back on the other side for that kill. But King, I would say he has a killing capacity, but he just needs to be steady. So one possible reason why he dominated that P1 is because he was on the second floor, and we have one in there from behind him who covers everything, just make sure he will not be backstabbed, and he can get a lot of slays from all sides.
And of course, everybody would agree with us that Jabin did really well as he dropped that 40 bomb. But one thing that kind of overshadowed his performance was Wolves. Nian got 42 kills, Zai got 41, King got 41, but they just didn't play the hard point, which is why a quick PSA, public service announcement to all those tuning in. If you jumped into a random ranked match, please, for heaven's sake, play the objective.
Yeah, step on the plate. As we say in the Filipino, umapak ka. Step on it. Right? Step on it. I mean, that's what we like. I've even called.
In Bahasa, we say pijak lah. No, we don't say that.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, that's a usual complaint of those, especially serious. And when it comes to Hardpoint, they want to get that objective, and that's like you've seen that in chat, you've seen that in comments, you've seen that on rants as well, and which is just true. And this competition, just like this, just proves it. Yes, you can get a lot of slays, you can utilize that for your score streaks, but what can it do if you don't have that much points in terms of winning the game?
Yeah, and of course, let's take a quick comparison here in terms of the guns that they usually pick. Quick 6, no doubt whatsoever. Locust versus DLQ. I'm actually shocked. I didn't know people still play with the Locust, bro.
You know, the Locust this time has given a little bit more mobility in terms of mobility and so movement, trying to get away. DLQ, in terms of stats, DLQ and Locust are pretty much the same. It's just that a lot more of damage can be put out by the DLQ compared to the Locust, and probably a lot more of good skin as well. Apart from the Locust has the Neptune, so you can put that into play as much as you want. Just use the Neptune skin on there.
That's biased, Neptune. Okay. Let's go, man. Hacienda SND, it is Blacklist Ultimate on the defense, and FDX says hello.
Say hello to my little friend, and that is what we're seeing right now in this game. And Skird right now going spray, but no one has been taken down. So we'll have to find out on what they can do in terms of fending. But as you can see, the split right now has been broken, and they just stick into their alpha approach, giving advantage to the Wolves for that Bravo. So we'll have to see if FDX might be able to take advantage of this from the long range, taking one down, doing a heaven at this point, and we'll have to see if this will work.
I think it's going to work, man. FDX is going to get a phenomenal one here. It's all about the timing. Does he spot one player? I think he's just spot one head. 10 on the other hand takes Peg out of the equation. Fantastic headshot with the quick 6. Xing It's all about the timing. One slide, two slide. Both taken out of the equation. Next thing has got another opportunity here. Will he be able to get in? Yes, he does. 3 in a row. FDX punishes, but King finds him. FDX could have maybe turned the tide of that fight if he had showed up a little bit sooner, Neptune.
Yeah, but I think the gameplay has been read before. The Heaven gameplay has been read before, and no one dares to peek their head onto that side, because if that has been that has been taken, FDX might easily take down 2 already. We've seen that peeking from the side of Bravo, especially before and after the plan has been done. FDX right now going into the mid a little bit, into the fire, and he will be the first one being taken down.
It's gonna be Peg now. Xing right beside him. FDX out of the equation. He's not going to be able to punish anyone from sharp corners anymore. But there is an attack here, and it is from the one and only Skirt. Can he find one? Oh, Jabin from up close, from away, manages to find one for himself instead. Zai, oh my lord, he didn't even have that angle, but Tin manages to trade him out right back. It is 3v2, numbers advantage to Wolves. Jabin and Tin, they circling around, but the bomb's already at the B bomb site, and Xing doesn't go in for the plant. That's surprising.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're focusing still on killing, and Tin right now might be the one who will be surprised. Backstab coming from Neon against Tin, and it's just a hunt by the Wolves at this point. They might be putting in that pressure if they don't see Jabin at this game for that plan, but it is a 1v2, 1v3 situation. Hopefully he'll have a sight of King. No, checking the corner, and he will be backstabbed and taken out.
It is a good attack this time around. And let's see if or not Blacklist Ultimate will have some sort of response here for Wolves, because this is, after all, their map. And Wolves have been doing phenomenally well so far. I mean, 2-0 to Blacklist Ultimate on the attack. This is a little surprising. Blacklist Ultimate usually has got massive defensive rounds. But let's see the stack this time around. It is a 4-man stack, a 3-man stack, apologies, on that B bomb site. One moves on in, Tin gets annihilated instantaneously. Scared does find Peg, so one traded out, a equal match. Zai sneaks away, but Nian finds Skirt. That's insane.
Yeah, insane through the smoke, going in for that snipe, but AG right now trying to get away from King. King will be fired back, but no! King hits them as well as FDX. Jabin right now going in for that rotate as well as a chase. It's a 1v4 situation, a little bit harder compared to what we've seen earlier, but hopefully no backstab will be happening. He might have a chance to go for against King this point. And one more on left-hand side, but the chance of a possible backstab by Neon as he creeps through.
Yeah, 2-0, but King Jabin all alone. Can he get the massive flood and the diffusal as well? Oh my lord, hit Mark, baby. Zai punishes him. 3-0 for Wolves. What a surprise.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we're talking about earlier, wherein you might not be best in the defense, or you might not be best on the attack. This time, the Wolves are doing well on the attack, and hopefully they can, or Blacklist can have that opportunity for a win, probably too, so that once it turns to their favor, once it's which side, they can take advantage of dictating the pace as the attacker to take a win. But if that doesn't happen, like, it will be a lot of wins from the Wolves right now, probably a 0-5, and it's easy, or it's not that easy to come back for Blacklist Ultimate, even if they understand how the attack can be done, because it's a long run they can do. We've seen that done before, but not so much against or between these two teams.
Yeah, I'm not surprised that Wolves is picking up rounds. I'm just surprised that Blacklist Ultimate hasn't picked up a single defensive round for themselves. Because if you look at Wolves and their performance on Hacienda SND, they're not too shabby themselves. I mean, they beat Almighty on this map 7-5. They also beat Dunia Games, so they've already taken down 2 Garena teams. I guess they're just collecting medals at this point. They want to beat yet another Garena team here.
Yeah, I think it's also the angles and rotation that Blacklist Ultimate is taking. They have advantage of initiating because of double sniper that they're putting into, but a lot of early push and peeks that is being done, thus they are being taken down. Good hit with that grenade coming from Skurd, but no initiation, no kills just yet. So Skurd right now a little bit too close for comfort, and he's just giving out those audio cues. Here comes Tin for the back up, and hopefully one pusher through. It is a 3v5 situation, so this slow pace from Blacklist Ultimate might be giving them that win.
Yeah, Blacklist, I guess they heard me. They're like, okay, you want to win, Mustachio? Here it comes. Xing, check the corner. Does do that, but AG has got the pre-aim already, manages to punish him. So it's a 4v2 now as King drops Tin. but it doesn't matter. The numbers advantage still to the side of the Filipinos. Zai, can he catch one more? Crick 6 does beam him down, but Jabin whips out the 50 Gs. AG finds the final player, and that's 1 point for Blacklist.
Sai got that 50 Gs, and the King, like, not so strong because, as mentioned earlier, he needs to be stay put and get those visuals. But with that tight corner that AJ is holding, like, he can just move left and right and get those kills. If not, a lot will be moving in against him. So numbers advantage has been taken by Blacklist Ultimate. This is where we're asking for a chance for them to get a couple more of wins before they switch side. They might be getting a lot more of that win later on. A little bit too quick on the plant right now coming from X-Ching, and we'll have to see how the defense will work for Blacklist.
Very quick attack. Nades does not take X-Ching out of the equation because he did very patiently play the trophy first before going in for that plant. The attack from the side of Blacklist Ultimate seems to be a little soft as Jabin gets tagged up. They back away, but King Jabin strikes back instantaneously. Yan goes down, and this is a fantastic defensive push coming through from Blacklist Ultimate. Can they get yet another? King Jabin this time gets pegged down by the one and only Peg, but Skirt trades out X-Ching. So this still is to the side of Blacklist Ultimate, and FDX secures the final slay.
Yeah, and there you have it. A couple of wins that we are looking for. They will be moving into round number 6, and they will be switching side. Let's see on how well the attack will be done by Blacklist Ultimate. They can change the pace this time to a little bit quicker to get Wolves off guard in terms of their movement, but it doesn't happen. Sorry, apologies for that. We are in round 6. They are still on defense, and it will be happening later on. But with this 2 wins already, I think they read the game, and Jabin can start it off.
I'm sure you're just impatient for Blacklist Ultimate to take the bomb. I get you. I see where you're coming from. But let's see if or not they can secure one more equalize before they do pick that bomb up, because that's going to be a massive advantage to the Filipinos if that indeed does happen. Jabin avoids that grenade, repositions, but he's going to be holding on to that warehouse only with one player to deal with, though. Nian, he does have a right-tag AMR in hand to strike him right back down. The bomb is together with him as well. Peg joins up with Nian, but Tin can do the damage. 2 players running straight towards him, and Tin gets the information. Peg! King catches him instead. This is just a massive letdown, as Tin did get that initial information, and now Jabin's all alone to face 3 players, and this might just be an attacking victory for Wolves.
Yeah, I mean, this happened before, and especially with King alive, who is roaming around, it's difficult to get a good position to get that snipe. But Peg right now going in for that plan, putting a little bit more of pressure for Jabin at this point, and the spread out that the Wolves has done can give a lot of coverage, and Peg has that position and information already. There goes Jabin being taken down, and it's now 4-2, and this time, for sure, we are switching sides.
Yes, we are. Let's see exactly how Blacklist Ultimate does with the bomb. Or else, it's just going to be Wolves picking up victory points for themselves in terms of the number of Garena teams they have defeated on SND Hacienda. This will be the 3rd one, and it's not small teams that they're defeating on this map, on this game mode. Once again, Almighty taken down, Dunia Games taken down. The next one on the list might just be Blacklist Ultimate unless we see a switch in performance coming through from the Filipino team this time round.
Yeah, I mean, looking forward to yet another team from Garena to take that SND, because we've called it before. CDM really understood and really dominates this search and destroy mode. They have the patience, and they have different rotation compared to what we usually see, and this is one thing that probably catches off guard some of the teams. As we can see, a full Bravo push coming from Blacklist Ultimate, and the split is still in there from the Wolves. So no information just yet. FDX goes in for that kill against Peg, and good initiation for them, but the rest of the Wolves will be packing through in this Bravo side.
Okay, so I think it's Peg? P-Egg? Okay, so I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know. Someone in chat said it's not Peg, it's P-Egg. So I guess I'll just call him Egg moving forward then. But the guy's already down and out of the equation already, so I don't think it matters at the moment. It's a 3v3. FDX swings around. Can he get one from the CRG? Timing, bro! He peeks away, but X-Ching from the back. Timing! CRG does not get it. Crick 6 beams down 2 players. X-Ching has been a monster in this game against Blacklist.
Yeah, and this is one thing that Beef has mentioned before. The information relayed, especially with that FDX getaway, the backstab that has been done against him is really that instantaneous. The information can be relayed, and they understood how much time they need to go for that hit, and that just snowballed from that final few players against Blacklist Ultimate. So we'll have to find out if the pace again can be dictated, and it might catch Wolves off guard at this point as they are heading into Alpha, but it is King who is in front of them, but King backs away, goes in for the rotate, and the flank might be taken. It's a good thing that FDX has his sight on the flank.
Oh, FDX. I thought he was going to miss that, but King still gets nailed down. Back on the other hand, attack from the back side, manages to get the beam. AG taken out of the equation. Xing responds. It's a 2v1. Xing gets the kill for himself. Nian nails down Jabin. This might just be round 6 for Wolves.
Yeah, still not looking good for SND for Blacklist Ultimate at this point. Got a couple of wins that I'm asking for, but not that turnaround that we're expecting when they are in the attack. So I guess it could hold of this Wolves right now is really that difficult to push through. So I'm thinking on how well can they put into that play, because they can take it slow right now, go in for at split on Alpha and Bravo, probably get that initial kills either from Jaden or FDX, and then once that happens, that's when they can go in for that plan. But they need to be patient. It is a 1 minute mark, the usual time that the team wait before they get for that push, but FDX will not be surviving, and Zai takes him down.
Zai circles around, switchblade in hand. Grenade will punish. AG's right there. I hope you played your trophy, bro. Boom, it goes up, but then nobody gets hurt by it. Jabin, what a shot. Zai taken out of the equation. Can he get another one for the team? They desperately need this. It's 4v4. Everything's all equal. But the bomb in hand, Blacklist Ultimate cannot push up to that A bomb site just yet. You've got a stack by Nian and King, both snipers holding down these angles. And look at this backstep. Peg, he's gonna get the job done. But King Jabin finds him first, but Peg says, get the heck out of here. We won this victory. Now from the back, he picks up the right tech AMR. 2 shots misses, 3 shots misses as well. But they know exactly where Blacklist is. Neptune.
Yeah, the thing is, they are focusing on Egg at this point, but King might be going in for the backstab. There goes AG down from the hands of Nian. Will be taken down as well. Tin takes down Egg, and it is still, it is now a 2v2 situation. It's a good thing that Blacklist is sticking together. They don't want to be surprised at this moment, but King didn't let go of his position. Though he had a good view earlier when the chaos is happening towards that stone wall, he didn't get any of those frags just yet. Smoke being released right now, good for the plant because they are running out of time, but I think the push of the split will be happening by the Wolves. How successful will it be? We'll have to see.
Shout out to the OG chat participants in the YouTube chat. You guys are cracking me up as I shoutcast this match. One shot by King. Doesn't hit, and King gets taken down. Blacklist Ultimate surprisingly stays alive, but this one is going to be very difficult for them to wrap up, man. Wolves is already on match point. Blacklist needs to win 3 in a row to push us into OT, 4 in a row just to continue surviving, and 5 in a row to get this one. I don't know if they have the capacity to get the deed done here, Neptune.
Yeah, especially with King right now, with all those backstabs being done. FDX will be able to get down Egg, and he broke that Egg. Zai breaks them back, as well as Nian and King, and as quickly as that, it's a 2v4.
2v4, Skirt, FDX. King finds Skirt as well. FDX, 10 kills in this match. Heavy carry for Blacklist Ultimate. Misses that one shot, gives that information away, repositions, but here comes Xing. But Xing eats that bullet by FDX. 50 Gs in hand. He continues to rotate around. Will be able to meet Nian in a couple of seconds. Nian waiting at the lounge to welcome him. A King's welcome by Nian. But FDX, question is he going to be hopping on from the midsection of the map? No, he circles around. King's not going to get caught out. No, Nian, what a quick scope. FDX, that's 2 in a row. This guy going up against 4 players, and he might be able to get the job done. All he needs is just 2 more kills. But look at this Wolves big brain play. They leave the bomb wide open. They're like, I'm not going to mess with this guy.
Yeah, they don't want to be stepping into the open right now. FDX still with ZRG. And the moment he peeks either way, getting for that bomb, I think he is in line of sight of the Wolves. So hopefully he'll be able to walk through towards that left-hand side. No! Misses that opportunity, tries to run away, but I think the chase might be happening, and King goes in for the finishing hit. The scoreline, 7-3, and the Wolves take that win.
Big brain play Hacienda S&D. Wolves has managed to dominate 3 top teams from Garena, Almighty, Dunia Games, and now Blacklist International Ultimate. Same map, same game mode. Amazing play by Wolves. I love this. And now we have a minimum of 5 matches on this series. I love that too.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really happy on how that gameplay has been pulled up or pulled by the Wolves, especially the final one. Because it's not often that we see that. Most of the time, they guard the bomb and just wait for the time to run out, or probably gives that a panic. But they want to put in a little bit different flavor at this point. They get in wherein it is like impossible to think that you will be staying in that area. They stick together at that point, and once it opens up in here, possibility for backstab. But not only that, a lot of opportunity, especially for King, because King has moved for that flank, even for the long flank, just to go in for the backstab and destroy the position that Blacklist Ultimate has tried and attempted to go for that defense, even for that attack. So I would say that the Wolves gameplay and the CDM gameplay in Search and Destroy is something to put in your book as your play style.
Yeah, I think the final play out of Wolves was just phenomenal. They wanted to set a retake, but at the same time, what they wanted to do was back away towards their own spawn, because the probability of, having FDX appear from the manor was going to be really high, right? Because obviously FDX is not going to be jumping into the hill straight up from the midsection of the map. The bomb was very close towards where they were standing. So this was just big brain plays all the way through. FDX didn't see that coming. He saw one player. He didn't expect to get backstabbed in that way, though. But it's all right. It's all good for the time being, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as we push on through with this matchup. It is a 7-3 victory for the players of Wolves, and I think they have been phenomenal so far at Hacienda S&D. This has to be a huge warning to anybody who tries to take them on this map for S&D in the future.
Yeah, I mean, the CDM has done the impossible in terms of going against Garena and SND, because we've seen so much of the Garena teams dominating, even doing crazy gameplays in here against the Garena teams as well. But CDM team has put in a lot of those new tactics, even the patience gameplay. The crazy gameplay is not working anymore, and I think that's something that we can expect, because that's one thing that we pointed out so many times for the Garena teams on how crazy the gameplay, how fast-paced it has been for the Garena teams, and they understood it and take advantage of that, put a different gameplay at this point, of counter, I would say, at this point, and CDM has been dominating that Search and Destroy. I think it's only one win that the entire Garena team has put in on against the CDM in terms of Search and Destroy.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's okay. It's all right. The series isn't over just yet for the Garena fans, but CDM has been a total dominator at Call of Duty Mobile so far within the CDFI. We have seen, but of course, let's just pause here for a moment and see exactly how the comms were as they went in closer for that victory.
I really love how even if they are being taken down, being eliminated, there's no unnecessary noise or chatter that's happening. They understood that they just need to leave out the gameplay and the communication for those who are still alive and focus on the game.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what word that was towards the very end. It sounds like newbie, but I'll take it. I'll take some trash talk if that was trash talk, right? Because Blacklist Ultimate needs to step up if they want to wave that Garena, if they want to wave that Filipino flag up high and proud, especially against the #1 seeded team within China. Wolves has beaten down Q9 in the past, and I have got no doubts whatsoever they have the capability of beating down Blacklist Ultimate as well, especially when they've picked a map win on a map pick of Blacklist themselves. But I mean, to that exact same point, Blacklist did win the map pick of Wolves in that Hardpoint matchup, so I guess we can give it 1-all for the time being. But the next one is going to be Control at Slums, one of the best maps to play Control at. I absolutely love to say Slums being in the pick here. This is a pick by Wolves, and I'm a little worried here for exactly what Blacklist is going to be able to pull off, because the last time we saw them move on into Slums, they lost that matchup, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's still dependent on how they want to play this, because they understand what can be done in here. The spawn trap that can be triggered, especially on that P2, and what they can pull out in terms of chaining all those points. P2 up until P3 is just one walk, a long walk though, but they need to take that fountain for that spawn as well. So they're understanding the spawns, but it's what I'm worried about Blacklist Ultimate is King being in the Wolves side, because even if you get the position, if you have King against you from a far end, you will be losing that spawn.
Yeah, and here's what I'm worried about. I'm worried about the fact that both of these teams have taken on Q9 at Slums, and Q9 has beaten both of these teams, right? But here's the difference in terms of that beatdown that both of these teams had at Slums Control. The fact of the matter was, for Blacklist Ultimate, it was a 1-3 scoreline. For Wolves, it was a 2-3 scoreline. So they were slightly better matched up against the team that beat down Blacklist Ultimate, which could be a slight indication, because clearly they know how to play Slums at Control. But are they going to be able to out-strategize Blacklist Ultimate? Obviously, they've got a reference point. They would have been able to see that Q9 matchup, and they would have been able to see, okay, all right, maybe we can exploit these weaknesses. And hopefully, Blacklist Ultimate has done that exact same research as well to watch that matchup that Wolves took against Q9 to see exactly what sort of defensive exploitations they can go in for. I usually do not remember stuff from the past, but this one memory stuck to my head really, really well, where Q9 was so aggressive when they were on the defensive. They just went and pushed that lineup so far back. You practically had the whole of Wolves' team spawn trapped. And there is a probability that Blacklist Ultimate might learn something from Q9 and pull off the exact same gameplay. They've got the mechanical capability to do so.
Exactly, and that's one thing that you really need to do. If you see something that's worked, then you put it in the gameplay and catch the other teams off guard. If they can do that rush gameplay, especially with FDX, J-Ben, and even the Slayers like Teen and AG, and they're going in for the initial frags for being the front line of this team, they might be able to pull that off and then just push them out into the spawns. But that have yet to be seen, because like I mentioned, apart from King, there's a lot of defenses that can be pulled out in here. Nian can pull out a sniper as well and clear that off as early before they go in for that barricade. So we'll have to find out on how they can pull it through, and what gameplay will the Wolves be pulling out at this Control as well.
Yeah, this is one reason why I love the chat. Chat just told me that newbie in Chinese means good job. I didn't know that. All right. Newbie, gentlemen.
Now, coming from you, I don't know what to think. Like, if it's a good job or I'm acting like a newbie, but I guess I can work either way.
Just take it, man. Take it either way. Let's push on in as the teams prepare for this Control matchup at Slums. We are going to get ready. Shout out once again to a couple of people within the YouTube chat. You guys have been amazing so far. Keep the good vibes going, especially Pouty Cookie, who has been with us from yesterday, Dinesh Nesh as well, and the rest of you guys. One by one, you will get your shout outs. Abdullah Harun in the house as well. Every day we see these guys coming back to support CDFI. We thank you from the bottom of our hearts.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, all those support right there, not just for specific teams, but also for the whole broadcast, for everything that you can learn, everything that you can give out in terms of your insights of what's happening, as well as what is about to happen. That is important for us. That is why we are reading those comments as well. Those are important as well, not only for the actual broadcast, but even afterwards. All those comments at some point give us a little bit more of insight of what's happening before and after. So Blacklist Ultimate right now going against Wolves. This is Control Slums. Again, it's still anybody's game at this point. They're balanced on a 1-1 in terms of the series win, but we'll have to find out who will take this Control.
Yeah, and of course, if Blacklist Ultimate does manage to pull one back, good on them. This is the defensive rounder that we were talking about. If Blacklist Ultimate does go in to push that line up back way far, I think we're going to have quite a fun matchup here. But Nian is the one that gets the first blood.
Yeah, Nian really breaking up that position. Skirt right now panicking at that point, trying to find out where to point. But King, as we mentioned, the King Slayer, and I think it is the Wolves who is starting off this spawn trap. King on the sides from that laundry row, from the junkyard, and the rest of the gang is just pushing them out. And it's a good thing that Javen was able to pull through, but he have a peg in there on his side.
Jishan Bale, shout out to you as well, bye. Please don't cry in the chat. Zai manages to sneak away. This is that B control point very quickly being pulled away by the Wolves squad now. And Blacklist Ultimate has got nothing on them. Look at player number 1. Exchange just getting this done all on his own and nobody's disturbing him.
Yeah, Exchange right now is just preparing for that initiation, just to clear off that area. And I think this is just a prompt coming from Exchange that they can trigger that spawn trap. Tim, on the other hand, is trying to break that as well. But as we go in, Alpha is the next hit right now with the life points is already at bay for Blacklist Ultimate. 14 to 23. It's not looking good for them. They need to be careful at this point. And Peg will be the guy who will start it off from above. Skurd takes him down.
Yeah, I mean, when you're on the defensive and when you are down on life, that's not a good sign at all, because one of the basic things that you have to do is just hold on to a good line. Don't allow the attacking team to step onto the hills all that too much. But instead, Blacklist Ultimate, they did try to go ahead and push up a little carelessly, and they were punished for that move. A 10 life deficit for the Filipinos with 1 minute and 15 seconds to go. Wolves has a huge opportunity of pulling away the first round.
Skurd right now taking out King, and they are still losing lives at this point, but it's a good thing they have a hold of Alpha. But with 1 minute, I think it will be the Wolves who will be impatient in a few bit. And there goes Egg going for Javen, and a very unfortunate position for Javen at that point. And Egg goes in for that second. So it is down to 6 right now, 10 lives deficit still, and they are just going for the slay. There's no time for that capture. They just want to take them down with the lives.
Yep, Zai now just pinning down one after the other. But the question is, can he find another Blacklist player? The Oi! It wasn't even a double challenge. AJ had the pre-aim, managed to get him instead. King now attacking from the back. Switchblade in the hands of Peg. Managed to get another one. Guys on a 5-kill streak. Make that 6. That Switchblade is just insane. And he gets the last kill for the team. Also, 2 score streaks to his side.
Yeah, and there's one thing, like the initiation of Nian in there, breaking the pattern of Blacklist Ultimate and then pushing them through on that one side. It has been called, but it has been pulled out by Wolves at this point. So reversal of that spawn trap has been done. We'll have to see if that is the same case, because I think the Wolves really want to end this with a 3-0. But Tin doesn't want that to happen, goes in for the double. Javen will be taken down there for the far end, but I think the defensive will not be that strong at this point. Bravo being captured 1 tick at a time.
Let's see if or not they can push this all the way through. That Bravo control point has been quite successful in terms of a push for Blacklist Ultimate. Zai through the smoke manages to find one still, and now Peg goes in for the Annihilate investment as well, and in that very final second prevents B control point from being captured, but FDX slides in with the CBR4 and gets the job done for Blacklist International Ultimate. B control point in hand. They've got some extra time. They've got just a 2 life deficit, so this is a very doable round for Blacklist.
Yeah, a little bit of a bold move coming from King, and they're standing in to the statue and just shooting everyone else. But there goes Javen taking down King at this point. And Javen, not quite sure why. One guy, Zai, was just waiting in there. Javen just cleared that off. The life points is 17 to 16 or 17 to 18. It's very, very close, AJ. But I think with King with Annihilator, it will be a huge lead for the Wolves.
And I know everybody wants a shout out right now from the YouTube chat, but here's how you can get a shout out. Just keep the good vibes going. Be nice to everyone. Have a good chat. Make a lot of friends. When we see you often enough in that chat, you will hear us say your names on broadcast, because that's exactly what we do, baby. 14 to 18, 4 life deficit for Blacklist Ultimate. Question, Neptune, do you think the Filipinos can get it done in this matchup?
They just need to be patient. They don't need to be careless at this point. Jabin has been taken down in there, and we're seeing the position right now being taken by the Wolves. They don't want to budge an inch, but they have all the angles covered. King, on the other hand, might be needing two, but that is not a big deal for him. It's easy for him to go take one, but unfortunate for him, pull out the gloves and being taken down. Still 17-16, a huge lead by Wolves in terms of life point, and this is not looking good once again. A 2-0 possibility as early as this one.
They do have 3 of the operators to play with, though, so if Blacklist wants to go in for an investment here, they can. But what concerns me is the fact that AG and FDX, they're really struggling to find kills out there on the battlefield. Even Tin and Jabin, they're not, it's not very impressive. But on the other side, if you look at Peg, guy's got 16, Zai's got 14, and King has got 17 to his name. They're getting annihilated by Wolves when it comes to the engagements. 3 more lives, make that 2 for Blacklist Ultimate, and this is a GG round for the Filipinos.
And there you have it, 2 points by the Wolves, whether they're in attack or defense. It doesn't matter. They will be taking that win. 1 left for them to take that point in control and a chance for Blacklist Ultimate to get back. But it will be a long shot or a big ask for Blacklist Ultimate, because looking at the position, whether you're on one side or the other, you're still losing the game.
30-29. Ooh, make that 28. FDX pops off twice, and this is what we want to see. A little bit of the operator in action. Skirt goes in for the investment as well. This is just now a streak for the side of Blacklist Ultimate. Just 4 eliminations, though. They can't get too excited. But spawn trap now for FDX. But as he pushes on 4th, the Annihilator runs out of time. But that's all right. They still do have the advantage in terms of the number of kills, and they make that all equal, though. Wolves still attacking aggressively, and Peg, 8 kills in a row. This guy hasn't gone down just yet.
Yeah, he just sliced through the defenses of Blacklist Ultimate in the middle, preventing that spawn trap. And that's one thing that you can do, especially if you can get away and pushing through in the middle of the map. But for the rest of Blacklist, they just need to get those kills and have to see on how well will they be able to do that, because so far they are losing. As Sai with Annihilator goes in for a double, and Neon pulls out the Annihilator as well.
That's a spawn trap of perfection. Double denial as 2 players scramble away from each other. And that's a good response for a Preddy that was heading straight towards them. And in terms of Wolves, that prevention is not going to change anything. A 9 live advantage. Make that 10 for Wolves as Peg brings in his Annihilator as well. Switchblade does not trade one out. Zai manages to nail one down with the Hunter Killer Drone instead. Still a 10 life deficit. Now 11 for Blacklist Ultimate. Wolves just running circles around them. And I think the CDM team might just be able to get the job done here. With 5 more lives, it doesn't seem like Blacklist is making any comeback.
Yeah. Egg right now, the one who started off a little trouble against Blacklist Ultimate, is still on the roll, going in for that kill using that Switchblade. The King from the side going in for that kill. Final 2 lives remaining, but will not be able to take that one. King has a good side, just 1 peek, and you're down. There goes AJ, there goes the second King right now, the Kingslayer of the Wolves.
Hey, they just beat down Blacklist Ultimate way too quickly in this control matchup. And that's Wolves 2, Blacklist Ultimate 1. What a GG this is. Blacklist Ultimate has no choice whatsoever but to pull back the best map and the best game mode for themselves, which is going to be Hardpoint Takeoff right after this, Neptune.
Yeah, but looking at the ratio right now, we've done the first cycle. It's already 1 out of 3 for Blacklist Ultimate, 2 out of 3 for the Wolves, and we're up to the next one. So once we complete all 6, it will be a 4 win for the Wolves, unless there's something that can be pulled in there by the Blacklist Ultimate on Search and Destroy, probably the standoff control. But Search and Destroy, that's a big ask, because we've seen how deadly this team of the Wolves and the entire CDM on SND.
I mean, Wolves has been phenomenal so far, but chat has been phenomenal as well. Shout out to S2 players, Sage Lee, as well as Deftones. You guys have been fantastic. You guys have been amazing. Keep rocking that chat. Keep being nice to everyone. Keep making friends. Make the chat a place where all of the community wants to spend their time in whenever we run events like this. I think that is something that you guys can all help do. And, once the environment is better, everybody enjoys, man. Not only do they enjoy the broadcast, but they enjoy making good friends as well, who have the exact same interest, which is Call of Duty Mobile. But the opportunity for Blacklist Ultimate to pull away that victory, I believe, was strong at Slums, but they just didn't show up. They had a horrible game. They were dominated round after round after round. And unfortunately for them, it was a very dominant side of Wolves that they had to go up against, who were massive in terms of the number of kills they were picking up for themselves, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, the number of kills that the Wolves has taken probably has brought them a lot more score streaks and a lot more potential of taking the kills, thus just left Blacklist Ultimate on their heels. And even if they tried the same approach as the Wolves earlier in the second round, that middle is the middle is broken. It was Neon, or no, it was Egg in there who was able to push through, just break the spawn trap possibility from Blacklist Ultimate and just turn it around for the Wolves. So it's very difficult to really catch this team off guard, especially if they adapt. Like for every gameplay that you pull out, they will adapt to it and then just reverse, pull out the counter.
Yeah, and of course, some of you guys got to see my dog's tail. I've got Zeus sitting down beside me, biting on his bone. It's, what bone is that? It's a peanut butter bone. My dog has got, my dog has got like 10 bones at home, right? Not in his body, but, toys that he plays with. And every night he carries a different bone to bed. Every day when he goes out, he picks a different bone to bite. I mean, that's just a fun fact about Mustachio and his dog. It's Zeus. I've got 3 at home. 2 beagles, 1 stray, 1 mongrel, and he's unfortunately my son, so I love him to bits.
Zeus is the first one like that. Really, I saw from your streams. And like, guys, the relationship of Zeus and I is that close because he's a god of thunder and I am god of the sea. So again, putting that name back, that's why Mustachio and I are close.
Well, I know some of you guys want to see exactly what Zeus looks like. I'll pick him up later because for the time being, I need to switch out with Callie because he's going to be taking over for the next few matches. I'll jump back in after 3 games, but it looks like Callie is still on standby to jump back in. So let's break down some of these stats here. Taking a look at the performance on the side of Blacklist Ultimate. Just a single player on a positive KD, and that's nothing to shout about as well because Tin gets 12 kills, but he also goes down 12 times. And in control, that is very, very, very bad. But look at Peg. This Machan was running around, getting those kills, barely falling. 4.7 KD against Blacklist Ultimate. This Machan's cracked.
That's one reason why he's successful in pulling up, like reversing that spawn trap, because he can just survive in there, just killing everyone inside, and also like just get away from that fight. But again, for those of you watching right now, let's thank the Mustachio AJ and welcome in Callie Gaming at this point. They will be switching. I will be continuing on as we continue this game as well. So AJ, thank you very much. And Callie, welcome to the stream.
Hello, welcome everyone. I am delighted to be part of the final day of the CDFI 2022. I mean, shout out to AJ. I mean, much love to the community right now, of course, in the comment section as well. Neptune, I'm loving this battle for third at the moment. I expected Blacklist to win the respawns, but at this control, I am lost for words. Somehow, a team like Wolves, who only has a bit more odds of winning this game, actually was able to win it. So definitely looking forward to that Hardpoint later on.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that I really noticed about CDM team, if they get like a chances of losing one game, they study that very hard, and I think it's more of how they can adapt to it. But let's listen in on the final battle in here. This is of that final few seconds of that battle, and one. As you can see, Callie, very calm. As you can see, energy of that fight. But let's go into the final round.
So right now, as you can see, they're so very, very vocal in your Neptune. And honestly, Wolves, I think it's the communication that actually brought them the win here at this control. Blacklist International Ultimate was just always split into their spawns. They're always getting spawn trap, and now they have the lead here. Wolves now currently has the lead on the series, 2 wins, 2-1.
Yeah, I mean, 2 wins to 1, and we are on a best of 7. So looking forward to how the Blacklist Ultimate really will be pulling that through, and what surprises can be offered by Blacklist Ultimate, apart from the surprises that will be moving from behind Callie at this point. Anyways, there you have it. And the first 3 games of this match is looking like Wolves really has dominated this. We are going into Hardpoint, and a good chance for Blacklist Ultimate to really take a win, unless it will be turned around once again by the Wolves. And that should or that might not be the case because takeoff is one thing, the strongest suit by Blacklist Ultimate, especially on Hardpoint.
Yeah, I agree with you. You know, Takeoff has been a staple for this squad, and they used this map to actually bring down the juggernauts in Garena region itself. But looking at the CDFI 2022, they currently stand at 75% win rate in Hardpoint, so they're looking promising compared to Wolves, who only has 25% in win rate at Hardpoint after their recent loss against Blacklist International Ultimate earlier on at that game number 1. So, what are the fixes that Wolves can actually do here? I believe they have the capabilities to slay, but they have to put someone inside that Hardpoint. I mean, we all know earlier that they lead the game with kills, but they don't lead that Hardpoint objective time. Someone has to step up huge and put some name in that Hardpoint, in that paint, Neptune.
Yeah, I think we've seen that on Firing Range earlier on. We've seen how well they took that White Warehouse, a good lead for them to really take on Hill Time, but they focus a lot more on getting those streaks as well as the kills. Not only is King doing that first, but it's also the rest of the teams like Zai as well as Nian in there getting prioritizing on the kill. And at some point, we've seen a glimpse wherein no one is on the hill, even if they have the advantage. So that needs to change for the side of Wolves. For Blacklist Ultimate, we've seen already that they know what to do, especially in takeoff. It is P3 and P4 that they can take advantage of. Close counter, especially with Tin, with the grab vortex. He's been pulling that out, and this is the best time that he can use that because he can block all those covers, especially if they are in the hill. And that might be on the later part, probably second cycle of the game. So it's that P1 and P2 chain that really matters for both teams, and those who get as much kills and streak between those hill might be taking advantage of that P3.
I mean, we can really gauge what will happen here takeoff at that first hard point. If we see one team actually go in there, dominate, that could be a good foreshadowing of what more to come at that P2 to P3 to P4. But, you know, for Blacklist International Ultimate, as they're trailing in the series 2-1, I believe if we can see Japan perform here greatly once again, they're going to be able to get this victory. But with Wolves having so much momentum here after winning 2 in a row, I believe they have what it takes to fight back, especially with Zai leading this team with 37 kills per game at the moment. But the team play for BLU, the objective time, clearly a lot better, all because of Tin here, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, Tin has done a lot in there in terms of the slays as well as utilizing those score streaks. And Jabin, on the other hand, like the first MVP that we've seen, especially on that hard point, 8th MVP, first for the day on that hard point earlier. So we're still looking for King Jabin to pop off at this point, leading the team by example and putting it a lot of pressure and a lot against the Wolves, bringing it to a possible 2-2, and like it depends on the next cycle of these maps once we go into search and destroy and control as well. So I'm really looking forward and expecting a map 7 in this game because of how things are turning out.
Yeah, exactly. It has all been back and forth, despite Wolves being able to take the last 2 maps.
Yeah,
Blacklist International Ultimate on paper looks to be the better team moving into this hardpoint takeoff. And it's just a matter of how well are you going to rotate in every hardpoint hill that is located inside the takeoff map, and how well are you going to invest your purifiers, your operating skills, your score streaks once you're able to earn it up inside the battle. And I believe the P3 to P4 is where things gets a little bit more finicky. That's where a lot more fight happens. And, you know, it's a money hill. Once you get to control at the early rotation, once you get the generator response, I believe you're going to get more time compared to your opponent. So that's going to be the key to victory for both ends. Takeoff, definitely. Blacklist loves this, but Wolves, they've seen it over and over again at this event. And I think it's about time for us to see them win here, Neptune.
I mean, if they do, like, that would be a 3-1 already, and the next Search and Destroy might be a last game because we've seen how well they did as well on every Search and Destroy. So it might not be looking good for Blacklist Ultimate if the Wolves will be taking this hard point. And not only that, because if the how well CDM team will be adapting, especially hard point is not their strongest, if they will take these games as well as study that against the Garena teams, then the final battle that we have for the champions might be that close as well. Almighty and Q9. We might be seeing hardpoint domination coming from Q9 if that will be happening. So a lot of questions, a lot of potentials for this team, and still looking forward to Blacklist taking another point to balance it out. But if they don't, well, I think the Wolves really are proving why they're number one in the China Masters Championship.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that is riddling Wolves here in this entire CDFI 2022 is that hard point. I mean, looking at their map win rate at S&D and Control, at S&D, they have a 71.4 chance of winning, 62.5 win rate at Control, and, you know, it goes up. And then you look, take a look at that hard point, it plummets down 25%, not really looking good at all. And if they don't find a way to fix this here at CDFI 2022, what more is the struggle that they're going to have in that stage 5, where they are the #1 representative of CDM in stage 5 World Championship held at Relay at North Carolina, United States of America. And I believe, you know, like for Wolves, the same thing happened for them. The Wolves definitely is a good S&D, a good Control team, but they resemble much of a Smart Omega, you know. Good S&D Control team, but Smart Omega and Wolves, they happen to have the same curse. They can't win hard points at all. And then you take a look at the other side of things. You know, AMT, you got Q9. Both of the squads, they love playing hard point, and they know how to slay in there as well. So you see their success here. If you have a less 50% win rate at one of the game modes, it's hard for you to win maps because, you know, every map counts here, Neptune.
Yeah, exactly. Every map counts, and one disadvantage, like one weakness that will be seen against you might be the advantage of the other team. So if that is the case for Blacklist Ultimate, if they studied enough on how the Wolves are losing or possibly going to win the hard point, they can use that to switch it to their favor, or probably the other way around, vice versa as it works, because both teams has the chance to study the gameplay. But I would say the King right now, apart from he looks like my nephew, is he's really a King Slayer at this point. Like, King at this point deserve the name that he has, and with this hard point, it's good potential for him to get the slays to stop anyone getting into the hill, but they really need to stick in those hill for that time. So as we start the game right now, it is take off on hard point. But before that, the weapon stats right now, Krieg 6 still on the top, as it is followed by Switchblade and M16 for the Wolves, and CBR and Switchblade for Blacklist Ultimate. Now, looking at the review right now, this is a 2-1 that we've seen, and we are going to start the game.
All right, here we go. You know, for Wolves, they have Nian, King, and of course Zai. They are great slayers, and we know that they can provide the offense for Wolves. Now, if they want to proceed to 3-1, it's either going to be Nian, or it's either going to be Peg, Inside, or X-King, that hard point, play that objective time for this squad, because right now, they are looking to secure this advantage point here at this overall series. King deals the first blood. We're opening up that middle of the map. The hard point #1 is going to be opened up, and it's going to be Wolves claiming all the early time. But now Blacklist International Ultimate, they're going to get right back to it. They have put 2 players in there, but Wolves, they have the power position, though. This is just going to be an easy slay for them.
Yeah, King right now, best position for him. He have good vantage point as well as killing capability. Peg is the one pushing through because of his survivability and pushes a little bit too forward in there. But the good thing, but the rest of the gang was able to step into the hill right now, and the Wolves take advantage of this. AG just cleaning up house, taking out King, and Tin on the other side taking down Peg. So 2 of the best players from the Wolves right now out and on from the spawns, and plenty of time for Blacklist to take over this point.
Yeah, great start. There's still plenty of time. 13 seconds left, and Wolves is looking to claim this cap time, and they're also already up for that next rotation. They got #4 in Nian, already setting up the team, being the anchor to spawn them on the left side of that map. Blacklist International Ultimate, they're going to be a step too late. Now they're going to have to break this early rotation battle coming true, and King going to be on the back, and now there's going to be a fight for the respawn. Hardpoint opens up, and it's going to be Blacklist International Ultimate winning that early rotation, by the way, as Jabin comes in here with the flank. They are good to go. What a play for Blacklist.
Here comes a push right now, turning the tides, but it will not be working. Blacklist right now will still be stepping into the hill, but here comes the wolves slowly moving in. And there's one thing that I keep mentioning that I mentioned earlier. It's P1 and P2 rotation, P1 and P2 chaining that Blacklist Ultimate has been taking in the sake of really gives them that advantage, so that when they step into P3 or P4 later on, they have the streaks available and all the utilities that they can to stop anyone from their heals, but not so much that they can just hold on to that and not use it, but they need to put in a little bit more of that time. As you can see, it's a more balance right now for Wolves and Blacklist. It's getting close even for the scrap time. Blacklist Ultimate doesn't want to let it go.
Yeah, exactly. They have the scrap time, but now they're gonna be late again on this next rotation. But what we saw from that P2, they came in late, but they're also able to break that heal and, of course, bully out Wolves from the spawns. But now here is where you open up that operator skill investments. And for Wolves, doing a great job so far. They should be 2 dead now for Zai. The guy's just been so good at slaying. Him and King is now slowly getting warm. And this play at this P3 is going to be important for them. You get this control, it's guaranteed that your team is going to get more time compared to your opponent. As Peg comes in with the slay, going to be inside of this hill. 13 seconds left, he gets shot down, and Blacklist Jabin is gonna try to break this hill single-handedly, trying to play with his life, but it's gonna be taken down, and Wolves survives the first lineup contest.
Yeah, it's a little bit of delay in response from Blacklist Ultimate right now, but Skur takes down King from that second floor. In good position for him to hold. The slide will not be working as X-King will be taking him down. But still, it is the Wolves who's taking this hill, and I think they're improving. They know that the close counter is their best suit, similar to what we've seen earlier from that firing range Hardpoint. So I think they can take this for 2 more of those hills, and as they prepare for this next one, the Tin on the other hand, going for the backstab, might be surprised by Zai, but Zai gets away.
Yeah, great recommendment here. Great resolve here for Blacklist International Ultimate, but Wolves just shot them down 1 by 1. That's 4 dead, and the Hardpoint now belongs to Wolves just as it opens up. Now Blacklist has to take this one smartly. They're gonna have to attack in multi-angles, and this is the perfect way for them to break the hill. But Jabin on the flank now is gonna find the 2 kills, making that 3 almost, and now he's gonna continue missing, and now he gets shot down, and the opportunity is missed. Wolves continues to stay inside the Hardpoint, and Blacklist International Ultimate slowly losing their gunfights, which is not going to be that useful, especially with the lead that Wolves is continuing to build up. Din now has to step inside the hill, continuing to play with his life. He's trying to hold it down for his team, buy some team some time to reinforce inside this hill, and he's done a great job. Take a look at that. They break it, they get the scrap time, but right now, after these 8 seconds, we're hopping right back to the middle of the map. P1 we go.
Yeah, the open P1 is now going in to play. But as we can see, the point right now, huge lead from the Wolves. A great adjustment from this team. Jabin just takes one of their teammates, and good preparation for this P1 recycle. But as we can see, Zai and the rest of the gang is not really winning those gunfights, but it is King right now who is staying the longest. And King flank goes down as FDX takes him down. Nia, on the other hand, will be able to get a few more of those kills. But this is P1 is a finicky part of this Hardpoint because of how open it is. But the chain that they can do from P1 to P2 right now can give Blacklist that advantage once again.
Yeah, exactly. And it says a lot here. You know, Blacklist International Ultimate, after dropping the first set of rotation, now they're coming out here hot. They have been able to claim much of the time here at P1, and they're closing that gap down against Wolves. But talk about the adjustments that Wolves had to do. We know that they lost against Blacklist International Ultimate at that Hardpoint earlier, where they took a massive loss. They were able to outslay Blacklist, but they weren't able to claim time. And here this time, the fix was put King inside that hill and let the other 4 players lay outside of that Hardpoint. So now that they have fixed that, they have a 40-point lead moving into this P2. And Wolves so far doing a great job just reading Blacklist International Ultimate like a book. Zai now is twisted, 30 kills, and that EMP system is down. Predator missile is dropped in. Well, unfortunately for him, he's not gonna get that kills, but his team is inside that Hardpoint, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, again, it is looking best for the Wolves at this point, taking Hardpoint hill after hill, and it doesn't look like the Wolves from that first map that we have. They understand the game right now. They understand what's missing from their gameplay. They need to step or more time on those hills, and also use those slays that they can to swap the spawns, and that is what they're doing right now. But unfortunate at this point for the Wolves, they lost a lot of time in this P2, and Blacklist is trying to catch up. It is now 30 or 40 points lead from Wolves as Blacklist takes it back. What with a scrap points, it might be a long run for them to go to the next one.
Yeah, but they have the opportunity here. Scared though, unfortunately, will get taken down, but this core check and the operator's skills should be able to help them inside. AG will be dropped down in the front of the perimeter, but they have a two-angle setup here. But if you're Blacklist International Ultimate, you've failed your two-line of contest. Now you gotta break the spawns, take that generator away from walls, but Scared right now trying to make a play inside of that hill. With that annihilator, he was able to pop one, but needs to worry more players right exactly on the left side of the corner. He's checking that guy out, a good ingress in there, and now they're able to break the hill. Great job by Blacklist International Ultimate. If they claim this 34 seconds, they are in striking distance, and you just gotta climb it slow, and you gotta grind it up as well. Wolves currently will try to break it for the second time. They will be successful, and if you're Blacklist, what's gonna be the take? Are you gonna push this hard point, or are you gonna settle out for the next hill? It looks like they're gonna do both.
Yeah, I tried to do both, but I think Wolves is still taking a huge lead into this fight. They might be, Blacklist might be able to get those scrap points, but the way the Wolves are playing at this game, especially they take the early rotation and then take a huge points before being taken down. They might be contested at some point, but they know how to go for the retakes, especially with Zai right now for that flank. AG will be at loss and goes in for that third. Now Wolves Zai will be having that backup and clean house, getting those hill, and FDX right now stepping in. I'm not quite sure why they lost that guy stepping in, and it is Zai trying to survive as the rest of the gang will be moving in.
And that's 7 in a row now for Zai. The guy's just twisted 40 kills in the lobby, and he continues to grow that even more. Partly the main reason why Wolves is currently in that lead. But right now, Blacklist International Ultimate, they are serving time inside this P4. Tin already is 120 seconds in his bag, and he continues to do more for his team. And talk about the impact of the Objective Slayer. Not only can Tin just play that hard point, but he can also slay as well. He currently has 23 kills inside the lobby, and after this 10 seconds, we're hopping right back to the third set of rotation, and Blacklist International Ultimate, after failing, they have finally get their grasp on the game. They have been able to be in the striking distance, and Wolves is just 14 digit away here. They might be able to take this one, but they gotta be consistent.
Yeah, they need to be consistent, and they need to catch up with a lot more of points and probably take a huge lead. They will be taking the first hard point, or the P1 cycle at this point. Jabin missing a few of those shots, but we'll have to see who else will be going for the backup. Zai right now moves in, but will be taken down by Skirt, and Ching will be waiting for his opportunity for the kill and cleaning up. But with 30 seconds remaining, Blacklist Ultimate has already taken the lead. But here comes the rest of the Wolves taking cover of the perimeter, blocking their approach, but no one steps in.
You see it. They have the area triangulated, but no one is inside that hard point.
Yeah.
But now finally they do put King there once back again. 18 kills in the game, but he's gonna get smoked here at the back. He has to stay and play with his life, and FDX now on the hunt. He hunts King down, shuts him down as well. 193 to 197, 7 seconds before we move into P2. And this is gonna be a key hard point. Whoever takes the most time in here will be having more chance of being close to the end goal, which is the 250 scoreline. X-King, good play right now with that gravity vortex, sucks 2 players down, and that should spawn Blacklist International away from the hard point. So that should be more time under their belt. As the hard point opens up, they claim the first 10 seconds, but Blacklist already inside the hill. 10 shots, 1 player down. They take it back.
I really love how Tin is moving just in the best timing to go in for that slay and take this objective. He is one of the best objective gameplay, objective game man in this Blacklist Ultimate, and still alive and kicking. Finally being taken down, but the rest of Blacklist Ultimate has already set into play. Grab Vortex coming from AG at this point might bring them with the remaining 20 seconds, but he steps in and out. No one just takes him down.
Great job so far by Tin. He's willed his team back, and now they got a good lead here. 12 seconds is left, and Wolves, they will have the scrap time, but they have to move on to the next hard point already. It's gonna be a key hard point, and if you lose this, it might just be all over. AG playing the overside is gonna get one more kill inside, and now the battle for the P3 is on 50-50 battle here, and Nian loses the gunfight. So that's going to be Blacklist International Ultimate opening up their hard point. They only need about 25 more points to end this game, and if you don't see a move from Wolves, this is it. This is all over.
Yeah, but it's still not over. It is back and forth. The Wolves will be reaching that 220. It's not so much of a lead by Blacklist Ultimate. Nia right now grab Vortex just to clean house and will be moving in together with the rest of the team. But it is Thin who stops them on their hill and skirt from above like the angels who's just putting in the wrath of God. Here comes AJ and the rest with only 8 points remaining. They will take over, and still Blacklist had a great advantage of this hard point. 3 seconds more and Javen stays in, and there goes the win once again. Hardpoint still undefeated for this series.
What a performance that we have from Tin, the OBJ Slayer, getting it done for this squad, and with that win, that puts them with 7 wins in the hard point and 2 map loss. And just talk about the win percentage, 77% win rate. And you know, for Wolves, not looking good. They have found their adjustment. They put King inside that hill, but at the end, Blacklist International Ultimate, they played much better objective time. And with all that loss that the Wolves had here at this game against Blacklist International Ultimate, they have lost 2 hard points already. So they currently stand at 2 map wins and of course 7 map loss. Not looking good at all. 22% win rate. I mean, can you imagine CDM number 1 having a 22% win rate at hardpoint? Unbelievable.
Yeah, the thing is, like, in this game, a lot of things has changed already in terms of statistics, and it changes the gameplay of these teams as well. But I love the adjustment that has been done by the Wolves at this point. It's a little bit short because they weren't able to end it, but if you look at the scoreline, it was very, very close. If it's only until that that final hard point, I think that's Aurora launch, that is that has been taken by Blacklist for the full extent of that final battle. But if that is not the case, if in case King was able to go in for the backstab as well as Nian, they might be taking a few more points, bringing it to the next hard point, and the Wolves possible for a win. But it's not the same as what we've seen from the previous gameplay of the Wolves. They are that far already into the adjustment that they've done, going in against Blacklist Ultimate into their best hardpoint map. I would say the Wolves are doing well with how they are playing these games.
Yeah, they fought a great fight, but the difference here is the objective player. That's the difference. You got King, who currently is playing an objective time for Wolves, but he isn't really able to create an impact in terms of kills. Then you talk about Tin, who just managed to will his team back by, of course, getting all the kills inside at hardpoint, preventing all the players from claiming time, and of course, being the only player for his team to just score all the time, and of course, lead the team in total kills. Take a look at that. Then 41, 38, 1.1, and I believe I saw him earlier, 180 seconds inside at hardpoint. Totally insane.
Yeah, I mean, indeed, insane. He's the objective man of the Blacklist Ultimate. But when we talk about Slay, I think it is Zai right now. Like, he's even beaten the Kingslayer himself of the Woods, 55 on the kills, 2.0, and it's still a good time for him. It's still a good play for him if only he can stay a little bit longer. I think it's Xching who has been assigned for that advantage or for that role to stay into the hill. But if you look at the hill scores from both sides, it's only 1 on the Wolves and a lot more from Blacklist Ultimate. This time we have his 4th MVP, Tin right now, 41 on the Slays, 43.85 on the total, and there's a lot more that can be offered by this guy from Blacklist Ultimate.
You can always rely on this guy to play a lot of hardpoint objective time for you, and of course, he can slay as well. So he's an addition in terms of slaying power. So that's definitely the difference maker here at this hardpoint takeoff. You got King, who averaged 26 and 28, a negative KD for him despite playing the objective time. And you know, I love the slaying power for Wolves, but at this point, losing so many hard points after losing so many hard points because of not stepping inside that hill. I mean, I think they have a condition. Objective tendinitis here, Neptune.
I can't repeat that because I don't know how to pronounce that correctly. But I would say that would be like a difficult part to adjust. But they are slowly making the play to make that work, because so far they have spent enough time. If only Xching will be having some backup in terms of providing that hill time, they might be able to take that win. Not because they don't go for the scrap time. They go for the first part, usually 20 seconds, 30 seconds if they're lucky. With King as well as Nian, or with Zai on the backup in there, going in for the slays, taking the perimeter, there's plenty of time for them to go for those points. But unfortunate for the rest of the team, if X-Ting will be taken down, no one steps in because they are not part of that objective or not part of that role. Thus, they lose the hill time.
Exactly, and that's really kind of hurt Wolves at the end of the game. You know, King doing a great job inside that hill. He averaged a lot of time inside, but his teammate just focused so much more on that kills. And I mean, yes, that's their role, but like, this is the end, you know? You have the opportunity to take the advantage in the series, but they just kind of focus on one end, and you know, that makes it one dimension for this team. I mean, no offense to Zai, I love the kills that he did. He had a 2.0 KD. The slaying power is just there. But if you have Zai that just greatly plays like this, at least you just put two players inside this hill, because the slaying power definitely a great job in here.
Exactly. I mean, they have the opportunity. They have a chance to go in for, like, say, spawn traps in this hill. They can swap the spawns. They can prioritize on getting the kills and turn the spawns to their favor. And all they need to do is just step into that hill. Give them time. We can put that not only for King, but also for those who are surviving best, like Zai, for instance. If he can stay in there, move back and forth alternately with the rest of the Wolves, then they can get a lot more in terms of hill time. I think we've seen that from Skirt as well as from Tin, or if not AG earlier. Tin was or Skirt was staying in there, or Tin was staying in there, getting a few kills. The moment that he has a little bit of disadvantage, he backs off. But at that perfect moment, the rest of the team of Blacklist Ultimate will be stepping in as well. I think it's Skirt or AG. So that rotation of your hill time is the best way that you can get all those points for Hardpoint, especially if your team has a slaying power. And two of the players from Blacklist Ultimate is just checking the perimeter, cleaning up the edges, so that no one will be going for like those angles that those on the hill will not be looking at.
Yeah, for Wolves, honestly, for them, you know, I saw that they love to play for positions. They love that power positions, and that's mainly the reason why they're able to get all these kills. And you know, at P1 earlier, we saw how well they're able to position themselves. They got all the power positions. They got the scaffolding, the Aurora launch. They also have the P2 rotation as well. They have the spawns in their favor, but no one steps inside that hill. King just plays individually, and that really costed them that game. And with all that said, Blacklist International Ultimate, they will be able to tie up this series. Now we're going to head into the next game mode, which is going to be Search and Destroy. And, you know, this is the exact opposite. You know, Wolves definitely has 25% win rate at Hardpoint, but Blacklist 28.6 win rate at S&D. So Wolves definitely has the better edge here with 71.4.
Exactly. I mean, let's take out the map. Let's just go into Search and Destroy. They have a lot of advantage in terms of winning. The position that they're taking, even if they lose to that initial frag, they can make it through with the flanks, especially with King going in for those flanks. Nian as well for the initiation, if he can pull that through or pull that off. But for at some point, they dominate the Search and Destroy, whether they're on the attack or the defense. They just understand this mode very, very well. They have the patience, and if needed to, they can go for the rush. But it's more of the patience as well as the off angle that they're taking to take advantage of the entry points that Blacklist is taking, especially from that Hacienda game that we've seen. But as we jump into Summit, we'll have to find out what Blacklist Ultimate can do in terms of countering the gameplay, because we've seen adjustment from from the Wolves already in terms of hardpoint, but we need to see adjustment from Blacklist Ultimate going against the Wolves.
Yeah, for Blacklist International Ultimate, they know how to initiate. You know, they got Jab in there. The first blood Reaper for this team currently has 15 first bloods accumulated in the entire CDFI 2022. Now, the question here is the tactics. I know that they have shown their greatness at Hacienda, but Wolves just mainly had light work of them at that match earlier. So you're going to have to be creative with the way you take this. Be unpredictable and always make sure that there's going to be a backup once your player get taken down, trade those debts. And if we can see Blacklist International work this out, I mean, we got them winning this game. And now to see the game coming up ahead, winner of this Search and Destroy is going to be having the match point in the series one more closer to that end line, which is going to be four series win, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, the fight between Blacklist Ultimate as well as Wolves is a battle for third, and this is just more of what they can offer in this game. And from what we've seen so far, a lot of changes, a lot of adjustment has been done by most of the teams, especially with Wolves right now. At this point, they've studied the game well. Hopefully, they study the opponent that well in this matter, because they are not just in here to win this competition, but they are also here preparing for the next stage 5, that we are looking forward to. So we'll have to find out what the Wolves will be offering, as well as Blacklist Ultimate at this point. Going back to weapon stats, it's still the usual: Krieg, Locust, and Rytek for the Wolves, and Krieg, DLQ, and ZRG for Blacklist Ultimate. But once we go in for the review, this is where it really matters, because as you can see, the difference of the hard point in firing range and takeoff, it's that huge in terms of point lead of Blacklist Ultimate, and those tiny adjustment might differ once we get to that map number 7.
Yeah, exactly. So it's going to be important here that whoever wins this game be able to translate that momentum here to the coming game, because to avoid that game 7, you never know what might happen on that final map itself. But anyway, we're going to play our game number 5 here for Blacklist International and Wolves as they battle for the 3rd place. AG gonna kickstart the game for this team, getting that first blood, and they've already made their way around the tunnels, but Zai will be there to trade that. And talking about slaying power, Zai is the man you want with those kills, and he delivers here, trading the first blood.
Yeah, Zai right now still getting those good positions, not letting go of his life and not being careless. Here comes King right now. Ooh, barely surviving that is Kurd, but managed to take the King down. 3v4 situation as Zai still moves around with the bomb, but they are in a close peg right now. Going for the kill against Kurd, but will be backstabbed by Jabin from the stairs, and Jabin just backs off to get a better position, but Zai goes in for that hit.
A great start here for Blacklist. They are trading the debts here, which is important. That leaves you an equal odds of winning this game. And now you're trying to play a 2v2 retake, and AG just here at the back would just get this guy planting that bomb. He is in here a step too early, and Zai is gonna be there slaying him down. Now they get the bomb plant. Neon gonna play the oversight, looking to be the bait. FDX has to clutch this game, has to pick the right corner, but Neon spots him. The wall bang is on, and the guy shreds it down. Wolves takes round number 1.
Yeah, I love the position that has been taken, the switcheroo that has been done by Zai. Zai went in from the top, Neon is at the bottom, going in for that plan. The moment AG moves in with that KRM, they just switch sides, giving chance for Neon to heal up with that damage, and also providing that surprise hit against Blacklist Ultimate. It's 1 point right now for the Wolves at this point, and no questions that they can get a lot more. It's more of how Blacklist Ultimate can counter this attack of the Wolves.
Yeah, I mean, for Blacklist, we saw that they got the first blood earlier, but they got to be very patient here. They lost the first game. They lost the first round already, and they can afford to get more. You can't let Neon or Wolves get in grooving. And FDX deals the first blood, and Neon, a key playmaker. Without that sniper, Wolves is going to be rendered useless on that long range. And now Blacklist International Ultimate, if they can play their cards right, they will be able to get this.
AJ right now, just flanking. KRM in hand, seeing one, but will be missing that shot. Trying to run away, also survive, but he will not be able to pull the Wolves into his corner. But the thing is, AG is trying to pull him in, but no one's on the backup in there close to him. King, on the other hand, will be moving in the second floor of control room, trying to take a peek of who will be he taken down to balance the man advantage that Blacklist Ultimate has. But no one has been spotted just yet, and no one from Blacklist wants to take that risk.
Yeah, good adjustment here by Blacklist International Ultimate. Just taking what the offense can give. If they're trying to play you slow, you play slow as well. You don't have to initiate because you got the number advantage. Jabin right here could just spot Peg. He sprays it down, gets that conversion once again. The bomb will have to be canceled here, but they do so plan it here. King and Ting will be the last players, and here comes the spray. He gets two players there. The spray transfer is on for the man. He calls and lets these players bow down to him as he gets 3 spree. And now, unfortunately, they get turned out there by Blacklist International Ultimate. But what a play for Wolves. But Blacklist International Ultimate, greater adjustment.
Oh my goodness. I mean, King really, the way he flanks and survive this game and goes in for the backstab, really surprising. He's undetected to the early parts of this game. He have that discipline, trigger discipline to his name. Not only that, he has the slaying power. So if in case he is not solo at that point, they might have cleaned those 3 players out and making it a little bit of advantageous for the Wolves at this point. But FTX and the rest of the gang will be at a halt right now. Their defenses is not that near towards those hills because they don't want to stand in the open because they understand the capacity of the Wolves to kill.
Yeah, the range that Wolves can just pack is immeasurable, and Blacklist International Ultimate knows that, and they respect it. So right now, they're just slowing it down and playing through their snipers. We know FDX dealt that first blood in that second round, and they're looking to play through Jabin here. But FDX gets the first blood, and Peg gets shot down. So now they're early 4v5, but Nian trades it back. So Jabin shot down. That opens up the bomb site at A, and they planted as well. 45 seconds for Blacklist to work on this 4v4 retake.
Yeah, FDX right now, good opportunity for Gale against Ching, but unfortunate for him, didn't stay out and open for that long. FDX might be waiting for a long time right now, might be sighted as well as AG moves in.
Wow.
King has been spotted from above, and AG will be backing off a little bit, giving him a little bit of backup against FDX, but FDX can hand himself with that 50 Gs. But Sai goes in for a double kill left and right. There's no chasing this guy. They goes for the kill, they goes for the slay, they go for the win.
Wolves Zai is the player that leads the team in total kills in Search and Destroy, currently standing at 82 kills so far. And, you know, that doesn't even count this game just yet. So we really know that this guy can initiate and play the best S&D matchup of all. The gunfight is just there. We saw him drop 55 kills in that hardpoint earlier, and he deals the first blood in this round. Peg follows up with a kill as well. And now they turn it into a doubles. And now for Blacklist International Ultimate, they are low in numbers, and Wolves just continuing to rally up the kills. It's just the first 30 seconds, and Jabin is the only player alive here in Neptune, and he's probably thinking what happened to his teammate, and well, they get shot down.
Yeah, I mean, that was 2 for Sai, 2 for, I think that was Peg. Was able to get 2, and Jabin right now just trying to clean house as well into that alpha side, but unfortunate for him, he's spotted from above. Now, is getting excited at this point. Wolves and Blacklist Ultimate. I mean, the trade-off of the kills, and not only the trade-off, but it's more of how they're pulling up those gameplay. It's still in favor of Wolves in terms of points. They are an attacker, and I don't want to give any guesses if this can be turned around. But Blacklist Ultimate, they just need to put out against those slays that the Wolves can offer.
Yeah, anytime Wolves just gets into the kill feed, it's always could be a multi-kill. But that kill right there, again, opens up this A side. In Blacklist International Ultimate, they have only dealt with this one time successfully. They have failed 3 times. So Wolves just continue to rally up on the kills. 35 seconds left for Blacklist to play this retake, and Peg there converts. It gets shot down though, and AG there for the cleanup. But Zai once again with the double. Make it a fake, but almost. King gets it to go. Wolves now up by a huge margin.
Yeah, I mean, huge margin indeed. It's 4-1 already in scoreline, and there's no beating them down. I would agree with you when you mentioned, like, once they get into the kill feed, it's not just one. They go and, they go tactically to get close and personal against Blacklist Ultimate. Once they have that like audio cues or visual cue. They understand that they can get the kill, understanding as well what rotation will be taken for those backing up and trying to take them down as well. Thus, it offers them a lot of opportunity for the slay. So we'll have to see what will be shown by Blacklist Ultimate in terms of defense, because at this point they are not winning it.
Yeah, now we just continue to see Wolves get into that A bomb state, but now Blacklist International Ultimate finally put in a player to defend that, and that's going to be the captain Jaben, who currently has 5 kills. But if you're Blacklist International Ultimate, if you want to win this S&D, you're gonna see more from Skirt and Tin. I know that they play great at that hard point to get you this 2-all in this overall series, but they have to pump up and they'll get themselves more involved in the gunfights, especially when you're getting outslayed by a player single-handedly. Nia now finds that player, but no conversion is made just yet, and King now extends it out, just beams AG, a laser kill there. King follows up, dropping Jabin. Now Thin gets to trade it back here, 3v4.
Yeah, 3v4 situation. It's 2v4 situation. FDX just cleans 2 out and will be taken down as well by Neon on the backstab. And the way the Wolves is trading those kills, I mean, once they have been taken out, information already relayed as to where the rest of the Wolves will be pointing their crosshairs. Thus, a quick like instantaneous trade is happening, and they are not losing they're not losing so much of gunfights. It's more of Blacklist Ultimate who's dying out, but Exchange will be stepping into that nade and will be the first one taken down, but trade off by the Wolves that quick.
Yeah, they're just getting outslayed here. Blacklist has to get this done. There you go. This the 3 players just shutting down Zai there. I mean, it takes 3 players to take Zai down. That's how godly this guy is. But you know, it's understandable that Blacklist International Ultimate is struggling here. I mean, they only have 22% win rate at this game mode. So without Yato and Yulbabs aiding them, it's really hard for them to create this plays. But you know, they're trying hard, but Wolves just too good right now with Zai leading the lobby with 11 kills. And you know, it's a 2v2 situation. The bomb currently now picked up by Blacklist International Ultimate, but where are they going to put that bomb? It seems like they're trying to clear out this B side, but they don't know Nian is up there on the 2nd floor.
Yeah, J-Ben, good thing for him. He goes in for that push, but will not be spotting Nian at this point. And it's a good position for Blacklist Ultimate to clear up before they go for that plan. But with the situation in the 2v2, I think they're opting for the slay. 40 seconds remaining before they lose time, and we'll have to see if they will be still opting not to plan because time is running out for them, but the Wolves is already pushed through to that alpha side.
Yeah, they're looking to flank the A player, but there's not going to be any contacts in there. They have to worry about Blacklist International Ultimate here at this B side. And now Peg and Nian, exactly the players you want to see ended up in this 2v2 situation. They are prime and ready to win this gunfights. Shots fired though, and that will destroy the trophy system. And now we are trying to play for a retake. Jben, we know that he can slay with that sniper, but he is going to opt out with a switchblade, using it very here at this close range engagements. He spots Feg, but now has to back away. But AG needs to rotate though. Right now, Wolves are looking to advance. Peg slays Jabin. Nia slays AG, the 1v1 isolation. Wolves gets it defused, and Wolves gets this to go match point.
Yeah, I mean, I think Jabin is being a little bit too careful at that point. He had advantage of the kill. He was damaged. He backed off, but he didn't expect that they will be isolated in there on a 1v1. And with that 1v1, because of damage that both players has, they have been taken down with plenty of time. That's 11 seconds. And I think they were just buying time at that point. But Zai will not be waiting anymore. 1 kill right now, but will be traded off by Tim.
Oh, wow. Great play for Zai. He's always out here killing, and Peg now able to work up with the play that Zai has opened up for this team, and he's looking to get that 3 Ps. There we go. One more for that 4 Ps, and AG now back against the wall, and Wolves now hunts the prey. They take this S&D, going up 3-2 now on the overall series. One more, and they take the 3rd place.
Not only that they won, but they ended it on a 7-1 scoreline. And this is the quickest that we've seen in a Search and Destroy, but like, it's still it's still astounding that the Wolves is going for those wins after the other. Though they lost at Hardpoint, Search and Destroy, I would say really gearing towards the Wolves. The CDM team has done well in anticipating all the angles that can be taken, getting all those lays from all the from both angles instantaneous. They've done that. The Wolves has done that, and it's very difficult to counter that, even on a 2v2 and a balanced gameplay. They are Blacklist Ultimate are still losing it, so the Wolves will be able to get that 3-2 in this series.
And with that victory there for Wolves, that puts Blacklist International Ultimate to a 20% win rate at this S&D. So they're definitely the exact opposite. And 2 map wins, 10 map loss. Not really a good sight for Blacklist International Ultimate, but they have the opportunity to still come back into this game. If they can take this control where they have a little bit of an opportunity, of course, a little bit more odds as well to take away this game against Wolves, I believe we are going to be able to see that game number 7.
But what worries me is the slaying power of the Wolves is already that big. And positioning as well, especially of how they play that Search and Destroy. So it's difficult to say that it's balanced right now in terms of Blacklist Ultimate and Wolves in control mode. We've seen earlier how easy for the Wolves to clean, to take out a lot of players and a lot of lives from Blacklist Ultimate, whether they're on the attack and the defense. So as early as that, the first minute of the game, it's already half of the lives for Blacklist Ultimate. So that is one thing that Blacklist Ultimate really needs to work on. Initial frags from a distance, not getting close, but they need to take the best angle as well. Standoff is, I would say, a lot of angles can be taken by the snipers, but a lot of opportunity to be taken out as well. So it's very, very difficult to say if Blacklist Ultimate can change the tides at this point.
I believe they do so. I mean, they were able to beat AMT in the stand of control yesterday. But again, it's still a different team that you're going up against here today.
Exactly.
Wolves is an entirely different team, an entirely different personality that you're going up against it. But looking at the team stats, 38 kills compared to 22. And all of the kills actually led it up to Zai opening it for his team. After all of the plays that he did, it's always Speg or King, Nian following up with the multi-kill. So great job for these guys. And with Zai claiming this 12 kills as well, Neptune, his 82 will add up to 12 there. So that's going to be 94 for this guy in Search and Destroy. He is a total absolute slayer out there for Wolves.
Again, there's no doubt. He won the King of Snipers, and he's not even a sniper main. So, the capacity of Zai at this point in winning those slays, especially in Search and Destroy, is huge. He can go for those ARs, he can go for those SMGs, and later on, left with nothing, he can go for the snipe as well. So, the flex player as Zai, it's no doubt that he is one of the best players from the Wolves, or probably from between these two teams at this point. So, I'm looking forward to how Blacklist Ultimate will be taking down Zai and the rest of the Wolves for the control, because they really need it. They need it to extend it to that next or to the final hard point wherein they have the advantage to take the win. And if that happens, it's huge. It's a huge potential for Blacklist Ultimate to take that 3rd place.
Exactly. And Blacklist International Ultimate, after an uprise at the CODM Stage 5 2021, where they were able to defeat AMT to be the Eastern Finals champs. They were able to retaliate that into a win at Garena Masters Season 1, and of course, Garena Invitationals 2022. So they got 3 straight major events that they won and were the champions of. But after that, they kind of fell short one step at a time. Defeated by Smart Omega twice at Garena Masters Season 2 and 3. And of course, they struggled at Garena Regional Finals 2022 without Yato being one of their key playmakers, as they placed 3rd on that event. Right now, for Blacklist, if they go down to the wire, it's not going to be looking good for them at this end of Q4.
Well, it is what it is, just in case that will be happening.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. But either way, I mean, Blacklist has showed up already. They've they made their stride to take the number one spot. All they had to do right now is maintain what they're doing and improve even further. Similar to what we've seen from the CDM teams, not only the Wolves, but a lot from the CDM team that has been improving match after match, round after round, series after series. They are pulling gameplays from other teams to use as their own so that they can take advantage of that for the win. It is one thing that Blacklist Ultimate can do at this point, unless they really don't want to extend it to game number 7. So we'll have to find out. We'll have to find out if this game of Control is the last straw for Blacklist Ultimate, or if they still have some fire in them to bring it on.
Yeah, I believe they have the fire to will this game back. Tin is an absolute objective player for this squad, and he is known to be a massive slayer as well. But we have to specifically put out a condition. If Scared can play great at this Control game mode, that will happen at this game number 6, they might go places. But if he don't, there's a big chance that Wolves will capitalize on the situation, because just looking at the last 2 matches that we have, we know Wolves can just slay it out there. They can outslay you. And in Control, where lives are going to be important, Zai is the main guy you want to play through. And this guy is the MVP of this Search and Destroy Summit with 12 kills. And that absolutely gives him the 4 MVP count in the entire CDFI 2022. So the MVP count kind of bounced between this team because of how equally great they are, Neptune.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, we're seeing a lot of greatness from these teams and how much more they can offer. And like what we keep mentioning from the start of CDFI up until this part, we're getting to a close. This is more of a preview of what we're going to expect from Stage 5, and also what adjustment has been done for teams who are constantly improving and needs to constantly improve. So we'll have to find out if that is the case for those teams. But again, I'm still at a worry for Blacklist Ultimate at this point, because Wolves are looking strong in this control mode. But let's listen in on this battle that they have in Search and Destroy.
雷达站有点掉，可以打 B， 雷达站有一个的，雷达站出，雷达站甩雷了，库尔班掉了，我看见 A 剧的狙吗？哪？我下雷达站包了，我下包了，
他要抓我，
掉了，牛逼
！Yeah. From that point, Callie, I mean, I think that was Sai who was giving out all the call outs at that point, because of how much he's put down the players of Blacklist Ultimate in that game. And towards the final battle wherein Jabin's the only one remaining for Blacklist Ultimate, there's not so much of comms. All they have to do is just focus and find out where Jabin is. And once that happened, even after the 2 kills that Jabin has done, they understand the location and they can just put into play.
It really surprised me the most that in Hardpoint, they're a very, very vocal team. But in Search and Destroy, they're much of a calmer team. So there's kind of a difference in the way they play the both game modes here. But, absolutely performance there for Wolves. They just get it through. They played through Zai, who enormously get 12 kills and was just twisted in that game. Absolutely a mental player. So now, with that victory, they are now up by 3-2. They only need one more to claim the 3rd place. And Blacklist International Ultimate, they will be tasked in here to win 2 in a row to reverse this victory from Wolves.
And 2 in a row, but they need to get through Control. And I'm still worried because how it ended in Slums Control. There was a 3-0 in favor of the Wolves. Right now, we are jumping into standoff, and how much of improvement can be done by Blacklist Ultimate in terms of this control mode. The map is standoff, like what we mentioned, a lot of openings for the snipers to initiate those kills, and with those kills counting down, it's very difficult really to say on how you are going to survive even if you go for the capture. Or if you are on defense, you need to take advantage of the power of position and the angles that you can take just to make sure that you will not be taken down there while you're defending. You can even choose to funnel teams from one point to the other. Give out one point and then funnel them in on the next one. Whatever winning condition, they need to be pulled out by Blacklist Ultimate for them to survive up until Game 7.
Yeah, they gotta be creative and they gotta be adaptive to whatever the boys of Wolves are gonna give them. But you know, I have a lot of promises for Blacklist International Ultimate in this coming game. But we have controlled stand-up is where we're gonna load in and play this game. And for Blacklist, this is one of the maps where they were very successful. You know, they were able to take down Almighty in this game mode, in this map as well. They won 3 rounds to 2, a very close one, and they had to deal with Heaven, who scored 30 kills in that game. But they have their very own Slayer as well there in Control, where Tin dropped 34 kills on that game mode. And of course, FTX was there to back it up. Now, we need to see the exact same performance for Blacklist International Ultimate here, up against Wolves at this Control. But you know, it can go both ways. Looking at the weapon stats, Krieg 6 continues to be the main source of gun here for this squads. And of course, the primary or the secondary weapon that you can use is that right tech. If you have a deadly sniper like Nian, that right tech AMR fits him perfectly. Same thing for Blacklist International Ultimate. You know, FDX, deadly sniper, that right tech AMR fits him nicely.
Exactly. I mean, the snipers provide a lot of coverage in terms of information where the rotations will be happening, and I think it's more of a similar gameplay that can be done same in Search and Destroy. So that is why I think it's up until the second tournament that the control mode has been introduced, that the snipers has also come into play in Control. From the first part of the control mode being introduced into the competitive scene, it's much more on the ARs and SMG. Even the shotguns has been used in there because of the mobility that they can put into, but it gives a lot of risk for a player to run and gun using a shotgun. And if that goes for a hit mark, it's very difficult to get away, especially with SMGs or ARs taking you down. So right tech prime in that position to go for those kills and also stop anyone from their heals. Going in for the review of our maps right now, it is a 3-2, and this is the scoreline, Scally.
Yeah, looking at the game, you know, standoff. The last time we played that Control, again, you mentioned earlier, it was a sweep by Wolves and that Slums. But now we're loading in standoff, different personality on the map. You know, Slums, it is a long-range engagement map, but standoff has a lot of close quarter combats that Blacklist International Ultimate can use, and specifically Tin was done an absolute so far in the entire series of this Battle for Third. But a chance for Wolves to close out the series. Will they be able to claim the third place here, or will Blacklist be able to claim and survive one more map to force it Game 7? Here we go. Round number 1, Wolves on the defense.
Yeah, Wolves in defense and Blacklist on the attack, as the Wolves right now going in, trying to spawn trap there, and it is 29-26 right now. Early initiations is bringing the Wolves into a good start, but Blacklist needs to break off from the spawn trap, and that is AG who will be pulling that up, and they will be going and capturing Alpha. But Neon up close and personal with that sniper will be taken down by AG, and Tin goes in against King.
And you would often would like to use that Retic AMR, but Nian, you know, if you are deadly, you can use any gun. The DLT-33 fits him very, very efficiently. But now, as we go through the game, it's just a marginal lead that Wolves currently has in here. Blacklist International Ultimate slowly getting their job done by using the objective time in their favor. But Zai, he's getting warm. He's got 4 kills inside his game, and now has to stop the players from claiming all the time here. But it's good, you know, Blacklist International Ultimate, they have done time. They are progressively doing good things, and that's progress. They have now taken the objective A, but Wolves, this could just be a perfect setup for them to flank these players, and Peg gets that double, almost a 3K, and now they're able to funnel these players at this B control point. So very nicely of them. King on the flank, on the houses, on the spawns, you name it, he's everywhere. 5 in a row, Neptune.
Yeah, 5 in a row. There's goes 6, but will be taken down in there by Javen in that slide. And here comes the breakaway. But as we look at the lives right now, it's 8 lives remaining for Blacklist Ultimate. Yes, they might be able to get that Alpha, but Bravo is still open, and they are losing out on the lives. And this is not looking good, especially if King as well as Zai will, or Peg or Zai will be putting a slay, especially with that Switchblade. And Neon right now trying to go in for that peak, and this is a good position for Neon to get those slays, like reducing the number of lives from Blacklist Ultimate, making them not go through for that push and just lose time.
Yeah, right now, an inverse attack here by Blacklist International Ultimate. They are not attacking right through the tanks. They are moving around the back alley. But Wolves, every time they drop a player on that tunnels, they will be able to spawn them here at this right side of the minimap. And Wolves are going to be there to clean them up. Now, King spots the player, shut them down, and Wolves takes the first round. What an amazing tactic here to counter Blacklist International Ultimate. You know, they really love to play for those spawns, and they know how to spawn them there greatly. King always prepared for the next gunfight, and they are good to go.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with that. A lot of angles are being taken by the Wolves at this point, and it's very difficult for them to be taken down that easily. So, Zai right now, especially with his Switchblade, he is moving a little bit too close for comfort. But I think with his accuracy on how he is playing this, he can go in for that kill. Neon, on the other hand, just takes down 10 and will be taken down as well from the far side by FDX. 28 to 26, still in favor of the Wolves, but Sin is getting too close against two-player. FDX goes for the kill, but will be able to go for that second, but third will not be working.
Yeah, FTX doing a great job so far for Blacklist in terms of staying. But, you know, I really mentioned earlier that if Scared can play great, he's going to have a significant impact in this team's odds of winning this game. But right now, he currently has one kill. He has to get more involved in this laying department, or else things could spiral out of control. Wolves now once again slowly gaining grounds. You got Zai on the spawns. He's got an Annihilator as well. One shot, one kill. He's waiting for the perfect opportunity to rise up to the situation. He finds one player, but Jabin there for the cleanup. And Wolves definitely has a good marginal lead here. They have 4 live counts compared to Blacklist International Ultimate, and they have also done 2 segments at A control point.
Good position for Skurd at this point to dwindle the lives of the Wolves, and it is down to 2 life deficit. Javen, on the other hand, just providing a little bit of confusion as he goes in on this hotel area. Probably a good point for him to go outside towards gas station so that he will be able to go in for that slay, but FDX beats him to it, and there goes a double Skurd, follows up for the third, and it is a lead in terms of life for Blacklist Ultimate. 10 out in the open. The Heady not utilized that well, and he will be taking it down to a 13 to 13.
And now Wolves here, now slowly making that lead in their favor. Zai with the double once again. The guy is just so huge for Wolves, and the way he has been playing. He currently has 11 in the kills board, and he continues to grow that as we move into the succeeding seconds and rounds in this control game mode. But FDX, he has been seeing, and we've been seeing so many surprises, and he's one of them, and he's doing a great job for his team right now with that Annihilator. Every time a player spawns, he should be able to take care and take them down. 43 seconds left on the defending side, but you know, Blacklist International Ultimate, they can reduce the life count here by playing through FDX. He gets 5 in a row before he gets shut down, and they are still in a very close situation here. King on the flank though, Neptune.
Yep, and possibly 3 kills, and there goes 3 for X-King, and they will be taking Bravo as well. 3 more for Blacklist Ultimate. Time has stopped for the Wolves, and they can take advantage of the capture or the kills. Doesn't matter, the winning condition is in play, and Peg will just stop everyone in their heels. But there goes Javen, killing them up close, and it is 2 more lives for the Blacklist Ultimate, but a few more seconds for that Bravo capture. All the winning condition. The Wolf is putting it into play, but it is the lives that dwindled for Blacklist Ultimate.
A great read there for Wolves. King to actually go into the back, you know, use that hail-based flank. No one sees him coming, and the 3 players there blankly staring. No communication there whatsoever, you know. 1 player got taken down. There should be a information relayed. 2 players get taken down. No information relayed whatsoever. So that really costed them that game, you know. And you really hate to see that from Blacklist International Ultimate. This is one of the best respawn teams in Garena, and to see them go down like that, you really hate to see and watch it. But, you know, they can still turn things around here. But Wolves has built so much momentum in that first 2 rounds. And Zai already on the spawns. Make that a 2K. Looking to get more than that. But the threat coming through now for King. And he's going to be finding good value off of that. 29 live count to 23. If one thing that we're seeing, BLU, every time they spawn, they get shot down.
Yeah, but the thing is, FDX has a good hold of that alpha, and I think it is being let go by the Wolves at this point. They're trying to go and initiate that spawn trap, but Blacklist Ultimate has broken through. To what extent? 5 lives. That is what they traded off for the 2 ticks that they have, and going third. Bravo right now will be the next target, but unfortunate for Blacklist Ultimate, they have been taken down before alpha has been completed. But Scourge goes in for that hunt. Annihilator in hand, will not be able to see anyone just yet, and there goes takedown from the side against Scourge. That is King Slayer.
Yeah, I mean, the guy is just so massive here for this squad. But, you know, Blacklist International Ultimate, they are struggling here. Scared and Tin and AG, only a single-digit kill, and Wolves just continues to feed on them. And that's been the storyline for this game, you know, outslayed, outgone, outmanned, outperformed in tactics as well. But now you're seeing some life here. 29 seconds to capture that A control point, so that should be enough time for them. And they have to be funneled, and they have to go through the hardest point to actually break, which is the B control point. And Neon is here waiting for the next gunfight. Beck is gonna be on the second floor control. Blacklist International Ultimate facing elimination. Final 4 players left for the squad, and Wolves looking to hunt them down. The prey is spotted, and they are looking to end all things. Blacklist International Ultimate, they have to fight for their dear life, but they can't because Wolves is just too good. King deals 1 more kill, and Wolves only needs 1 more player to worry about, and they will be able to secure this kill. FDX playing risky, and right now he punched back, but he is currently hunted down by Zai, the King Slayer. Wolves, they take the 3rd place. Blacklist International Ultimate will be eliminated.
Yeah, they have been taken down in there by 4th, and Wolves at 3rd. It ends in control right now, not giving a chance for Blacklist Ultimate to get back. And this is what we talk about, how difficult it is to really turn those like the map around against the Wolves. Blacklist Ultimate has been pushed into the corner most of the time from that initial push by the Wolves. Initiating that spawn trap, that is not easy, but the Wolves is making it look easy at this point, especially with a team like Blacklist Ultimate. And unfortunate for Blacklist Ultimate, they have been put down in this game. 6 maps, and that is a 4-2 in the series scores. And it is the Wolves right now who will be taking that 3rd place.
Yeah, part of the main reason why they struggled is because Thin and Scared just struggle winning their gunfights. Every time that they spawn, they get shot down, they get taken down. They weren't really able to get involved inside the game. So it really hurts their odds of winning this game, and Wolves just capitalized on whatever Blacklist International Ultimate gave them. Zai was popping off. King is there holding the grounds in that spawns, which is more surprising because the guy, every time a player spawns, it's just like shooting in the firing range, you know, shooting ducks. That's what I saw from that game. He's just able to continuously trick himself over and over again.
Exactly. I mean, even the heady is not working against the Wolves at this point. Those 10 wasn't heady, though he is stepping outside a little bit. But with that few seconds that the heady will be let go, or the heady will not be used for that final second, he will be taken out. Accuracy plus the damage that can be put in by the Wolves really can change the game to their favor, and that is what happened time after time. Search and destroy and control. That is the same story overall between Blacklist Ultimate and the Wolves. As we can see right now, this lace, it's 90 for the Wolves, only 68 for Blacklist Ultimate. That is a clear 3-0 just in the life department.
Yeah, I mean, they win through eliminations, you know, 30 kills per round, and Wolves successfully claims it. What an impressive play for them. This is the #1 team in the CDM region so far. But, you know, Q9 actually was able to have a step ahead of them as they're going to be playing later on at the finals up against ALMGHTY, the #1 seeded team in Garena region. But at this point in time, Blacklist International Ultimate, the struggle continues in the events that they have played so far. 4th place is their worst placement yet in any competition to get this Neptune in 2022.
Still looking forward to what Blacklist International Ultimate will be able to pull up on the other tournaments they will be stepping into. Hopefully it's not the same story, or hopefully it's a better story, because as you mentioned, it's the lowest they have in any tournament, 4th place. And what we hate to see is them dwindle down to lower places. But for Blacklist International Ultimate, not quite sure what they're waiting for, or if they are just adjusting to the players, but that's a long time already. The players of Blacklist Ultimate has been together for quite some time already for most of the tournament that they jump into. And if they haven't found that chemistry or the communication that they need to win tournaments, especially against CDM and other regions, it might be difficult for Blacklist Ultimate to really get back into play, as the other teams are improving their gameplay match after match, tournament after tournament, especially as the Wolves right here. Though they placed third place from the previous one, they are the champions, but as we've seen the improvement of some of the teams from CDM, especially at Q9, who will be playing later on, that will bring them down a little bit further if they don't improve as well.
And for Blacklist International Ultimate, the down point just continues to go down, for this squad. But 2023 is going to be a promising year for them. I mean, that's where Yato will be able to qualify himself as officially a legal, of legal age. And he's gonna be able to play for this squad. So they're gonna be more of a threat moving in through the 2023. But it's gonna be a long year ahead of them because there's gonna be a lot of players that will be able to play as a legal player. I don't know. I don't know. No more of that. But yeah, I just really hate to see Blacklist International Ultimate go down like this. But there's a reason why they are losing, and of course, it's to expose the mistakes that they have. And hopefully in the coming games, they will be able to find the rhythm that they have. But looking at the game, Wolves King gonna be the MVP, 20 kills. This first MVP count, by the way, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, he's been performing in there in a lot of games, but he has been beaten in terms of the kill department and the total points that that the other members are playing. But this time, it's about time that King is getting the MVP spot. At this point, looking at the highlights from the previous games, again, it's the Wolves who won this game. It's a 4-2 on in the score line in the series run, and it's so unfortunate we weren't able to get to that game number 7. But it is what it is. This is what happened if teams battle each other head on, and if teams like the Wolves really improve time after time. Even the hard point that they played on that second cycle of our map, it's just like so much improvement already for the teams from CDM. But looking forward to how much more improvement will be put in by the team as we go into the interview, and right after that goes in for the break.
好的，欢迎来到赛后采访席，我是主航，我们终于到了来自重庆狼队的安仔，请安仔和各位打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是重庆狼队的安仔。
恭喜你们今天战胜了2021年世锦赛东部赛区的冠军 Blacklist， 并且顺利拿到了本次邀请赛的季军。想问一下安仔此刻心情如何？
心情还是比较平淡的吧，因为我觉得我们今天热点打得比较差嘛。
着重来聊聊今天的热点模式啊，在第一章枪火战区以及第4章发射基地你们都是没有能拿下胜利，你觉得今天哪个地方需要提升？在这个模式当中？
要顾着点内吧，我们基本今天打得比较差一点，大部分都顾着点外的吧，就相当于之后我们要好好调整一下点内的人员嘛。
在点内的一些力量需要加强一些啊。今天的第二个问题是，可以发现你之前可能会偏向拿 K6 以及 M16这种枪械，而今天是换到了X9，为什么？
因为我队内的皮蛋这名选手吧，说我X9不行，我就说我要打X9了，后边就打到底吧。
证明自己，我觉得这场打完应该不会说不行了。接下来一个问题是，你们今天啊，其实上场之后感觉非常的不错。你们主动选择到了残破街区，要知道昨天对阵到秦9的时候，这刚模式的控制模式你其实没有拿下来的。那今天主动选择需要勇气，想问一下为什么做这样的选择呢？
相当于这张图我们昨天研究了一下 Blacklist 嘛，然后相当于今天想试一下水嘛，然后正好发现自己的问题嘛，然后今天打下来，我觉得也有不少问题得在赛后复盘嘛。
有改进，但是还有精进的一些空间。下一个问题是，你们其实从昨天遗憾没有晋级到今天登上舞台，仅仅是过了不到24个小时的时间。想问一下这一段时间你们做哪些调整？
相当于我们肯定输掉之后，肯定要先调整心态嘛，然后调整完心态，我们再说到比赛上面，去做针对嘛。
先调整心态，然后再去做到战术上的一些部署。想问一下，因为已经结束了我们这次秋季邀请赛的一个征程，想问一下安仔能不能给队伍这一次邀请赛的表现做一个总结和打分？
我觉得打分的话就是50分吧，因为我觉得我们的热点跟控制就是做的不是很好吧。然后我觉得得在赛后得好好复盘这2个模式了。
热点和控制在这一次比赛当中发现问题，赶快去弥补。因为我们这次邀请赛也是为世锦赛去做到一个热身嘛。那么想请安仔为我们的世锦赛发表一下展望。
我就是希望把世锦赛的冠军留在国服赛区吧。
把世锦赛的冠军留在国服赛区，也是期待你们有更好的表现。加油，世锦赛加油！我们稍休息，稍后一起欣赏决赛。
Hostiles have captured the hardpoint.
Tim sudah mulai coba buat dipersiapkan untuk ditembak dan udah melawan duel versus satu bahkan 3 orang sekaligus. Wall shot sangat luar biasa dari serangan Casey dan akhirnya berhasil juga.
40 seconds, and so far that's what they're doing. But look at that, 2 players from the Lokins, they're gonna spawn on the other side. They're gonna be the last players to push it, but Incendio is very sneaky. He's gonna take down Luffy here, and that's gonna kill the anchor. Double kill coming from Incendio.
But Roshi finds 2 as well on the back. Lulu on this kitchen control gonna win it, and another ult to the flag and another prevention coming through. Wow, I mean, back-to-back plays from back-to-back teams. I mean, this game is exciting for me, man. I don't even know who's gonna win it, but for the meantime, Dival Lady, they're trying to flip the flag.
Yeah, flip the flags indeed. And, you know, in terms of the winning edge here, Dival Ladies is still...
Now YH trying to make the play here towards that tank. It's going to be one player. That's going to be number 3. Whoopi will get tagged up. Fortune will not hit that step as well. Doesn't have a thumper, but gets a collateral.
Sedikit tapi nanti dari Bingo. Das biar Fore kembali bersama Togepi. Effort Tuban juga. Triple kill dari Bingo. Langsung men-strike di sini. Togepi numpang lalu ditumbangkan. Apakah jadi kelima? Nampaknya tidak, karena dicolong sama temennya. Jadi assist doang, nggak dapat kill. Tapi nggak salah, karena Smoky juga dapat quad kill ya. Jadi paling tidak sekarang dari kedua pemain dari Semnan udah dapat kill streak, dan sekarang tabungan mereka udah menyala, semua skills itu udah nyala. Jadi menjadi satu buah modal bagus untuk nanti menuju ke RP berikutnya. Iya, ini Bingo sendiri bakal langsung memutuskan pertemanan nggak sih sama
saja sekitaran 5 detik lagi kita bakal melihat poin kebuka untuk tim Galaxy Chaos, dan di mana mereka hanya mendapatkan 26 poin sudah bisa menutup gamenya, dan akhirnya leading point kali ini berada di mereka. Trickster takes the double kill. Messi berhasil take down itu ada berada di bagian posisi mana, dan bahkan pintu masuk mereka ditutup. Entrance sebelah kirinya Prada berhasil di take down, dan this is gonna be double kill.
A bit more influence and they're gonna get this, but Heaven 3 in a row. Can we see 4? But 1v1 high ground contest, and he wins it. One more at the bat and one more at the bottom, and he gets another. So now this guy's 5 in a row.
Yeah. And now WDC free slot just getting this hill, but there's gonna be a player that pushes up, and Dolphin shuts him down.
Dolphin shuts him down, and this guy, Dolphin, you can really count him. We just put on the play. This guy just reading everybody that's going to be in for the contest. He's got 19 already. One more for the cluster strike, and this should be enough time for him. And here you go, he's going to use that Fred, and that should be it.
Hunter-killer drone inbound. Hostile hunter-killer drone inbound.
I'm hurt. Target in sight. Target down.
Testing towards jungles. And Team No OPJ kind of surrounded PJ, isolating 4 in a row. Make that 5. I mean, here comes the Fred spread out, about to get taken down. That would be 1 man out of the play. 34 points for the win, and PJ slaying right off the end. And as much as I want to end this right now, Warden, I mean,
sedikit tapi nanti dari Bingo. Das biar Fore kembali bersama Togepi. Effort Tuban juga. Triple kill dari Bingo. Langsung men-strike di sini. Togepi numpang lalu ditumbangkan. Apakah jadi kelima? Nampaknya tidak, karena dicolong sama temennya. Jadi assist doang, nggak dapat kill. Tapi nggak salah, karena Smoky juga dapat quad kill ya. Jadi paling tidak sekarang dari kedua pemain dari Semnan udah dapat kill streak, dan sekarang tabungan mereka udah menyala, semua skills itu udah nyala. Jadi menjadi satu buah modal bagus untuk nanti menuju ke RP berikutnya. Iya, ini Bingo sendiri bakal langsung memutuskan pertemanan.
away from this hard point. Almighty, this could be time under their belt. Heaven already 22 kills to his name, gonna get taken down, and the game is still not over. We're moving into the next rotation. It's a battle
we go,
for
Callie.
spawns, a battle for that P2.
Yeah, here we go. 139 to 136. And again, Annihilator. What? Oh my Jesus Christ. Flip gets the second one. Gets the third one. Clove. Let them just spawn on top. Make them go one way. Let Jeff Pro handle the one at the back. And this is what we're going to happen. 4 down. And so far, Jeff Pro, he spots another play. ZZ. He makes them spawn there. Another good play coming through from Almighty. Let's see if they can get all this time. But so far, back-to-back kills, Callie. Just milking a lot of this time.
I mean, Jeff Pro is doing a great job right now, dropping all these players as he takes his
It's all Almighty.
Also drop bodies in
Oh
the
my
game.
God.
Right now, this guy committed that they will take 2 players in the B flag and they will just get it 86 to 122. And for Dive-Lady, they just need to get one more to just kind of have a chance to get this comeback happening through. And there we go, triple capture right now for Divo.
Javen, he spots one, gets the second, almost gets it, but the Thumper's gonna clean it up for him. Another one behind him, can he get the triple kill? Javen gets it as well. Triple kill for Javen. Can he make it 4? Yes, he can. Javen on a quad feed. Can he keep on going? Blacklist International. Javen making the plays for the team. Make it 5.
He's gonna find one more player, hunts him down, but Kalo's Hunter Killer gonna drop him out. So the game continues, and PJ is gonna be slaying again and again and again. I mean, 18 kills to his name already. Fully streaked up. One more to beat up front is gonna take Jabin out. So that's gonna be one way to push it. Another player in this staircase, and this is going on up there. Here comes the Pred. 2 players up front, takes him out. Him down, and even more with the gunfights, but now finally he gets shot down. The Hardpoint gonna belong to Dunya Games. Clove lighting up the shots, and now they get full clearance.
Pred.
Here comes the Pred now. 2 players to beat up front. He's gonna take one. I'll take that any day. And now this guy already 6 in a row, and the guy is just scoring ever
7.
higher. Now already got this extra
8.
one to lock down. I mean, for Clove. But now the bomb's gonna get planted. Irfan J needs to win this gunfight. 1v1 is gonna win it. But the numbers, it's not gonna favor them. But here comes one more. He drops one. No, it's gonna get flanked. 1 player down, 1 more player to beat. He's gonna get the shot to connect, but not enough to get the kill just yet. 28 seconds. Oh my God.
Oh my God. 1v1.
1v1. Irfan J. And the game continues to move in through. Ferry gets the defense locked down as well. I mean, 5 kills right now. She needs to get involved more in the gunfight department. And now she's doing a great time with this hard point, by the way. 75 seconds, gets a knock. You gotta move fast. Have to be very efficient with the way you kill the players and the way you defuse that bomb. Wrath all the way to the warehouse. This is gonna be the first kind of contest that he needs to win. Now number 4, all the way to the other end. Certi gets taken down. 1 more on the staircase. 1v1. Who's gonna win it? It's gonna be Raph, the MVP of Hardpoint, putting into use that shot into the killer flag. And now here comes the first contest, but 3 players to beat. That's gonna be pretty tough for him.
That's 1.
And PJ needs to get surrounded with
Gets
his
2.
teammate. Drops 3
Oh,
players.
not yet over. Not yet over. It's not yet over.
Inside the A side. Here comes the Fred, who takes 1. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to CDFI 2022. It is the grand finals. It's about time to determine which region is the best. And it's about time that AJ's dog will join us along in this competition.
Everybody's been asking, why can't we have 3 shoutcasters on the desk? Now you do. You've got Cali Gaming, Mustachio AJ, and the one and only Zeus. He's my son.
Oh, wow, a very cute dog in there. Ooh.
You want a shoutcast? No? Okay, he's nervous. we'll let him go first.
Yeah, it's his first finals cast, AJ. It's okay.
It's his first grand finals, right? He's a little nervous, but it's all right. We'll let him warm up in the background. We'll invite the other 2 a little bit later on. So let me know, Callie, how do you think this series is going to go? Because we just saw CDM go up against Garena. Garena got demolished in that matchup. Now there is an opportunity for the number 1 seeded team within Garena to take on Q9, who's the 2nd seed, but they didn't look like the 2nd seed yesterday, did they?
I just really just hate to see it. Come on, AJ. But for me, I believe AMT can put up a great fight. They have showed promises, and you know what you're looking for a team is consistency, and this team definitely has consistency. You know, you got Heaven popping off right now. Irfan J playing serious. You don't get to see that often. You know, he wants that victory, AJ.
I mean, when Irfan J gets serious, you know you are in a little bit of trouble if you're the opponent, right? But of course, if you are Q9, Q9 has been spectacular so far. The only team to really kind of push Q9 a little bit has been Smart Omega, and that's when they took 2 maps away from them, but they still allowed Q9 to take the dub. Q9 has not lost a single series throughout the whole event thus far, which just goes to show exactly how dominant they have been. I mean, the exact same thing can be said for ALMGHTY, who might just be a step above them because they've not lost a single map. Sorry, they've not lost more than a single map to any one of their opponents so far, Callie.
Both these teams, one thing we can say is that they are both dominant. You know, they have bested every team that they have competed with, and now it's time to determine which region really is the best. Is it gonna be the CDM region, or is it gonna be the Garena region itself? And there's only one way to find out. After this day, after this match, we are definitely gonna know, AJ.
Absolutely. But of course, we are also still waiting to see if or not Seki will stop being a little man-child in the chat. Seki, please. I mean, help us out, man. The chat has been awesome, you know, free of toxicity the whole day. We would hate for it to end with you, Seki. Come on. So give us some love. Give us some good old Garena sort of loving in the comment section where we are always enjoying ourselves, making a lot of friends. In the meantime, we will see if or not CDM has the capability of demolishing, absolutely destroying the #1 seeded team within not just Singapore, not just MSP, the server that we all play on, but the whole of Garena. Because if CDM does manage to do that, that will be such a huge achievement and also a statement before stage 5, Callie.
Oh yeah, exactly. You know, this is a perfect way to actually gauge which region is gonna be stronger. And you know, if Blacklist International Ultimate fell against Wolves, this really counted out. You know, Smart Omega, they struggled against the CDM region teams, and you know, Smart Omega, they fell against Q9. So obviously, we can say that Q9 is not a joke at all. This is a team that's locked and loaded, and you already know that the Search and Destroy that they have played so far has been amazing. Niluo, I mean, just talking about that guy, he currently has 11 MVPs. He's always the main guy in every game. He's always the first one to stand up every game as well.
Bro, I think, which match was it? It was against Wolves. They had 4 matches. They scored 4-0 on the #1 seeded team. And Oling picked up all 4 games MVP titles. I mean, come on. This guy is cracked. He's playing it on another level. I was so disappointed when he was not the king of snipers. Zai, deadpan look on his face. Slight smile sometimes. Smiles like Warden, you know?
Yeah.
He took the title for himself instead. But, you know, Oling surely deserved it. And I think that kind of carried over from the King of Sniper Solo Challenge all the way into CDFI, because Oling couldn't get it done back then. And we were talking about how just because you're not the best sniper doesn't mean you don't have the best plays out there on the battlefield, because it is a team gameplay at the end of the day. And that's exactly what Q9 has been proving all the way up until today. And of course, ALMGHTY, to their own fair share as well, has been dominating. Even Blacklist Ultimate, who took on ALMGHTY, couldn't really go the distance all that too much. We did see the play at standoff kind of being dropped, which was quite a shocker. I did not expect ALMGHTY to lose that second control match. I mean, let's talk a little bit about control, because ALMGHTY has been superb so far when it comes to the control games, except for CDFI. They've dropped 2 games so far.
And ever since their win streak getting ended by Weibo on the group stage, it feels like it's been a 50-50 for them. But I do believe that now that they are here at the finals, they might be able to step it up in here once again. But it's not an easy feat in here. You're talking about the Q9 squad where they have 3 slayers. You know, they got D-Chen, that's going to be the 3rd scorer. You got Island, who's been a staple and been a reliable guy lately. And you talk about the MVP of Q9, Niluho, which has been involved in every gunfight. He's always there for the big moments.
he's the most annoying player on the side of Q9 if you're their opponent, man. I mean, he does everything, right? I mean, he slays, he holds down the sites, he holds down the objectives when it comes to hardpoint as well as control on those SNDs. He's clutching it up like the Clutch King Irfan J as, himself. But that's going to be quite a good matchup. I mean, I think the battle that I'm looking forward to the most is Oling going up against Irfan J. These two monsters, as they take those head-to-head battles, obviously they don't know exactly who they're battling on the battlefield, but it's going to eventually break down on the battlefield a little bit later on. And the biggest question for me is, can the Clutch King manage to deal with the supreme MVP that Q9 has to their side? Because he's going to be quite relentless out there on the battlefield, and he's not going to be easy to control at all, Callie.
Exactly. I mean, this guy, he does everything well inside the game, but he also holds the spirit for his team. You know, he's always out there hyping his squad and talk about leading by example once again. Niluo, such a passionate guy, and you just can't help but, really like this guy overall with the way he plays and, of course, how he influences the team around him. And you know that he's a great guy when he's able to raise the spirit of his team, AJ.
And then I have to agree. And then you look at the side of ALMGHTY, and you don't have just one cracked player. You've got multiple cracked players who, in their own accord, pick up multiple MVP titles. You're talking about Irfan J. You're talking about Heaven, who is not a stranger to those MVP titles at all. But you also see at moments Shut Up waking up in those games. And very recently, Jeff Pro has been stepping up. I mean, I believe he picked up his first MVP title yesterday. And that's truly well-deserved, because throughout the whole competition, he's been facing a couple of connectivity issues, hasn't been faring all that too well. I don't know how he solved it, but he solved it at the right time before we head on into the grand finals, because this matchup is the most important match for themselves at CDFI for obvious reasons.
Yeah, exactly. This is to determine who is going to be holding that trophy. That's currently in the main stage in China at the moment. But, if we're looking at AMT right now, they definitely have what it takes to take Q9 down, but it's going to take efforts. If you're going right through the eye of the storm, you're going to have to drop Niluo every time. Shut this player down every game mode, and you're guaranteed a victory. But it's not going to be that easy, because in order to get to him, you have to line up and take down Soft, Island, D-Chen, and, Lin, who is definitely a very solid player. But, for Garena, AMT is the last hope. I hope that they put on a good show here, AJ.
I most definitely hope for the exact same as well. Obviously, you guys didn't have a translator for the previous interview segment, but Zai was asked a question, and what is the goal for the team of Wolves for the next stage, right? And we did see a phenomenal answer coming from him. He wants to keep the title. He wants to keep the trophy within CDM. And for obvious reasons, Q9 is going to be trying to do that as well at stage 5. But the biggest question is, can they even hold on to that CDFI trophy within their nation when ALMGHTY is sitting down miles and miles and miles away across the ocean, waiting to steal that trophy away? There is a big probability here that we're going to see an ultimate upset by the time we get to the end of the series, and I cannot wait. The biggest question is, of course, going to be whether or not it is a 7-match dragged out series, or is this going to finish off swift and easy like that matchup against Wolves? 4-0, but 4-0 to whom, Callie?
I'm gonna be losing my head if 4-0 happens here at the championship. I mean, we have seen every sort of surprises here at the playoffs. You see Smart Omega go down to Q9. You see Q9 redeem themselves back on that semifinal series against Wolves, sweeping them in a very convincing manner, in a dominant way to say. But I don't think that momentum is going to carry on in here. I mean, AMT, they are such a bane. They get through you in your head, especially Irfan J. That guy, although he has fast reactions, he knows how to play right through your personality, and he can just basically mess up your psyche, man.
And with very interesting ways, right? In the past, he used to bring a lot of those non-meta guns just to tease his opponents. And, chat is calling for Irfan J's FHJ gameplay, which I think is a little too much to ask for. But you never know what the Clutch King may be able to deliver. It's all going to be dependent on how dominant they are out there on the battlefield. Have you ever been taken down by an FHJ in MP matches, Callie?
I did once, not really in an MP match, but in a 1v1, I was actually... I got nuked by Wasabi, okay? 20 kills with that FHJ. I think you guys have to see that. It's online, but you guys have to search for it. But now we are going back into the game. Q9, they are going to be here for a show. Island, he's such a showman. He really knows how to get it done in that hard point, but he is really the front man of that search and destroy. He knows how to attack the enemy's line of defense, and he's for sure ready up to take this challenge against AMT.
Oh, I mean, Q9 has been ready from last year, bro. They've been waiting for this moment. And, Q9 is no stranger to Almighty. These two squads are very good friends. They scrim with each other all the time. They know each other's plays as well as strategy in and out. But they've never played against each other in a setting as serious as this. And you can see Oling is already getting into that Zen mode. He's already trying to calm his senses down before he loses his mind once he whoops some butt out there on the battlefield. I'm waiting to see him celebrate.
Yeah, oh man, he's always the first guy to hype up his teammate once they get to win, and you love that to see that from your MVP. 11 MVPs in the CDFI 2022, and if he can raise his teammate's spirit once again in this upcoming game, and then during battle against AMT, they might be able to pull it off, but it's not gonna be relatively that easy because AMT is gonna try to snatch the trophy away in China. Incendio, Irfan J, Heaven, Shut Up, and Jet Pro. And I love the constant rise of Irfan J. He dropped 40 bombs yesterday, and Heaven followed up, leading this team in total of hardpoint game mode kills, 42.57 kills per game, AJ. This guy does it all.
Yeah, Irfan J has got about 2 or 3 MVP titles to himself, but I believe Heaven outdoes him. Heaven has had multiple MVP titles to himself, I believe around 6 or 7. So that's just phenomenal in terms of performance from what you think is just the sniper of the team. Heaven is no longer just the sniper of the squad.
Yeah.
He is the annihilator on the side of Almighty, who can get the job done no matter what he plays, man. I mean, you want him to whip out the DLQ, he's gonna get the job done. The Switchblade, he's a monster as well on that SMG in some of these respawns. And now that we see the one and only Insane Dio pick up the Rytech AMR as well, we've got a potential triple snipe setup. But I wonder if or not they are going to use that against Q9, because there is a high probability they might get punished.
Yeah, but it really depends on the map. If you're trying to play a map that's very close range, having a triple snipe setup is not gonna be a very viable gun composition option. You gotta play through the map, but I believe that triple snipe setup, we could see that happen here at this match itself. And taking a look at the weapon stats here, these teams, they really love that Krieg 6 and that DLQ 33. But Heaven, he started the trend of that Switchblade X9. He's been able to rack a lot of MVPs with it, and he started the trend, and now a couple of teams are starting to pick it up, and you see Q9 using it as well.
Yeah, Q9's just 50-50 on the Switchblade. What they do bring out more often is the Bison, and the Bison has been quite phenomenal this season for obvious reasons. The increase in range has made the gun once again viable. It's not a perfect comparison to the CBR4 when it was in its prime, but it does get the job done out there thanks to its massive mag size. But with Q9 now winning that coin toss and dragging us into firing range for Hardpoint as we kick things off, this looks like it's about to get dicey. Firing range is not a map that Almighty has played so far within CDFI, and it's the exact same situation for Q9. But once again, these two teams know each other really, really well. So this pick could do that dirty against Almighty.
Yeah, these squads, they have played already in the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2021. They have met, but AMT got a lot farther than them, because on the playoffs, Q9 was actually eliminated by Blacklist International Ultimate. But that should change here as they look to be the one with the upper hand. Firing range hardpoint is where we're gonna load up on this first match at this grand finals between Q9 Club and Almighty. And by the way, the operator skills have been banned. It's gonna be the Annihilator in that Spiral. So the Purifier, the Gravity Vortex, and Claw is gonna be available. And ladies and gents, here we go. To start it all off, Q9 and AMT. Map number 1 at the grand finals, hardpoint firing range.
Almighty has the advantage as they spawn out of the Special Forces base, hopping straight on into the auto repair. But look at the Scout Tower, play number 2, D-Chen, already climbing up halfway through. Now he's going to be the damage dealer from up top, but instead he drops on down to steal away the hill because he knew he had not much backup there. But now D-Chen holding on towards the back portion of that hardpoint. Branch Road beaming down warehouse number 4. Player number 2 on the side of Almighty. Heaven, he does manage to get the slay, but Lin, does he get this smoke? Yes, he obscures the vision of Heaven. It's a really smart play if you look at that.
Yeah, not only do they have the position inside the hardpoint, but they have also put one player inside the scout tower through the use of that smoke. And now preventing that play, Q9 Island's gonna go top and go down with a kill. That's gonna be 3 in a row for him. Make that 4. The guy is twisted right now. It's getting warm. And the last thing you know, you don't want this guy to get hot.
Yeah, and it looks like they are both trying to warm each other up, but Island is just really popping off against all of them. Managed to get 6 kills before he got taken down. Finally, absolute monster. Can he continue streaking himself up? There's no questions whatsoever. He surely will. But Q9 now, super early rotation into P2 as well, and Almighty's nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, Island has been toasting these guys. They have been fried here every time that they spawn. And not to mention Niluo or Uling is not really able to play well just yet. So Q9 absolutely terrifying AMT right off the get-go. They have changed it P1 to P2 and the rotation, the position is just on point. Island on 12 kills already. And this is just the second hill, AJ.
Okay, wait, hold up. Everybody needs to go over to YouTube right now and check out the chat, man. There's a bunch of people here, a bunch of supporters from around the world who have changed their names on that YouTube chat to AMT whatever. We've got what? AMT Tylo, we've got AMT Nick, we've got AMT Deshaun, AMT Sage, AMT Maker. Everybody's going crazy for AMT, but AMT's just struggling a tad bit. They finally get the break on the hill, but backstep out of Lin secures the scrap points for the side of Q9 as well. For the time being, AMT has got a lot of support, but they ain't getting no points, Scally.
But now that they do so, they're going to have one player inside that hill. But Irfan J going to get shot down by D-Chen. Perfect investment with that claw. And this P3, most likely, you are going to see the operator's kills in action. And Island just popping off with the kills. And Lin with the nade, dropping 2 players down. Q9 has successfully prevented AMT from getting any sort of momentum for the first 3 hard points. And you already know, firing range is a snowball map. You get the first 2 contests in the hill. You get this hard point number 3. You're definitely going to end up with the victory. And Oling now starting to hit off, brings in the claw as well. Unfortunately, he gets shot down, but Q9 has already built up so much lead, 101 to 18.
In a usual circumstance, I will say this is a no comeback game for Almighty, but it is Almighty. They can get the job done. Final 20 seconds, Soft holding on to the angle. Craig6 continuously beaming down. It's all about the timing. Shut up and Irfan J. They get Oling and Island out of the equation, but Soft still alive and kicking. Holds on to the hard point. Final challenge steps on in. It's the one and only Insane Dio that gets the hill back for Almighty, but these are all just scrap points. Almighty needs to get the job done. Early rotation once again into barracks by Q9. They are always 2 steps ahead of Almighty, and this needs to change if the Singaporeans want this match back.
Yeah, Q9 has successfully chained from P1 to P4. Perfect heal so far. AMT, no in position at all. They are spawning way too far, and they have to team up. You know, the only way for them to attack this hardpoint number 4 is make sure that they break the spawns, wherein they are no in position to because of how well Q9 is located in every angle. Island right now in an off one. He gets 1 player, drop 7, and now extends out in the jungle to take that double once again. Q9 wins the early rotation battle at P4, and they have claimed so much time, 100-point lead, AJ.
Yeah, pretty much all of the points from Barracks gifted to Q9. Almighty could not find a single break. All angles on total lockdown. Q9 running circles around Almighty. 15 seconds to go. They'll get all of these points. And Q9 doesn't even bother going in for the super early rotation. Just sending out 2 players to take over warehouse number 4. They win their gunfights. Now this is that pincer maneuver that should be able to give them P1 as well the moment that hardpoint unlocks.
Yeah, Island doing a great job so far. He is twisted, leads the lobby in total kills with 21 right now. And Huling starting to catch up a bit with him. He currently has 16 and gains control of this warehouse. Now, there's going to be 2 players looking to contest in this hard point and this control point as well, but they're not going to be able to get there. And AMT still in 28 points. They are nailed down to that point. And Q9 just continues to puppeteer every sort of angle. And here comes the pred from Niluo. That could be a potential kill, but no, he's not going to find any. AMT quick to know, hop inside that cover, and they won't be able to get taken down. But look at this.
Oh, come on.
D-Chan just raining down upon the players on the top floor. 3 kills for him, 183 to 30, AJ.
Good nade by Shut Up to take down D-Chen, who was holding on to that scout tower very well. Oling from the back whips out the claw, gets the first one, should get the second one as well. This is an absolute GG. And Q9 almost finishing up this game, but Almighty's barely at that 50-point mark. What in the world is happening? This is the number 1 seeded team within Garena, and they are getting absolutely trashed by Q9, who beat down Wolves 4-0 earlier, who beat down Wolves 4-0 yesterday. This is just an absolute annihilation that nobody expected, Cali.
Yeah, this team actually get taken down by Wolves in the China Master Season 4 Championship, but right now they're totally looking like a different squad out there. The map, they are here to destroy and cause chaos. AMT stands no chance inside the Hardpoint. They can't even break, and of course, they can't step inside that hill mainly because of how positioned Q9 is in every sort of angles at every hard point. Yet here at P2, they have soft inside the jeepneys, a power position held, but now finally AMT is making progress. They're able to attack in multi-angle, and now they're able to break the point, but it's been so long, you know, they have been dropped down every now and then, and there you go again, soft with that Hunter Killer drone, AJ. That's gonna beat Q9 back at the hard point.
Almighty needs all of these points now just so that they can hit that 50-point mark, so that they're not capped below 50 and get that huge 50-point club welcome by Q9. But Q9 manages to break it before Almighty can get to the 50 points. My oh my, what is happening? White Warehouse, but Lin brings in the Purifier. Jeff Pro about to lose it, and he does from the back. Irfan J goes down as well. Lin raining down all of the Purifier shots, and Almighty haven't gotten to the 50-point mark, and they're about to lose this. Smoked out as well. Hunter Killer drone for the pop. Lin goes down. Thankfully, this is a absolute crazy annihilation by Q9, and Almighty can't seem to find a break. Final 9 seconds. The players are too far. Backstab, but it is still saved, and this is all over. Q9 welcomes Almighty to the 50-point club.
Free membership access. Q9 an absolute performance at this hardpoint firing range. And talking about the slays, they have done it, but talk about how timely that operator skills investments are. First, the claw from Uling, and of course, Lin with that Purifier at the end to secure the game. No one can touch Q9 at that hardpoint, man.
At this point, everyone who changed their name tag to AMT is probably going to be changing it over to Q9. I mean, Almighty got annihilated in that first match. We don't know what happened. We don't care what happened, because that sort of a scoreline is unacceptable if they are going to be representing Garena at stage 5. We need to see a little bit of a comeback here. We know Almighty is capable of that, but Q9 is playing this on a whole other level. We saw their capability yesterday as they beat down Wolves, not in a 7 series. It was a simple 4-0, serving the donut up. Nobody expected that. So I guess you can expect the exact unexpected here in this matchup against Almighty as well. I don't know what their chances are going to be, and as we head on into S&D next, this is a game mode that Q9 has got a 100% win rate at. So
it's gonna be tough, AJ. Top salt, top. I don't know. I'm just lost for words. But you know, it's a good thing. Even though Q9 is gonna have a 100% win rate at this search and destroy, Almighty has the chance to pick that map, and it's going to be takeoff. And the triple snipe setup could take in effect in that game mode. But just talking about the team stats in here, Q9 Club 128 kills compared to Almighty's 83. I mean, that's a lot of margin. We're talking about a lot of margin here, AJ. Just looking at the hill time, 4 minutes and 12 for Q9 and 47 seconds at the side of Almighty. And you know, Island step up greatly. He was able to chain every early rotation that we have for Q9. He got 12 kills in just the first 2 hard points, and he's been so efficient with it. 2 players from Q9, 30 kills and up.
But you know, here's where you truly will be able to see who are the real fans of Almighty. Because when your team gets trashed in this manner, you can either say, no matter what, I'm going to back these boys up. We are going to invest all of our hopes and dreams in them. They're going to be able to take us all the way. Even if they fail, we're still going to believe in them for stage 5. Or you can be a fake fan and drop out instantaneously the moment Almighty gets annihilated in this way, right? It could be reverse strategy because, I mean, come on. Nobody expects Almighty to hit below 50 seconds on that hill in a match that has got a 250-point winning point, man. I mean, this is just insane. And Oling, how many more MVP titles does this guy want?
That's 12 already. And by the end of this game, we might be able to see him end up at least with 15 MVPs with the current rate of he's playing. You know, he started off slow, only having 1 kill. But then once Island was able to set up the team perfectly at P1 to P2, at P3 is where he was able to shine the most and is able to score streak himself out. And, you know, talk about AMT at the moment. You know, we expected Irfan J and Shot Up to actually take the lead in charge of this game. Haven't played great, but unfortunately, the firepower was not there. Every time we see Q9 head onto rotation, they always find themselves with the spawns, the kills, and the time operator skill, AJ.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, everything was perfectly timed for the side of Q9. And I can't break down what Almighty did because Almighty couldn't do anything. Every time they approached the hill, they just got slayed out. Let's take a quick listen in on their comms here as they dominated one of the best from Garena.
不，大神 A 8点 A 8点，哥们儿 A 8点还有一个，三路别急，马叫火，牛逼，能接 A 大掉，打开了，小中路红方火，红方掉完，一个压中一个，A 大中一个，红方来换 ，A 大中一个，
Wow. You hear what I hear, AJ?
I hear some eardrums breaking.
Yeah, I me too, man. But like, you know, the way they sounded that way, I feel like they want to kill AMT with the way they communicate in that hard point. And that scares me, man.
I mean, dude, it's the grand finals, bro. And you're fighting for pride. This is a China Invitational. This is a Chinese team. You need to win. And, you know, there's a lot of pride in bringing or keeping the title within China itself for CDFI. So that's exactly what Q9 is fighting for. And, you know, they could have just let Wolves get it done on their own. But no, they want to prove themselves. They want to make sure everybody recognizes that, yes, at the moment, we may not be that first-seeded team within the country, but we are still a great threat for Stage 5 as well. And we're going to prove it right here, right now, against what everybody says is one of the best teams out there for Call of Duty Mobile, Almighty. But Almighty didn't seem anywhere close to being great in that matchup. And what do you think, Callie? Were they holding back, or was Q9 just beyond all assumptions, just superpowered in that matchup?
You know, group stage, Q9 was just kind of laid back. And here to playoff steer, definitely a different beast. And we saw it against Smart Omega on their quarterfinals. And then we see them turn it up against Wolves. Like they want to redeem themselves. And this is really a team that really wants to redeem their team because, you know, after the past 2 major events at China Masters, they have placed second to Wolves. And now they want to claim back the throne and they want to defend that trophy in China. And of course, for AMT, they struggled on the first hard point. But now that they have the chance to pick this second map, I hope that they have the mental fortitude to come right back because that first game, that's mentally breaking, man.
In the 2 series of the day, it's literally CDM versus Garena to see who's better. And in the first matchup, we've already seen CDM is better. Garena is ranked 2nd. Blacklist Ultimate unfortunately lost that matchup. They barely had a fighting chance against Wolves, who annihilated them. Yes, the 2 hardpoint matches were taken away, but Wolves is really bad at hardpoint. So there's no surprise there at all. But if we go based on statistics, then Almighty is in a lot of trouble for this SND matchup, as Q9 has got a 100% win rate as opposed to Almighty, who are currently sitting down on an 85% win rate. That's not too shabby if you look at things, because the only matchup where they did lose was at Hacienda, and that was against Wolves.
And, you know, Weibo, they were really able to take that team down. But, you know, for Wolves, Nian was a great sniper. And, you know, the team really struggled when there is a sniper that's better than Heaven or Shut Up in the game. So right now, you're looking at Nuluo, who's going to be a primary sniper here for Q9. And if you're not able to shut him down, I mean, for Almighty, they might fall the same pit just like they did against Wolves. But a great start here, Incendio with the first blood.
Yeah, Island trades out Clutch King Irfan J. Soft finds Incendio as well. Shut up from the back. Will be able to punish with the 50 Gs. But they hold it back. It is a triple snipe setup from the side of Almighty. Oling and D-Chen still alive and kicking. They swap out to the 50Gs as well. We've got Right Tech as well as Craig 6 on the side of Q9. Almighty circling around heaven. Timing! And D-Chen, my lord, how did he know?
Oh, I mean, this could be the information just really tied up by the team. Niluo, Uling. I mean, this guy finds the double to win that first round. And talking about the total leader in kills in Search and Destroy, going into this matchup, Uling has 76 kills, leads his team in total kills, and not to mention, he has 11 first bloods as well. So we really know that he can initiate for his team and can really turn it up a notch, AJ.
Attacking side of Almighty. Bombs in launch center, potentially moving on towards that A bomb site, but they do have to get a couple of picks first before moving on forth. We saw the difference in terms of how Almighty plays this, man. The last time they came in here to a takeoff S&D, we did see them really dominate, right? And I believe that was against
ABC.
Blacklist International. ABC, yes, correct, ABC. 7-2, easy victory for them. But and we saw how flashy they were running around quickly, just dominating ABC. But against Q9, they slow things down for understandable reasons. Shut Up manages to find D-Chen, so that's 5v4, but they cannot underestimate Q9 just yet. We saw the numbers advantage means nothing earlier on.
Yeah, it's going to take more than that. You know, you have to at least take 3 players down just to make sure that you're going to have a safety net moving into this round. And for Almighty, they have done 2 players. They have done 3 players already. Incendio doing a great job with the sniper, but Uling now on the flank here, AJ. He gets 1. And now it's a 2v2 situation. But AMT has already crossed that bomb at the A side. They might be playing for the bomb plant in here. And Q9 has to be forced for that retake.
Yep, it's a 3v2 numbers advantage to Almighty. Once again, it means nothing looking at the way Q9 is playing this, but it's all about the timing and the angles that they hold on to. Player number 4 on the side of Almighty, Irfan J, Clutch King, CBR4, but timing! And Lin still does get taken out, so that's on him. Oling, on the other hand, meets Irfan J, shuts him down. Craig 6 is the victor.
1v2 now. It is still possible for this guy to clutch it up. A lot of time in his game. Just have to isolate these players one at a time. But notice how Almighty is just sticking to the angles. Farley hidden away from this guy, not exposing their location. Uling is left, but to waste the time to look for his players. And Heaven there pops off. Jepro there for the trade. And Almighty played that round perfectly. Now they just have to be very consistent with it. First blood doesn't mean a thing. You gotta be making sure that every time that you attack, there's going to be some trades that's gonna happen. And now we're tied 1-1. Let's see how well AMT will decide to push through here as the attacking side.
Heaven needs to warm up a little bit more, man, because he usually hits a lot faster than that. You're standing out in the open, saw the final player, doesn't take that shot. And if Heaven continues in that manner, we are not going to be able to see Almighty pull this match away, potentially, unless they are heavy carried by Shut Up and Incendio. Maybe even Clutch King Irfan J waking up in the midst of all of that chaos. But Oling leading the fray. 5 eliminations so far. I mean, there's no doubt whatsoever that this guy knows how to pick up those eliminations. And it's no surprise that he leads the whole team with the total number of eliminations so far in the competition.
Yeah, not just that. The MVP as well. This guy scored a lot of MVPs in Search and Destroy. It's about 5 in the current games that they have tallied. D-Chen, patience, rewards him with the kill, drops the Incendio now, and now they got the first blood. They got the number advantage, and they might just be able to extend out. They sent out Island to initiate the flank, and this is going to be the prime way to take down AMT, AJ. Once this guy crosses that area, he could be able to take some kills, but Shut Up will be able to trade the first blood, so we got a 4v4.
Shut Up, but then automatically traded out by Uling, and that headshot. Irfan J catches 1. Fantastic. Soft taken out of the equation already, but it's all going to be about timing here as 2 players try to wrap around. Uling, he sees Irfan J, 50 Gs. Irfan J, good slide. CBR4, re-challenge. Manages to shut down Uling. Island finds him from the back, but pre-fire makes sure Irfan J has got the timing to run away. And now a double challenge. Island still gets him. What?
I mean, that's just how CDFI, CDM region actually does it. You know, when there's a 2v2, they love to isolate players, play that 1v1s because they know that they are superior in the gun skill. And we just noticed that, you know, you got D-Chen isolating the players at the bottom. You got Island on the top for control, and AMT's point of contention was currently divided. So that really is a top position for them. But now they start off with the kill. Shut Up is there for the cleanup. Now they have made their entry towards the B side, but whatever angle that they take, they always get shot down. Loving the position so far for Q9. They really fight this tooth to the nail.
Yeah, you know your first blood theory, man. It doesn't seem to be checking out here in this
Yeah,
matchup.
man.
Q9.
Oh my God.
Every time they go down, they just turn things around. They're like unfazed at all with those first bloods. But now, timing. Island needs to turn this corner. It's a little bit too late. Incendio continues to punish everybody who gets too excited, and he saves the round for the team. King Incendio is up, and he is ready with that right tag.
You know, we didn't really expect this team to actually put Incendio on the sniper, but he has been showing a lot of consistency and has made a significant impact for this team. On that last time that they played at Takeoff, he was able to score 16 kills with that sniper. So, are really reliable for them right now, but Heaven needs to step up. He needs to go. He currently has 0 kills, and that hit mark just not really emphasizes his odds of getting a kill here.
Heaven, Lin, knows that Heaven's going to be annoying. Very quick turnaround. Irfan J on the prone. Doesn't spot him. Jeff Pro trades one out. Heaven goes down as well to Soft. This is just a little unfortunate for the team of Almighty. D-Chen takes Shut Up out of the equation. Can Incendio save the day? That's the answer. It is a hell no as he gets taken out as well. One final player. Jeff Pro, 1v4. This is a GG with the switchblade in hand. He doesn't have a supreme range on him. Craig 6 should beam him down, and Lin gets the kill.
Too many angles there to hold by Jeff Pro, and too many players from Q9 just closing the gap down. The blitz play was there. The flank, the Finch was also initiated. So they just played like a film here. You know, they have been able to show their performance at the Hardpoint already. And Q9, they are really creative in how they take things here to the next level at the Search and Destroys. Despite the map pick of Almighty, they're making it look so easy out here. And now, time for the big plays. Q9 Island already having control at that P4.
Q9's already pushing up very, very far. Look at the positioning by Island here. It's just a couple of seconds. Shut up. Can he check his corner? He doesn't. And Island punishes. Fantastic aggressive angle held on by Island. 5 eliminations so far. This guy is doing a lot of work out there on the battlefield. In fact, the whole of Q9 squad is Heaven. On the other hand, he's still eating boiled eggs.
Yeah, he has to really go massive here at this point. You know, this is the perfect time for him to step up for his team because they are having a rough time here, getting some wins against Q9. And D-Chen continues to hold down that A-bomb site single-handedly. But now Incendio is able to pick up a kill at the middle of the map, so that should open things up for them. And he scores another, making it a double for this round. Drops Island, so the aggressive player is officially out of the game. And Heaven finally gets one. Took him 6th round. Shot D-Chen right through the head, and now we get a 1v4 Soft. I do believe this could be our map pick now, a round win now for AMT.
Map awareness by Incendio is just insane. No pun intended for the Incendio squad. Jeff Pro on the other hand. Oh, look at this double plot, man. I mean, the play is there, but Soft gets the tag, gets out of there. Craig 6 already holding the corner, but the timing's just a little off, and Irfan J punishes. Fantastic round by Almighty, but this is such a close S&D between the two, Cali.
Yeah, just go back and forth. Oh yeah, sure. It just get back and forth in here, and you already want to see AMT get right back through it. And you know, they have won that round with Heaven actually finally getting himself involved in the gunfight. He has already won 1 kill, but he has to go for more. He has to go big here. Right now, Incendio and Shut Up is carrying the load with the triple snipe setup. He currently is really struggling here, but now Incendio once again gets that first blood. He drops D-Chen. So now we got a 4v5 situation in the game, and Q9 on the attacking side trying to play it slow. And Almighty, they're trying to be disciplined in here, not really extending out. They are waiting for Q9 to put the pressure down, and you know, they're just taking what the defense or the offense can give them. And Incendio once again just knocking things here, drops the Luo. So 2 key players for Q9 officially out of the game, and AMT just have to convert here a little bit more. Jeff Pro drops Island down. Soft takes Jeff Pro. A little bit of a trade happening and going on, but AMT, they should have this on the bag. Incendio now rotating, should find his player in the middle of the map. That's 3 kills for him. 1 more for that 4-piece. But Soft, once again, stuck on this 1v4 situation. Shut Up on the corner, and he should be able to spot this player. And there you go. Shot converted by Shut Up, and AMT now finally takes the lead, AJ.
And Incendio's the first guy to get to the double digit. The guy has been on a heavy carry for the Almighty squad to make sure they don't falter. And Shut Up has been doing a phenomenal job as well in terms of keeping the numbers all equal. 4-3, Almighty takes the lead. The attack on the side of Q9 though, as they manage to push on up. Almighty on a 3-2 stack. 3 players on towards that B bomb side. But on generators, you've got player number 1, Incendio, holding on to a great angle, but punished by Island instead.
Yeah, bit of a miss there, and that led to a Q9 snowballing this round. Drops 2 players there, and Soft just on a 3 spree. The guy is on a mission to get his ongoing for his squad, and Heaven continues to struggle with the gunfights. Gets shut down, and now Irfan J is the last man standing. Has to deal with the 5 players. Too many angles to hold, and Q9 will be able to tie up the round count here once again.
As quickly as Almighty caught up, Q9 takes another step forward as well, and they equalize everything. And now, question is, can Q9 suppress Almighty just like how they started this matchup, or will Almighty show us a little bit of that fight right back? 2 players once again stacking generators. Incendio holding that angle, but he needs to make sure he doesn't get punished, and he does exactly that. Island caught out in the open, but that's just way too easy for our trade. Soft catches him back.
Yeah, Q9 is just playing a Sicilian defense here. I mean, every time there's a kill coming through from AMT, they always trade it back. Lin there, dropping Irfan J. The bomb is going to get planted. More pressure for Shut Up here. 1v3. One thing we've seen so far for Shut Up, he knows how to clutch things up, but he gets caught in the act there by D-Chen. Good 2Ps, but Q9 gets the victory.
Fantastic response by Q9. And I tell you, the communication from the CDM team is just phenomenal right now in terms of how quick they are to respond to the threats posed by Almighty. Every single angle shut down. And one of the winning strategies for the side of Q9, I don't know how they're doing this, but that is eliminating Heaven very early on in all of these rounds. The guy has barely been able to play.
Yeah, you know, they really study things here. And if there's one player that you have to shut down, it has to be Heaven. And doing a remarkable job this time, having a lot of odds of winning rounds. Heaven, though, gets a pistol kill. A huge double there, but still a 2v3 situation. And Oling now finds a good angle against Shut Up, and that is it. Jeffro has to go and clutch this 1v3, which is going to be looking impossible. A chance for Q9 to enter match point is going to be in this favor in this round.
I'm going to ask you a good question here, Callie. All right? 4-0. How possible do you think it's going to be?
Now with the way Q9 has been playing this first 2 maps, I believe it's possible, AJ. I mean, you know, Oling is doing he's having an absolute day in performance so far, but Jeffro still looking to get this clutch, but no, he gets shut down, so match point. So back to what you were asking me. At the current pace that Q9 has been playing, it's possible that we get a 4-0 in here unless we see Heaven step up. We see the squad of AMT play more as a team with more communication, AJ.
Yeah, Almighty desperately needs to step up their gameplay, and Heaven needs to find those frags, clutching Irfan J as well. I mean, we're not going to spare him any thoughts. He needs to find those shots. Wow. And Incendio, what an angle to hold this time around, keeping it fresh every single round. I mean, except for the previous one where he got taken down prematurely. He was a little bit too predictable, and he got punished for it. But this time around, he keeps it fresh as we all need him to, because Almighty struggling in this matchup against Q9. Lin finds Heaven. That angle, Irfan J goes in for a quick tag, anticipates a backstab, but nobody shows up. And now Irfan J can backstab himself.
And Shut Up now, huge double there. Now a 2v3 situation. Island though on the flank. P-spot, Shut Up on the generators, and that's gonna be 1 kill. Now pushing up around the medical center, but Incendio there for the clean. D-Chen now tasked to play a 1v2 situation. He knows that Incendio is gonna be on the 2nd floor, but as soon as he goes down, D-Chen finds him. And now Incendio looking to spot things out here. You don't want to contest. That guy is currently hot. 13 kills at the moment, and D-Chen has been pretty reliable for the team of Q9 so far. 9 kills in the game, a 1v2. He needs to pick up the bomb and has to worry about the 2 players guarding it.
Good angle by Incendio. Just waiting for D-Chen to make that move. Bombs on the ground. I don't know if D-Chen knows that. It really doesn't matter now. Jeff Pro doesn't want to step ahead and guard the bomb. They're leaving it out in the open because it's D-Chen's move. 30 seconds to go. 1 shot doesn't connect. And thank heavens that doesn't connect, because Q9 would have been able to end it right there and then.
The gunfight is strong for D-Chen here. He has to watch out, but Incendio! Again, the game sense of this guy has been phenomenal so far. And this search and destroy, I mean, 13 kills in the game already. No one has done that for AMT so far in his game. He's been the solely reason why this game is currently close.
I mean, Shutup's amazing on the sniper, but Incendio just recently picked that up. And so Captain Incendio, he's just blowing my mind right now with how well he's adapted to that game style. Soft. Can he catch one? Sees a player, tags him up. Lin backs him up by taking Heaven out of the equation. What a strike by Q9.
No one can really stop Q9 from attacking here. You know, Heaven is held there alone and no one was really able to help him back up. And Q9 is pushing up here at this A bomb site. They're going to try to plant that bomb as well. D-Chance is going to hold that. And now as soon as they try to put that in, we're going to see a 4v4 retake. And the big question here for Q9 is how are they going to hold themselves against the AMT retake? We know how strong these guys are, but D-Chance seems to be the key playmaker here. 35 seconds left and Shut Up is the last player alive.
Shut up, Clutch. Is it gonna be impossible? Impossible it is. And this is just turning out to be an absolute annihilation that was unexpected in the exact same fashion. Q9 beat down Wolves. They now look like they're gonna do the exact same to Almighty. Unless we see Almighty bounce back in one of their best game modes. In fact, their best game mode, that is Control. Statistics-wise, it doesn't seem to be the best within this competition. They've lost that twice already out of the 5 matches that they've played. But there's no if, buts, or maybes, because if they don't make it back in this next matchup, it could be all over when we move on to Hardpoint, Cali.
A good thing, though, that Control is one of their best things. You know, take up. Yeah. Then we are going to be seeing Q9 actually pick that raid. So that's one of the best maps that AMT can offer in the game. But it's also where they're kind of 50-50 because we all know that Weibo was able to defeat them in this map itself. So it's kind of a double-edged sword, and they just have to play their cards right. And you know what we've seen so far for Q9, they have done a great job shutting down Heaven in the Search and Destroy. And we do see them control every sort of power position on that hard point. So just by looking at those 2 game modes right there, if they combine it here at this Control, I think it's a possible 3-0 here. But I'm still hoping that the AMT finds a way back, AJ.
I mean, Weibo did beat down Almighty, and Almighty couldn't get more than 1 round from that. I mean, it didn't even go down to the wire. It was just an all-out annihilation by Weibo. And by the way, Q9's playing this right now, it looks like we are about to see the exact same annihilation. So Almighty is fighting against a very, very strong force in the name of Q9 now that they might not be able to take down. I mean, they've got to give it their all. But look at the number of eliminations here on both sides. 49-40. There wasn't a lot in it.
Yeah, it was pretty close. I mean, both of the teams are just playing back and forth. It's just that Kingju Club at the end was able to kind of be aggressive and push the bomb site, especially that A bomb site where we do see D-Chan and Soft initiate and plant the bomb and force AMT to play for their retake. And, you know, I love the triple nice snipe setup for AMT, but if Heaven is not having a great time, keep him away from that sniper. Maybe use a Krieg 6 instead, because you already have the you already have Incendio and Shut Up doing all the range for you. And what this team lacked was the Krieg 6 at the end, the high fire rate gun to be able to withstand the power from Q9, who obviously tries to attack 2v1 most of the time. And there you see the MVP is not gonna be holding. He's not gonna be hyped up about this, but a win is a win. Island 12 kills, 3 MVP counts for him.
I mean, Island will be happy. Oling will be, I guess, a little happy. He's not going to be mad. He's going to be a little happy. Yeah, they got the win. Yeah, his boy got the MVP title as well. I mean, I'm sure he doesn't want to hog everything. I'm glad that Island stepped things up as well. But you know, speaking of stepping things up, Irfan J, Clutch King, needs to wake up. And we also did see in this matchup the weakness of that switchblade that I've been highlighting throughout the whole competition. I mean, yes, it's an amazing gun. Yes, you've got great fire rate. Yes, you've got great mobility. But the range is just not phenomenal on that switchblade. The Krieg 6, on the other hand, is pretty much your CBR4 on steroids right now. I mean, it just beams down players regardless of that range, and it has been the king and practically the winning solution for Q9 over Almighty.
Yeah, it's evident, you know, Q9 just softly annihilates this player, not just with the sniper, but with that Krieg 6 as well. And for AMT, despite that switchblade in action, when, you know, Q9 is trying to find ways to attack them in long-range engagements, they always have the better advantage. And although that switchblade has its fair share of moments, nothing still beats Krieg 6. And now let's have a quick listen in for Q9.
别走到近点。哎，知道，掉了，掉了。红楼还有一个。 我红龙压过去掉，可以抢。还有软件，还有软件。哎呀，不用管，我再看。那是软件掉了，掉了。注意一点，注意一点。你可以下包了，二弟。你帮我架，要狙掉了。玩我的 A 链我能看，A 链我能看。看 ID， 看 ALMGHTY 吗？我被雷残了。A 听的 nice， 可以的，可以的。还可以这个节奏。
I really love the way the team of Q9 plays this. And I noticed one quite discernible difference in the way Q9 attempted to take this match away versus ALMGHTY. Q9, if you notice, they were at one point running a 4 Krig 6 setup, 4-man Krig 6 setup, and then instantaneously in the very next round, when they wanted to play those shorter angles a little bit more aggressively, they wanted to go in for the bomb plan. What they did was they switched out 2 of their players with the switchblade because they knew they're not going to go out looking for kills. They're not going to be out in the open trying to beam down players, but they're just going to be holding on to those tight angles and playing it fully defensive. And this is a team that really understands a lot about the game, a lot about the game mode in itself before the approach. But I'm shocked because ALMGHTY is the high IQ team usually in all of the competitions. I'm not so sure exactly what's going on with the ALMGHTY squad, but they've got one more opportunity here to turn things around, to kick that fire within themselves and light it up ablaze in this control matchup. If it doesn't happen at control, I might think that the 4-0 is going to be super possible.
Yeah, this is a decisive round, a decisive map, not just for Q9, but also for AMT. If they lose this map, things could just spiral out of control. This is going to be a map pick. We're heading into raid control, and this is a map pick by Q9. But, you know, AMT, they really love to play this map as well. So it's kind of a 50-50 here. But just judging by the momentum that might just ride off Q9's side, and after winning those two maps, they might just be ready to go and get this 3-0. But if you want to see AMT, you really have to see more from Irfan J and Heaven here.
I mean, what's up with Irfan J, man? Is it because I said he's the most good-looking guy on the ALMGHTY squad? If that's the reason, if that's what made him super cocky, I'm gonna say, Irfan J, you're the ugliest of the squad, all right, bro? Just win back for the team. Jokes aside, Krig 6, standard pick for both sides, but of course the Switchblade being abused a little bit more on the side of ALMGHTY. DLQ, Bison, the usual picks coming through from Q9, but the Bison was more evidently used within the group stages. In the playoffs, they are leaning towards that Krig 6 a little bit more for obvious reasons, right? In group stage, they just had a little bit more flexibility to go in and test exactly what gun kind of fits them, because this match, this whole event happened very quickly after that patch update, and almost nobody had it figured out at the very start of the event. But by now, everybody's kind of found their grooves already. But Heaven and Jeff Bro still seem to be sticking to the Switchblade a little bit too long, and I feel like that just needs to change, Callie.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. You know, especially in a map like Raid, where you have to rely on your long-range engagements to advance in certain angles, you're gonna have to rely on the Krig 6 in range to actually do the blow for you. And Jeff Pro, he won't be using that Switchblade, but he's got the KRM in his advantage. But unfortunately for him, he's gonna get taken down, and Q9 already in at the B control point right off instantly. And AMT get bullied out in the control so far. So good. A great start for Q9.
Yep, a great start for Q9 as they already pull one quadrant away from the B control point. Island trying to get the job done as well from that backstab. And you can see Oling solo taking away that B control point from the team. Can he also shut down Irfan J? This is going to be a big fight for him. Jeff Pro manages to equalize him out, but Soft's ready on that point, getting the job done. Second quadrant almost taken away, but ALMGHTY saves the day, and they keep the Q9 players at bay. They do have 5 life on the objective here as well in terms of advantage. So that is the advantage that ALMGHTY has to keep on holding on to. The moment you allow Q9 to continuously wrap up all of those kills, you're going to be in a lot of trouble in control.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. Right now, Island is still not revving his engine, is still slowing down, and you have to make sure that keeps up, because at the moment that he plays great is the moment that you're gonna have a lot of trouble. The moment that he is able to find that rhythm is where he's gonna find most of the kills. So right now for AMT, just make sure they keep the pace, you know, keep Heaven from, make sure Heaven continues to slay out here. They have prevented Q9 from getting all of the attacks at this B control point, and Jeff Pro doing a great job slaying, being at the perimeter, using the spawn trap, enabling it as well, making sure that AMT will have 4 better life count at the end of this first round.
Jeff Pro has been phenomenal in this round. The KRM has been hitting its mark and the rest of the players are stepping things up. Heaven waking up as well. That Switchblade is working this time around. But Shut Up and his right AMR just doesn't seem to be popping off just yet. 15-8. Q9 struggling just a tad bit. That single quadrant on that B control point. And now that A control point has got that single quadrant taken away as well. But 3 seconds left on the clock. They need to get the job done. Time runs out. AMT pulls the first round into the bag.
A promising start for AMT. They're looking like revitalized compared to the last 2 maps that we have played so far. You see, they are very much in control of the game. They make much more decisive decision as a team. They put out Jeff Pro on the spawns. They sent out Heaven to control the acute angle at that B control point. But now here is the very big question. Now that they are on the attacking side, how well are they gonna ram up with against Q9?
It's a super balanced season that is on a setup before we get to stage 5. I mean, I hope to God we don't suddenly go back to the old meta where there's just a single super powerful gun, right? Shut Up, good angle. Manages to punish one. Can he get another one as well? Lin shows up. Timing! And Shut Up still gets that for himself. Spots out another player towards his right. Heaven, on the other hand, brings out the Purifier. Goes in for the spawn trap straight up. Now, this is a very dangerous play from Heaven. Is he going to be able to execute this? Lin, soft now, steps up ahead. Lin's right there. Trades him out. Fantastic damage already executed by Heaven. And in the meantime, that A control point ripped away by Almighty. Just a couple of more seconds before they can get it. But Shut Up finally fails as Oling steps up for the team.
But Irfan J is there for the cleanup as well. And of course, smoke down at the A control point. And it seems like Q9 is going to give it up. But I think it's kind of a very worrisome thing for them. Once Jeff Pro gets this time, they might be able to push that staircase at the basketball court and trap them. And that might not be looking good for Q9, but at the moment, they are winning the gunfight. Take a look at this. They have number 2 in yellow, extending out way beyond the garage, and that's going to be a spawn shop with AMT so far. What a way to turn things around. They dominate the B control point, and AMT is in no position right now to attack.
Yeah, AMT now in gallery, they are stuck. That spawn trap is going to be quite annoying to deal with. Q9 D-Chen getting the job done here at the garage. In and out, he continuously swings back and forth. HS Lin as well steps up to help out his brother. And D-Chen continues to annihilate. Spawn trap perfection by Q9. And they're eating up the boys from the side of Almighty.
And D-Chen, he could be more devastating here once he uses that claw. But right now, he's going to save it for the bigger moments. The Oling now already has 11 kills in the game, popping up so far. And the control at the galleries has just been so spectacular. AMT can't seem to move on. They can't progress to get that capture to this big control point, but they do now attack at the mid-map. But Lin is prepared for the next gunfight. Lights up with 2 kills, and Island pops off. He picks, he boosts, he removes. Final 4 players. Live count there for AMT. Not looking good at all, but they can still turn things around if they play their cards right. Jeff Pro finds 2 players there, but right now they played so aggressive. I think this could be a 50-50.
Yeah, this is 3-7. Can they get the spawn trap? They still do have time to get these 7 kills, but Island finds Jeff Pro. Island should find another one as well. No, Shut Up gets away. Island still claims that kill. 1 more life left. This is a GG for Almighty as Q9 pulls 1 round back. But a shout out to Angel in the YouTube chat. Please stop spamming. I mean, like, yes, AMT is on top. Not at the moment, is they? Are they? English gone wrong.
Well, it's okay. I mean, AMT, they struggled there. And talk about Island, though, AJ. I mean, this guy had 1 kill in that first round. And now he has lighted up the show. He's got 8 kills. He's got 8 kills, in fact, on that second round, and was able to tally up more of the kills for his team. And as they win that true elimination, they are definitely looking primed to get this started with. But right now for AMT as a defensive team, we know what Heaven can do. He lights it up as well with 3 kills, but they depend at B bombs it more importantly, and that leaves that A control point open, and Q9 is going to capitalize on it.
Yeah, fantastic. No, Lin. I thought that was going to be a very aggressive push, but pulls out the Purifier in the nick of time to just beam down those players. Now that A control point is in a lot of trouble here, but Incendio can go in for that prevention. Island down at the corner, and he's going to be out of angle, but Shut Up punishes from the back. Jeff Pro finds Oling. D-Chen, he backs away. Swimming pool taken over by Almighty to deal with the forces of Q9. That's a great counter-attack from the Singaporean squad.
Yeah, they just flank the flank, and that's a massive adjustment that AMT Incendio did, because with that play from Incendio, that puts them to a huge margin in that kill department. And ALMGHTY stuck on the corner is gonna get one player before he gets shut down. So that should be information now sent out. And Heaven is out here with the Purifier once again, toasting players. He's got 2 kills already, and every time he uses Purifier, it always ends up with a good value out of it as he finds more players compared to the normal. 21-11 so far, and this is looking like an AMT victory. 20 seconds left for Q9 to make a position in an attack, and they're looking so dry out here right now. AMT doing a great job on the defensive side.
Exactly, man. And of course, as Heaven circles around, this is just a dominant round from ALMGHTY. And you see, Angel, the moment you stop spamming, ALMGHTY's winning. You were causing the loss. So don't spam the chat. 17-2. Q9, 2 more lives left. And time runs out. ALMGHTY pulls yet another round in the bag. They've just got 1 more to stay alive in the competition.
Yeah, you know, for these 2 teams right now, they really love playing the defensive side. AMT is 2 defensive side, a win through time expiration, and for Q9 they win that defensive side on their own with a win through elimination. So a great start for both ends, but AMT only needs 1 more here to make sure that we're gonna have a game 5 and prevent that game 4 from happening. And AMT on the attacking side, we know what they can do here. They are the control kings, and Heaven really loves to play for the spawns, and he's out here kicking 22k now, AJ.
I mean, come on, Heaven just overextending, going in for the spawn trap all on his own, no backup
and here
whatsoever.
Comes the Purifier.
Yeah, Purify as well, but Jeff, bro, that was just a little bit too early of a end for him. Lin can't find the player who's trying to sneak away that A control point, therefore it is going to be given up, and Q9 doubles back down for a super defense on the B control point, and ALMGHTY can trade this out into a team deathmatch once again. I like the tenacity out of ALMGHTY. This is a good comeback after they were dominated in the first 2 matches.
A great counter, by the way. You know, Q9, they always want to funnel the players to the B side and, of course, invade the spawns. And you can see number 1 in Island is out there to hunt these players down. And that's going to be number 2, the second line of defense at the cars. But Heaven actually sticks away, but Island is there to clean it up. And Q9 now is on a spawn trap here, and Heaven has to break away. But Island is not gonna make sure that's gonna happen, preventing every player from escaping spawns right now. 14 kills to his name, kind of a 2 in a row for him. Stepping up big here is gonna be very beneficial as Q9 now ends up with the life count advantage.
Yep, finally ALMGHTY managing to break away from the spawn trap, and they end that player. But they are going in here for a spawn trap of their own. Check it out. Soft though, Purifier investment goes in and continues trying to hold the players of ALMGHTY back. 4 life deficit, make that 3 for ALMGHTY as Jeff Pro finds Lin, who was starting to streak himself up. D-Chen with the investment into the Purifier as well. By hook or by crook, they want to get this one. They cannot allow ALMGHTY to take another round. They understand that. 2 more operators on standby for the side of Q9, so that's going to be quite dangerous. ALMGHTY needs to be able to get the job done right here, right now. That B control point is wide open, but they can get nowhere near.
Yeah, they have to flank here. You know, they have to go the long route. And Heaven now opens up the mid-map, but the defense on the spawns is just too good. Island on the mid-map, lights one up. And ALMGHTY there for the trade. Look at this damage that's already been done here at the life count. Q9, as soon as we see AMT attack that A control point, they immediately set up the attack on that B control point, taking over the garage section, sending out 1 player in Island, and of course Soft there being the second line of defense. 2 more life counts here for AMT, and this is looking like a Q9 victory. 20 seconds left as well. Time is ticking, and AMT now down to their last card, and Uling is there to rip it apart. There it is, 2-0, game number 5.
Even if they had the kills on their side towards the very end, time just wasn't on their side. And they really couldn't get anywhere near towards the control point to pause their timer as well. So ALMGHTY kind of got capped out super bad there in that round. Final round in control. ALMGHTY fighting for their lives. If they lose this, it's going to be a GG for the whole series, because it will break their confidence, especially when you take a loss on control, where you've dominated so many teams, so much and so far within the world of Call of Duty Mobile. Heaven finds one. Switchblade shuts them down, and he wants to prove that the trade is still very viable, and he is a monster out there on the battlefield. Purifier investment, but nobody shows up.
Yeah, they are focused on attacking here at Speed Control Point, and Island's going to be the first one in line. He lights up ALMGHTY. Now they have made some progress. They're pushing up, but Heaven now on the flank. This could just get Q9. He is on his way to attack here at the galleries, but the Purifier runs out, and Heaven now going to be finding 1 player, but it's going to get haunted down, but that Switchblade proves to be useful here, AJ.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. Heaven doing a lot of damage now. 3 kills in a row. Can he get the 4th one? Spots the player out, but too far. Switchblade, no range. Lin on the other hand. Oh, Quick 6 does not get pulled out. And Heaven does manage to get the headshot onto him. So Heaven's on a roll right now. 4 kills. He wants to go in and pull off this spawn trap. And he is on a roll.
Yeah, 3,194 damage already done here. And he has dealt so many lives, 6 in a row. The man is twisted, and the Predator missile is locked in. He wants one player, that's gonna be a triple. The guy is insane, and AMT, as soon as he plays great, immediately turns into an impact. AMT now with the lead.
Oh, bro, Heaven just redeemed himself for that unfortunate performance in the previous matchup. 20 seconds to go. Q9 struggling. The B control point. Can they pull it away? Full-on investment of all the bodies into that B control point now. They should be able to extend the timer, but the number of lives on their side doesn't seem to be super healthy. Can Almighty get the defense in there and whip them out before they get that away? The answer is no. Q9 puts on more time onto the overall timer.
Yeah, it's gonna be a TDM here. But AMT, the game is not yet over. You gotta play tactically here. Heaven now with a Switchblade once again. He's been such a phenomenal player, and Irfan J on the spawns. They have trapped him, and AMT now, the victory is on their hand. They just have to play with 3 more players, and they got number 4 in Irfan J to trap them at the spawn. So that should be 1 more player to be dealt with, and he's been so successful with it. 3 in a row. They're looking to extend out here once again. Q9 down to their last 2 players. They are back against Death's Door, and well, AJ, it's looking like an AMT victory.
Dude, you hear that? The fat lady hasn't sung just yet, so the game is not gonna be over. Not just yet. Q9's calling for the lady. The lady doesn't want to answer. 8 players on the side of Almighty. They just need 2 eliminations. Irfan J knows that someone might get cheeky for that spawn trap, and they don't want to push up further as well. But Almighty have the advantage. They on the defense, which means Q9 needs to make that move, but they're nowhere near this control point. Hits all over. Q9 goes down. Almighty survives, and they pull 1 game back.
And the control at Raid continues to be the better map pick for AMT. Great win rate so far for them, and they survived the slaughter that Q9 has managed to pull through in this best of 7 action. So let's see if that round win and that map win at that control will transcend to be the key to shift that momentum over to AMT's side. Or will we see Q9 once again take it away at this game number 4?
The problem with Heaven's poker face is I don't know if he's angry or he's got his game face on or he's upset or he's happy. I don't know. I just don't know. He keeps me guessing, man, because the earlier round was a very unfortunate round for Heaven. And in a game mode where you usually see Heaven popping off and really carrying the team, he was just not showing up. But this time around, in a game mode where you do not expect Heaven to really pop off, especially with that Switchblade, he made it known to everyone that he's not going to be putting the gun down and he can get the job done. And he was a massive reason as to why they were able to pull this match away from Q9.
Yeah, he really loves to play the angles here, AJ, especially on the spawns. You know, he really loves to camp right beside the bedside where the players might just go outside into.
Heaven?
Oh. No. Oh, in the raid map, but there's a bedside in there. And he loves to camp right outside of it. So, yeah, I mean, Heaven doing a great job controlling the spawns was the key factor for him. And then the team immediately picked up on it, and the pace was just in their favor. But talk about how these 2 teams was able to win every defensive side. They really love to play the defensive side of their raid.
They do. I mean, it gives you a good advantage. And the advantage is the attackers need to come towards you. You don't need to run at them, right? And there's also the timer that is on your side. So as long as you can manage this, I mean, you only rush at your opponents if you know that your gun skills can get you the dub. Now, there is a huge problem here because against Q9, that's not a guarantee. But Almighty outslayed Q9 in this matchup, 133 to 112. But you can see that Q9 just weren't hitting those shots like they usually do. Look at the number of assists. That shows that the players just weren't finishing off their shots and they just weren't finishing their meals.
Yeah, they always ended up with a trade here. And Almighty is just doing a great job initiating the kills. And every time that the attack was just on for Almighty, it always ends up with the multi-kill, especially when they were trapping the players in the spawn. So, a great job for them here. And this is the first time actually that we see Almighty outslay Q9 Club. So, a great sign for them. But I just hope at that hard point, they have to keep it up because this is their next map pick. So I just hope that when I leave, they will be able to get this through.
I mean, you know, Callie, we are going to be switching Callie out, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, with the one and only Neptune, the gentleman Garcia. Callie, we might have you back if this goes all the way into a match number 7, so hang on, buddy. Neptune, welcome back. What did you think of the performance of Almighty in that matchup? That was a good comeback, wasn't it?
Yeah, indeed. It was a good comeback. It's just that surprising wherein Heaven really popped up. I think I saw a little bit of Island in him in that gameplay. He was just turning around and going in for those lays. And as we said it is MVP for Almighty Heaven right here. 35 in his lays, 8 MVP count at this point, 3707 on the total damage. And I like what you mentioned and you and Callie mentioned. The moment that Heaven pops off, the whole team just carries over and they get that win. But when we go to control, this is more of defensive side as we've seen before. It has been set up where it's favoring those defensive sides. So I think that is what both teams took advantage, and I think that is why both teams took the wins, because Almighty took the wins because Almighty started it off on the defense, and then once it turns over back and forth, they have the last defense.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And you know, that was one of the winning picks for the side of Almighty, and they only have Q9 to thank for, because it was Q9's map pick at the end of the day. But now we hop on into Hacienda Hardpoint, and this is where we need to see Almighty play it to perfection once again. We need to see that Switchblade hit its mark, and Hacienda, it's a big map, but it's got a lot of those tight corners, especially if you're playing around mana, especially if you are the player who starts to just roam around and get the slays as the rest of the objective players hop on in. Heaven is no objective player, so that's a huge probability of a play that he might bring on a little bit later on, Neptune.
Yeah, there's more on Irfan J and Jeff Pro, wherein Jeff Pro usually stays into the hard point, and the moment he's taken away, Irfan J can just carry over for that. Heaven is the one who will be roaming around, slaying everyone who's moving into the hill, and probably start off a spawn trap. So that depends on how they can counter it, because from what we've seen on firing range, like that was the first time for a long time, if ever it has happened, that Almighty didn't even reach that 50 mark.
I mean, that match was, I don't know what happened in that game, man. I mean, they were just absolutely capped in that game. They couldn't do much. They could barely get into the hill. In fact, they didn't get to the hill. Yes, they opened up a couple of hills. The moment Q9 took it back, they just found no way back in. They were just getting slayed halfway through. The roamers on the side of Q9 were getting the damage done. Oling was a monster in that matchup. But guess what? Speaking of Oling, and looking at the number of MVP titles Heaven has, he actually can equalize with Oling, depending on whether or not they actually pick up the next few matches, right? If he can get all of the MVP titles, maybe then he might just be that one guy that came out of nowhere and took this competition by storm. But Almighty, obviously, it's asking a lot from them, because once again, the last time they went into Hardpoint, they barely got past 50 points.
Exactly. I mean, hopefully that was just a fluke for a side of Almighty, because it's barely that we've seen them, but it's more of how the angles are being held by Q9. I mean, they understand which angle to hold, wherein they will not be backstabbed, and they know what they have to do to go for the backstab. A lot of, actually, most of the kills that we've seen so far is the flanks and the backstab being done by Q9. Like, that is one thing that they need, or Almighty needs to do to counter, and rotation needs to be not really that fast, but it needs to be cautious enough that they will not be standing in the open, because with the crit 6 being equipped by Q9, they can be hit in just a few seconds.
I mean, you do not see a lot of teams trying to spawn trap Almighty. Let's just talk about that. Almighty triggers the spawn trap. Almighty pushes forth into the spawn of their opponents in control. It's so rare to see teams try to attempt that spawn trap and also execute it to perfection. But we also saw the supremacy of Almighty, because it was not once, not twice, multiple times. They actually fought out of that spawn trap. Usually you meet Q9, Q9 tries to spawn trap you, bye-bye bro, GGWP, the game ends right there. So that in itself is a little bit of showing from Almighty, and it's a little bit of a promise that they can, of course, fight back against Q9 Club. But, you know, this is going to go down to to the wire, and search and destroys. They win you championships, and it is all the more true in a best out of 7 where you've got 3 SNDs to play if it goes the distance. And this is going to be the problem, because even up till now, Q9 Club still has a 100% win rate. With 8 matches played at SND, they've got 8 wins in total for themselves.
Yeah, exactly. And then when we look at the overall wins in terms of the playoffs, I mean, they're just 1 win ahead of Almighty, but looking at the gameplay that we've seen, like, it might be a little bit more later on, unless it is something that Hardpoint or Almighty can pull out on this Hardpoint, turn it around, and it will be all balanced once again. But SND would be that question, because as we've seen, even Almighty, the high IQ gameplay is not working against Q9. So as we start off this battle, once again, the next cycle of this mode, the weaponry will be the same, but I'm hoping that the tactics will be different.
Yeah, and of course, Craig 6, the basic pick for both sides, because that gun is king in the current season. Bison versus DLQ. Bison hasn't really been pulled out all that too much in the recent games by Q9, but we do see that they do favor it sometimes. Switchblade, obviously, a basic pick for both teams, especially Heaven. And moving on into Hardpoint, no doubt whatsoever, he'll be whipping that gun out once again.
Yeah, I need that mobility as well as a firepower, but compared to what we've seen being used earlier, like, it's more of a Craig 6 that might pull, like, bring that same firepower compared to Switchblade that Heaven is bearing. So we'll have to find out if they are switching, or probably they don't have that much time to set it up. But as we start off the Hardpoint, it is Q9 and Almighty 2-1 on the current series run. We'll have to find out if Almighty will be able to take it back.
Island gets the first blood. It doesn't matter in this Hardpoint matchup. We will still have to wait and see as we start this matchup at Hacienda of that Hardpoint number 1. It's going to be down in the middle at Mana. And Q9 seems to be dominating all of the points at the very moment. No challenge just yet. Finally, Irfan J, Clutch King, hops on in. But nobody else can get there to back him up as they get beamed down by the players on the side of Q9.
Yeah, Lee Chen and Lin, I'll say they are getting all the angles. It's more of Lin, really, who's just staying and getting those like those entry points and just stopping everyone from their heels. Shut up on the backstab right now, going in for that 3rd one. Irfan J goes for the 4th, and they'll have to find out if they can step into the hill. It is contested. Heaven cleans up, and 11 seconds for them to really catch up onto the points. A few more, and they will be able to take that lead. But it is dependent on how they will be rotating onto that P2.
Scraps let go by Almighty because they wanted to spawn for P2. Spawn at statues for P2 is going to be very important if Almighty wants to control this, but the observation deck spawn is going to be a massive threat as well. And that's exactly why you can see Clutch King Irfan J taking that backstab. He pulls away the observation spawn, but at the very same time, Q9 executes a spawn takeover on their own. Statues taken over by them, and they're attacking now from the back. Almighty has met their match out there on the battlefield.
Yeah, there's one thing that we're seeing from Q9, especially in Hardpoint. They are not going one at a time, but knowing that they might be spawn trap at that moment, or probably taken down, especially as everything is focused on them. Entry points from this garage. So they just wait for everyone else, goes in for the rush, but unfortunate for them, Almighty just fired back. And as we can see, with remaining 20 seconds in this, Jeff Pro will be moving in, and as he moves out, he goes in for the slay and pushing everyone from Q9 onto the next hill.
Oh, what a play so far by Almighty. This second hill has been quite the money hill for them. But now P3 early rotations by Q9 as they realize they just cannot break the hold of Almighty. Almighty in the fight of their lives trying to get back into this matchup. But it has to be a good attack, not just from the back of the map through Lounge as well as the Special Forces base. But someone needs to thread through Mana, get that backstab onto the squad of Q9. That's the winning condition for Almighty in all of these gunfights, because everybody's just focused on taking down the players from the side of Special Forces base. Player number 2, Heaven, he's going in for the backstab, but the timing is just a tad bit off Neptune.
Yeah, I love the combination as well of how they're doing for that stun and slide. So we'll have to see if Almighty will be able to pull that too once it has been captured by Q9. But this time, even with the hold of Q9 at this point, it is getting close to the scores of Almighty. But here comes the 17 seconds left. Almighty will be taking this. No scrap time needs to be let go just to make sure that they have enough coverage to go in onto the next one. As we start it off in 7 or in a few more seconds, Heaven just steps in together with Irfan J.
I'm torn apart, man. My heart wants this to go all the way to a match 7, but my stomach wants the match to end quickly. 65-69. Almighty, they are just a foot in front of Q9, but you know that's not a lot at all. But 3 objective players playing the observation deck, and Q9 taking the attack all from one angle. They're all flowing in from the side of Docs. 4 players on the stack. Almighty, this is going to be a tough one to hold on to. Jeff Pro gets taken down. Lin burns them to the ground, and the point goes back to Q9.
Yeah, Lin right now just cleaned it up, and I'm quite surprised that Q9 just moved in onto the other side. That is where they had more success in going in for the push on the observation deck. So we'll have to see if this is enough for Q9 to take over the lead, or probably it might be taken back by Almighty. But as you can see on the minimap, everyone's lined up, but it is Incendio right now going for that Slain Fortune for them. Everyone from Q9 has also set up their plays.
Such a close matchup between Q9 and Almighty. As Q9 takes the scrap points, Almighty wants to go in for that managed setup. But the question is, how well can you set up such an open hard point? It's going to be absolutely impossible, man. So many access points from the ground floor as well as the first floor. And therefore, that early rotation means absolutely nothing unless you're going for that spawn hole. They do take the spawn out of lobby, but it seems a little unintentional. This is just a forced spawn from the side of Q9 as they won out all of those gunfights.
Yeah, we've seen a little bit of how they can box out this hill, but unfortunate for them, if they cover all the angles, they will not be able to step onto that hill. So it's more of the rotation that they need to do, especially in the Slayers, to clean up both floors. So 2 Slayers from either floor, but they need to survive. As we can see, all rotation has been split for Almighty. One Incendio will be moving in, trying to stop and going in for that spawn, but will be missing one. Fortunate for him, he will not be hit, and there goes Incendio going for the 3rd.
And this is exactly the kind of spawn Almighty wants now. That just gives them early access as well as the easy access into mana. They are going to hold on to all of the scraps. Q9 with the early rotation. Player number 2, Heaven, is just going to play possum for the time being and then hop on in with that backstab. Shut up, walks on in, burns everyone to the ground. That Purifier getting the job done. And Almighty should be able to take over this hill. They've got that observation deck spawn, but they also need statues if they want to dominate this hill for themselves.
Yeah, they need to go for the statues. They need to block off everyone coming in from statues, but I don't think Almighty will be risking that because they need more time into the hill, and the damage that Q9 can put into once they stick together and go for that push, it's very risky if they move out. But Incendio is the guy who will make that work, and probably flank will make it to their favor as well. There goes Incendio, but Oling has his heights on him, and there goes the glove being pulled out, and everyone else might be taken down here as they go for the flank.
Yeah, fantastic, man. 124 to 119. This is just one of those close matches that keeps everyone at the very edge of their seats. Question is, can Almighty bounce back in here as this P2 attack fails? That statue spawn does not go their way. I'm just a little curious as to why they didn't flank around a little bit earlier, because they know exactly how important the spawn at statue is. But they drop the ball just slightly here. But as they rotate into its warehouse, they seem to have 3 objective players already at point, but backstab by Lin gets that win. Heaven trades out Shen, but it's all about shut up. Can he get this win? It is that Predator missile that takes him out of the equation, and Q9 has this hill. What a play by the CDM players.
I think this is the first time in this map that we've seen Q9 spread out a little bit. They didn't stick together before going in for that hill, and that gives them a little bit of more of coverage in eliminating those who are flanking. And Ling right now, with the score streaks and operator skills available, or the rest of the teams with all those available, they can make do with the push as they go into the warehouse. But unfortunate for Q9, Almighty also stick together and went in for the approach. Here comes backstab, but it will be averted by everyone, especially in this name of Jeff Pro. But Jeff Pro a little bit too far, going in for that backup. Jeff Pro needs a little bit more of help as he goes solo against everyone else.
Solo indeed, 128 to 166. Almighty on that great catch-up gameplay. Scrap points picked up Player eliminated as we move on to the observation deck this time around. Q9 attacking from the side of Garage, and Almighty has a slight advantage here. Their spawn out of docks might be a little far to deal with, and therefore they have to work around. But the saving grace here is Q9 is spawning out of Garage, which is the equal distance in mana. That's going to be the biggest problem. So rotating around, player number 3, the one and only Shut Up. Big job for him to get those kills, and he does manage to nail it down. Almighty has a strong chance to climb back in this matchup.
Tough right now, trying to initiate that push, waiting for the rest of the teammates to rush in. The Chen with a claw, but it will be taken down as Jeff Pro pulls out the Purifier just to clean up. And with a few more for them to catch up in the points, 22 seconds is enough for them to overtake, but no one can take down all members of Q9, and Jeff Pro has been left in there afloat, but still, they need to catch up on the points, and Irfan J flanking will not work at all.
Oh, back and forth we go, man. And once again, this is the third time we're going to visit that hardpoint at mana. This is P1 on that reset. Almighty does have the scraps and just a stone's throw away from Q9. They attack from the back. They're taking over the second floor first. One player's down on that first floor. He needs to hop onto the hill, but neither side is getting it. And the players of Q9 winning out a massive number of gunfights until Shut Up and Irfan J strike right back. Finally, someone needs to hop onto the hill, especially for Almighty, but it is Q9, the first one's there. Incendio saves the day with the gravity vortex gun, and Heaven slays out Lin. They've got the point. They're right back in this match.
Jeff Pro right now going below everyone else from Q9. The dance is on his soft right now. What an escape and takedown against Jeff Pro. Oling will be moving for the claw once again, clearing up and taking over this hard point. And with this 22, it's easy for them to reach that double century mark and probably catch up, rotating, chaining it onto the next hill. Oling, on the other hand, will be taking that second floor, but Heaven takes him down. 11 seconds on the clock, and it is Q9 taking a few more points themselves.
Double century is good, but the problem here is they are barely there. Scrap points once again back and forth. Early hold of that spawn at statue once again by Q9. Oh, but nobody's anchoring down. So the backstab by player number 2, Heaven, he should be able to pull away the spawn now for the players of Almighty. He gets that done successfully. Pincer maneuver. Heaven hops on off of the hill, but the players of Almighty go down one after the other. They've got the hill, but Heaven's all alone. 1v3. Can he sustain? Answers no. They've got the spawn at statue, but no one's there at the hard point to get the job done. Almighty gonna struggle as Q9 approach the end of this game.
Yeah, it's very difficult right now for Almighty. Irfan J can pull out what he has to clean this up, but I think that's enough. But there you go. Almighty right now was able to push down on Q9, but Heaven still not surviving any approach on the flank being done by Q9. 206 to 195. Easy for Almighty right now to catch up, but as we've seen from earlier on, for every cycle that we have on the hill, it is just a catch-up game, cat and mouse, and we still don't know who will be taking that win.
Yeah, we don't know just yet, man. But Almighty, although Q9 keeps pushing up ahead, they are hanging on for their dear lives as they rotate over into P3 Warehouse. This is going to be do or die time for Almighty. If they can hold on to the massive 60, they win the game. But that's going to be a problem here. It's just been swinging back and forth all this time. And now player 2, Heaven, he turns around, but he's pinched it already. Both players, Hunter-Killer drone on the hunt as well, and the Hunter-Killer finds Heaven. Soft gets the kill. Almighty has the hill.
Yeah, Almighty has the hill, but the rest of the gang of Q9 is preparing for the approach, and then we can see kill after kill after kill. They take it back. 30 seconds on the clock. Enough time for them to get to that 250. It is more of Almighty moving in and stepping, and they did. There is now attention of Q9 and Incendio right now with a grab vortex together with Heaven and Jeff Pro slaying and killing everyone inside. Enough time for them to balance off the scores. Once again, the next hill will be a little bit more tedious for both teams because of how close the scores are.
I'm so conflicted, man. I want the match to end, but like I told you, my tummy just desperately wants the match to end in the favor of Q9 so that he can go and eat. But you know what it is. Almighty ain't gonna sit for that. They want to fight back. Your tummy can wait. Mustachio, they say. 229 to 227. Observation deck opened up by Almighty, and they deserve this, but they gotta hold on because here comes Heaven and his Purifier as well. If he gets traded out, this is going to be a GG for the Almighty squad. 50 seconds to go. A lot for both the teams to pick off points here. 10 more points. Make that 8 for Almighty. Can they hold on for their dear lives? Preddy! Big kill! Big kill with a Predator, but Q9 still steals away the hill.
But here comes Purifier going in for cleanup, and it is Almighty. 2 seconds remaining, and they take that win, tying it up on a 2-2-2. And this is what I'm talking about. Almighty not giving up that easily. They want to be brought back into the game and take that dub.
You see, bro, I mean, if Almighty did not take this win, I would be hoping and praying for Q9 to just get the series win so I can eat. But now I'm torn, all right? Now I'm torn. I might just want Almighty to win this.
Yeah, I mean, well, it depends. I mean, it's more of a great comeback coming from Almighty, I would say. It seems like Q9 is slowly dwindling down in terms of performance. They're not the slayers that we've seen from that early part of Hardpoint, even Search and Destroy. So I think it's on this Hardpoint, on Hacienda, it's more of the rotation being studied by Almighty from the first part of the game. And then once they caught up, they understand the angles that are being held by Q9. Thus, they can beat everyone on their game on that waiting. So they can just clean up and then take over. But it was not easy for Almighty. It took them a while to get that rhythm.
I mean, at the end of the day, Incendio went insane in that matchup. Captain wanted to lead by example, and lead by example, he did. The number of slays, phenomenal. The last time I looked at it, he was around 45, which was just absolutely cracked for Incendio. But, you know, it was an equal matchup on both sides. I won't say that Q9 wasn't really slaying as well. They were doing phenomenally great as usual, but Almighty stepped up their gameplay. In that first Hardpoint matchup, Q9 was doing great as usual, but Almighty was just poof, nowhere to be seen. They disappeared. I don't know whether they buried their head in the sand when they played that matchup or whatever, but it was just a horrible showing at firing range. Not the same case at Hacienda, but one might be able to argue firing range was the pick of Q9. That might just be their comfort pick that Almighty struggled on because of how well Q9 identifies with that map, as well as the map control was just phenomenal, right? All the angles just shut off. They were just absolutely psychic with how they were dealing with Almighty in that matchup. But in Hacienda, they just could not find that control. They were able to manage the spawns to a certain degree and really punish Almighty at the start of the game, but Almighty fought their way back up. But every single inch of the way, man, I mean, I was holding my breath throughout this whole game. It was a fantastic match for both sides, but Almighty obviously with the very end and the dub, it gets them that win, also keeps them alive. 50 bomber by Incendium, my lord. 1.7 KD, guy stepped up.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, he stepped up. The rest of the gang as well stepped up. And one thing I would say about the Hardpoint and firing range, because of the map selection that we have, Hacienda has been barely being played in Hardpoint from other tournaments. And we've seen how CDM studies the gameplay, even in response in the interview. They're always an answer wherein they study the game, the enemies, they study the gameplay that they use, and that just pull out the counter. And that is what probably happened in Hardpoint. But enough of that. We have Incendio right now going insane with that 50 kills and the third time on MVP. So I guess Heaven will be stepping down right now for that Hardpoint. Didn't get that much compared to Incendio, but I'm pretty sure by the next time he will get a lot more. And I think we have the highest that we've seen so far in terms of kill is coming from the Wolves. That was 55. So this is close to the highest kills that we have from a single player.
Shout out to the chat. I just ordered myself a dum biryani, so it's on the way. Everybody was craving biryani a little bit earlier on. And I think throughout the whole of CDFI, we've gotten a few people curious as to exactly what biryani is, and we've gotten a few people tempted to have some biryani for themselves as well. And there you go. I just did it for all of you guys. I had to order it, okay? Because I'm going to faint if I do not eat something. I was supposed to eat on my break earlier on, but the chat just kept me so entertained. I didn't want to leave my seat. 250. That point was just so difficult for Almighty to reach, and it's understandable why. Once again, the players of Q9 are fighting for that CDM pride. They want to keep the trophy in China, but Almighty wants to bring it back to Singapore. Now, I don't think that's going to be a huge issue. China to Singapore, you know, they've got their trade route with their port and stuff. So I think shipping's not going to be that big of an issue.
Like if you want to keep it in a country, whoever takes it, then it can be in a country, in a specific country. Just in case like Almighty got the
Yeah.
trophy, they can just like bring it a little bit closer to China, and it will be in China. And back and forth. So I guess it's a win-win for everyone. But it's the
It is.
prestige of being the
Yes.
champion. I guess that's what they're aiming for.
I mean, dude, if there's prestige in keeping the title in China, think about the prestige of Almighty, a Singaporean team, grabbing the Chinese title and running back to Singapore with it, right? That will be even more phenomenal. That will be the greatest setup for Almighty before stage 5, but it's easier said than done. Q9 beat down Wolves 4-0. So at this state, Almighty is already showing us that they are slightly better than Wolves, right? But can they be also slightly better than Q9? Because you cannot be massively better than Q9. A massively better than Q9 scoreline would be a 4-0 against Q9. Clearly, they are a threat, but it is a threat that Almighty has been able to contain within the past 2 matches. And now, as we head on into Summit, this is going to be an S&D matchup. It's the map pick of Q9. Triple snipe setup might be dangerous. A double snipe setup with Heaven on that switchblade at this map could be very deadly for Q9 to deal with.
Exactly. I mean, Heaven has been deadly in that control map earlier, and there's a lot more that Heaven can offer in this game, being the flex. And we've been talking about that. Heaven is not just sticking to the snipes. He will be, he is playing the flex right now so that it's easier for him, just in case he's left all alone in a 1v2, 1v3 situation. He can just translate it to a win. But that is dependent on how it favors them in this map. Attackers, defenders, and even the gameplay of Q9. I mean, Q9 has taken all the angles in there. Once they get the kill, they can switch over to the other side and instantaneously goes in for a double trade.
Neptune, you've got a shout out from India by Janagan Javita. You've got fans from all over the world, man. I mean, as a content creator, as a shoutcaster, you must be really proud of yourself. Chat, super awesome as usual. It's very healthy once again. Couple of trolls spamming, but it's all right. Give them some love, chat. You know exactly how it works here. As we move on into this next map, now that it's all equal, Neptune, you've seen the supremacy from both sides. Who do you think has got the capability to take this all the way? Straight answer, brother. Don't beat around the bush.
SND, still Q9, bro.
I'm disappointed with that answer because I feel the same. So, therefore, Almighty is fighting against a lot here, right? They're fighting against a big team. They're also fighting against data that just has not been faced, and that has not been tickled at all on the side of Q9 Club. Once again, 8 matches at S&D and 8 wins at S&D. Nobody has been able to dominate them in the slightest. Nobody has been able to push them the distance except for one team in the name of Blacklist International Ultimate. The same team that Almighty took down. Blacklist managed to push it into overtime, and this was a raid S&D. Summit S&D might be a little bit different. Almighty might be able to push this into OT, but if they played in the exact same way they played Takeoff earlier on, I'm going to be a tad bit worried.
Yeah, I mean, it's very difficult really to say, especially in how Takeoff was played earlier, though there was a slight chance where an Almighty might have taken that win. But on that final moment, it's just every angle that Almighty is taking, whether they peek or like back out a little bit, one from Q9 will be having that crosshair on them, and they will be taken down. Not only that, even if Almighty goes for that initial initiation kill, it will be traded with 2 or 3 instantaneously. It's very difficult to counter.
Yeah, and I think we saw that at Takeoff earlier on as well. Incendio just got the first frag. He just goes missing from the battlefield. Heaven tries to go for the first frag. He goes missing from the battlefield. He barely gets any kills for himself. So it was a struggle for the team of Almighty to just keep the numbers game up, because every single time they get an elimination out there on the battlefield, information flows back through instantaneously, and the map awareness was just so good on the side of Q9. Because of that map awareness, the response, exactly where to go, where to turn, where to find that player, that was just way too good in terms of a response for Q9, and a little too good for Almighty to counter against. But, you know, we've seen Almighty dance this S&D game at Summit not many a times in the past, but never against a team this threatening. So it might just go down to the wire. it might just be a total annihilation for Almighty. You know, if you look at their own summit performance at SND, they're not too shabby at all. They've got a 100% win rate. 2 matches so far, they've gotten the win on both. And of course, Q9 being a 100% win rate team for SND, they've gotten their win as well. They've played a single map at Summit. So it's all equal. Both of them have got great awareness as to how to play this map on SND. It's all going to go down to those gunfights, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen gunfights from both of them, and one thing that's unfortunate for Almighty, especially for the SND in Takeoff, is there's a lot of hit mark that happened, a missed opportunity for a slay. Compared to what we've seen in Q9 side, the moment that you step into the crosshair, you might be able to survive, but like chances are more than 90% someone from Q9 will be waiting for the other side. So they just have all the angles covered. The information, as you mentioned, flows very, very quick. Not only that, the movement of the teammates knows that they can cover all sides if you are at bay.
And that's the problem right here that Almighty kind of needs to figure out a solution for. But looking at the weapon stats that is brought on to the battlefield, Quick 6 basic, that's a basic pick for both teams here. Once again, Switchblade a little bit more observant on the side of Almighty as to the prowess of the Switchblade, and Heaven really wants to prove that it is a strong gun for the current meta. Bison, we're going to ignore it because Q9 doesn't play that gun anymore, but you are going to see those snipers pop off in this next matchup. 2 for the side of Q9 as we open up the series. 2 for the side of Almighty as they respond very well. But can Almighty make that 3 in a row? We'll have to wait and see, Neptune.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see, and we'll have to find out as well as who's taking which side as we start off this battle in Summit. And, well, it's still 50-50 at this point. We're just waiting for that start of the game. And there we have it. Attackers from Almighty and defenders is Q9. Now, initial frag really doesn't matter at this point. It's more of how to respond after.
Yep, let's see exactly how they get the job done this time around as Island hits a double for himself. The players of Almighty is just left with Shut Up 1v4. This is a GG from the very get-go, but Shut Up just pull one back. Information given away. Look at the backstab. Look at the flank around. Look at the map awareness coming through from Q9. Shut Up gets another. Oh, so close, but a little bit too good in terms of the wraparound for Q9.
Yeah, that's one thing that I noticed as well. It's the movement that they have. They understand where, like, usually it's Lin who goes in for that push and goes in for that backstab. And he gets the information as well from the rest of the teammates who have been taken down. Now, if that's not the case, if it is like a stall at that point, it is Lin who is taking a lead, getting those audio cues, giving out information for the rest of the team. So I would say Lin is a strong part of this team, and it's not just the Slayers from the hands of D-Chen and O-Ling. So I'll have to see if they can take down Ling and probably O-Ling, but there goes Heaven being taken down by O-Ling.
Yeah, fantastic in terms of the push coming through here from the players. Q9, Almighty, Irfan J bags a double, but can he respond to the next one? No, he tries to hide in a corner, but Island catches him.
See, that's what I'm talking about. Irfan J goes in for that kill, and the moment he gets for that frag, the moment that you're waiting for your health to recover, someone will be rushing in. And that's one thing that Almighty really needs to counter. You need to reposition yourself and go in for the safe position, a safe angle before you go in for that flank. You don't need not need to stay in the same location. Otherwise, you will be backstabbed and traded off.
Yeah, 2 rounds in a row for Q9. Shut up. Can he trade one back? This time, it's a good hole from Q9. Look at the patience gameplay coming through here. They're all stacked up. Yes, they're playing the defense, but Soft goes on for the aggressive push. Irfan J punishes. Heaven manages to catch Island as well, but Lin trades Shut Up right back. It's all equal, 3-3, and the Bob really cannot push on forward towards the B side.
Incendio right now taking out D-Chen as D-Chen went in for that flank, and we'll have to see on how well the rotation will be done by Q9. Heaven from above, and we're seeing a duo right now, but Heaven, I think he have sights already. Oh my goodness, O-Ling goes in for the 50 Gs and bouncing off in the 2v2, and the battle continues. Jeffro and Incendio moving in for the rotate, probably going for Bravo, but I think it has been weighted already by O-Ling, and O-Ling right now, CBR in hand, might be flanking as well. Good position from Lin from afar, but I think it's a little bit too distant right now for Q9, and with Incendio going in for the approach, Lin has been spotted, but backing off in there just to survive. So the split of Q9 will not help the cause, but Oling will be able to take down Incendio, and he are now Jeff Pro has been brought in on a 1v2.
Jeff Pro, switchblade in hand, bomb in hand as well. Lin gets caught out. Will he reposition or will he go in straight up for the plant? He does have the timing here, but here comes the player on the side of Q9. Oling right up on top. He is the clutch king for the side of Q9. Jeff Pro tagged up and he manages to get away. Oling does not punish. It's all about the timing here. Nate. Will Oling get this? It will be a phenomenal kill if he does, and Jeff Pro dodges it like a champ. Oling does not fake, and Jeff Pro punishes. Pros don't fake, and Jeff Pro knows that.
Jeff Pro, it's a good thing he survived that nade, but that was a close call.
Yeah.
I would say if he went in a little bit late and backing off, he might have been caught in there, but time is running out, bringing Q9 to a halt. Thus, they were able to take that point. But Almighty right now, though they have 1 point, it's still far, especially with how it has gone with Q9. So they need to make those initial frags, and Irfan J and Jeff Pro just did it.
Yep, Irfan J and Jeff Pro managing to get those slays, but D-Chan was close enough to trade them back. Unfortunate for him, those hits just did not connect. Oling sees one going past. Shots just a little bit too slow. Heaven on the wraparound. 50 Gs punishes one. Can he get the other?
Nice.
Yes, he does. Heaven on a roll. And now single player Oling punishes Shut Up. Can he get another? Yes, he can. 50 Gs shuts down Heaven with a headshot. It is a 3v1. Bomb on the plant. 45 seconds. Let's see what the MVP of the competition Oling can do.
Oling right now, not really pushing, being a little bit patient. He has plenty of time, but not enough for him to take that risk. It is a 1v3 right now. Incendio will be seeing him and will be taking him down. And it is now 2-2. And this is Almighty bringing back the gameplay. And I think they've warmed up enough, especially with how they took that raid control. Raid control and that Hardpoint hacienda. So momentum is on them, and they might be able to get that close in taking the win in this SND.
And let's see if or not they can pull forward Almighty. It is going to be a very tough one for them. But if they just nail this right, they cannot just pull forward, but they can get the victory. Irfan J, but Oling just stands there. He doesn't respond. And Lin, though, he does punish Irfan J. So that's a good pullback, and D-Chen finds Incendio. Can Jeff Pro pull one back? KRM for the pop. Goes in for the second shot as well. Fails. Oh, Soft is trying to melee him out of the equation, and Jeff Pro punishes him for being cheeky.
Evan right now with a quick scope against Jan, and Lin takes down Jeff Pro. It's a 1v2 situation, but Heaven is going in for a long flank. Bomb is on B right now. 50 Gs in hand, and still Lin will be waiting in there. But I think we'll be meeting Heaven, and there you go. Lin says hi to the KRM.
Oh, what a play, man. And this is just an opportunity for Almighty now to jump on out and see exactly what they can do to Q9 after being pushed back round after round. With Q9 just a single round ahead of them, Almighty still has the advantage as they have the bomb. They just have to wait for Q9 to make a mistake. But the problem here is they keep pushing forward. They keep trying to engage. And look at this stack. Q9, they rush towards the wrong bomb site, but they are going to be able to wrap around. This backstab is going to go either really, really good or really, really bad for the Chinese team.
Yeah, it was an opportunity right there for Oling to spot one, but Almighty really just moved in towards that Bravo. But here comes the possibility of a backstab right now. It's a good thing that Shut Up is holding this angle, as well as Irfan J, and Irfan J might take advantage of this. One problem with this approach, Irfan J is solo, and the rest of Almighty is on the bottom floor. Irfan J will be able to trade this off, but unfortunate for him, just moves out of that way, and he gets it against Lin.
Oh, fantastic. This time it is going to be Almighty with a slight advantage. Nope, I take that back. Jeff Pro goes down. It's a 4v2. There's no advantage for them at all because the bomb is now on the ground. I thought the bomb was just going to go and get planted at the B bomb side. There's a little bit of a GG. Incendio, angle, timing, and he does get the shot against Island. Pulls one back for the team, but it's going to be about Heaven now in his switchblade, and he does manage to equalize the numbers.
Yep, Incendio right now taking the angle, but the duo of Chen and Soft will not going in. Soft Heaven right now with that spray. Unfortunate for him, Chen moves in for that kill. It's a 1v1 situation, but 27 seconds on the clock. They need a movement coming from Incendio. It's a very difficult decision right now, and I think that will be waited on by Oling or by Chen. But Chen didn't really miss that chance and goes in for the plan is Incendio, but as quick as he is, backstab from Chen, the smoke might have saved him, and there goes Incendio, moves out of the way.
It moves out of the way, but it's a 1v1. Incendio up top. Chen, he moves on up fourth. And Chen wants to take Incendio out of the equation first, but he's already got this pre-aim. Shot is not going to pop off. Chen shows up, and Chen gets the switchblade kill. What a play by Chen. That's just a little bit of a mistake by Captain Incendio, and he pays for it.
Yeah, I mean, the damage in there, Shorty versus the Switchblade, as well as the angle being held by Chen, right? Once Chen is in there, it's easy for him to get that headshot compared to what Incendio has, because he needs to guess whether it's proning or probably standing up, and the slide even makes it more difficult. So the position right now, though you have the height advantage, it's not that easily to get that headshot.
It's not that easy, but you know, he's got the skills to pull it off. Chen, Incendio's already tagged up. He manages to get the Punisher as well. Can he find Jeff Pro? Answer. Oh my lord, gets the slide and still nails the aim. Irfan J trades one back, trades two back in fact, but still found by Oling and that backstab Heaven all alone. But it's a 1v1. Best sniper on the side of Almighty going up against the best sniper of Q9. Can he flick around to the left? KRM. Heaven misses him by a mile, not picking up the bomb though, Q9. Oling might be punished for this decision as he roams around trying to look for a kill.
Yeah, he's trying to get that distance to be able to hit that snipe, but with the KRM being used by Heaven right now, I think Heaven will try to keep that gap between them. So we'll have to find out as to who gets who. 1 minute on the clock, plenty of time for that plant and rotation slowly being done by Q9. But there's really no risking it for Q9 at this point, and Heaven just needs to be steady as well to get a better angle. And there you have it. It's just not the best timing for them to meet up. It's not the best time for them to see each other, but I guess this is Oling takes them down.
You know, what's that show, Lady and the Tramp, where they both eat that spaghetti and then they meet in the middle? I thought as they were wrapping around, we're going to have a spaghetti moment there, but no. Oling pauses, pre-aims, shuts down the one and only Heaven. Q9, 2 rounds away from finishing things off, and it looks like it might just be yet another dominant S&D for the Chinese team.
Yeah, I mean, it's very difficult. Oh my goodness! Oling kill after kill. Lin follows up, and there we have it. 6-2 match point for Q9.
Oh, this is one more round to finishing this off. Q9 match point at this S&D. And this 100% win rate thing is really getting to the other teams, man. Nobody has been able to touch Q9 on Search and Destroy. And that's just so crazy to think about.
Yeah, it's more of the angles that they're taking. The moment that we've seen one of Q9 being taken down, they just understand the angles. Oling especially in here with information, not only information, but also for the kill. But Jeff Pro right now trying to anticipate that Q9 will be rushing in. But no, they didn't. They go in for that plan. Trophy system saved them from that nade.
Let's see, 6-2. Almighty soft. Incendio goes down as well. This is a GG Clutch King Irfan J. 1v5. If he clutches this out, I'll lose my mind. Manages to get the first one, but he's already seen. Holds on to a good angle. Waits for the second play to come. Run in on in. Oling catch as well. Caught out, but Lin with the very smart play, super defensive, doesn't go pushing, doesn't go hunting down Irfan J, although they've got that mad advantage, and that's how you win out these S&Ds, through such discipline. And Q9 was phenomenal against Almighty. This is going to be a super close one, and I believe it's going to go down to the wire in match number 7. And if Almighty can push this into a match number 7, and somehow or rather break Q9 on that final S&D matchup, I think it'll be a huge statement. Because not only do they break Q9, they also break the 100% win rate at S&D for Q9 as well. But we are potentially talking about the impossible How do you see this though, Neptune? Can Almighty make the impossible possible based on the way they have responded so far against Q9?
Like, if it has been brought into the game 7 and on that SND, looking at historical, it's already a 2-win for Q9. So it's very difficult. If there's a chance really that Almighty can get that win, it could have been done for the first or the second already. But on this last one, it's everything is on the line. Pressure is on them as well. And Q9 really, I think they're that confident and as well as so calm that they are they can easily take that win, because we've seen so far in terms of score 74 for both of SND. So well, Q9 is still in a great possibility of taking a win.
I mean, if any one of you guys are sad that Almighty is down, let me give you another sad news. My dum biryani order got cancelled because the shop closed and I had to order pizza for myself, and it's going to be an 1-hour delivery time, which means I've got time. So I want a match number 7 now. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go with that match number 7. The result might be different, but regardless, after 1 hour, AJ will be getting his pizza.
Okay. But I ordered 2 pizzas on top of everything else, just to put the icing on the cake or the tomato on the pizza, whichever.
There you have it, guys. Almighty right now taking that 2 losses. Correction, so it was 7-2 compared to the 7-4 that we have earlier on first SND, and it is more of the doing of Oling. 15-5 on that KD 3.0 just for this match.
Want to take a guess who's the MVP?
No, I don't think I'll be able to guess.
I don't think I'm going to be able to guess this as well. This fella is just so crazy, man. I mean, talk about supremacy in Call of Duty Mobile. A 3-0 KD versus Almighty in an SND. Yeah, nobody does that. Absolutely nobody. Johnny West says, AJ, give us a kiss and you'll see Almighty win. I can't. I only give out kisses at the closing of the series, at the closing of the event day. So no, unfortunately, Almighty is going to lose because I don't kiss you. What you talking about, man? Almighty still has an opportunity to jump back into this game, but that is only dependent on shutting down Oling, who has been a crazy monster raging all throughout the competition so far. 13th MVP title picked up makes him the most dangerous player within CDFI.
Yeah, we've seen that so many times. Sniper, pistol, CBR, like regardless of where he has been placed in there, he has best angles against everyone else. And not only that, like, it's a combination of the whole squad of Q9 that really brings it to a very difficult decision. If you want to decide to battle them, I'm pretty sure that they will be crossed out across the board because of how they're doing. But let's go in for a listen in for this search and destroy map.
拿捏哥们儿，屌吗？厉不厉害？牛逼！慢点，小心他跳着你。可以反击吗？软你，直接反击准备，来。我叫3个。没动静。好了，还有。这站位，站位跳，加油！
Not so much of comms in there, but with that Oling hit, I mean, how calm they are, because they know Oling can just bring it through. 3 kills in there with just a slide and a scope, and it's just GG at that point.
I'm in love with the CDM teams. I'm in love with the plays. I'm in love with Oling? No, maybe not. But I love his gameplay though. Oling has been a monster all throughout. No one can deny that. But Almighty needs to find a solution. And the only way to deal with a monster is to become a monster yourself. And we know that there have been monstrous runs from the players on the side of Almighty. Not just 1, not just 2, multiple players on their side can have those monstrous runs. It's just that they are not winding up evenly against the Q9 squad so far. So the probability of Almighty getting this next map truly depends on how well they have mastered standoff. So we all know they truly do manage to dominate standoff whenever they hop on into the map. They've got a 100% win rate at standoff hardpoint. But when you look at control, it's a different story. They actually dropped a match at standoff control. I mean, nobody expected that.
Yeah, I mean it's the Control King dropping a match in a hot
In their game mode, in their map.
Yeah, I mean that's the one thing that really blows my mind at this point, because not only is a lot of teams has changed the result of the game from the assumption that we have from the start of the playoffs. Like
Yeah.
even the Kings themselves, they're falling off from where they are dominating, and it's just
Yeah.
because of CDM. CDM is just proving to be a different kind of monster that changes the pace of the game. It changes the game style as well as the mindset of the teams that has been so aggressive and so crazy so far in Call of Duty Mobile.
And I think I'm going to throw out the prediction here for the first time, and this prediction might fall flat on its face. But, okay, more than a prediction, this is a wish. I want Almighty to win this next game. I desperately want them to win this next game, because if they don't win, I'm going to end this competition. I'm going to end the event, close it off, and then sit down and wait for my food. That's the last thing I want to do when I'm super hungry. So I don't want to think about food. I want Almighty to win control. And then we head on into an SND matchup where they will play for their lives. And they will be going up against all odds to touch Q9 on an SND matchup where they have been just so good so far. Throughout the whole event, I think the highlight of CDFI has been not just the King of Snipers battle, but every single SND matchup that Q9 has played. I want to see that match number 7. It is, and it will be, the perfect closer to the CDFI event. But if it all ends at Control, I think that's a huge statement by Q9 to once again not only dominate Almighty, but dominate Almighty on the game mode that they're the best at, and dominate Almighty on Standoff, which is their best map at Control.
But again, there's a lot of risk knowing that Almighty, this is their best map and their best mode, because CDM Q9 specifically has already studied their gameplay, all the rotations that they can take, all the angles that they can put into, and probably take them down one at a time. So hopefully there's something hidden from the playbook of Almighty that they can pull out this time, just to throw off what has been understood by Q9. Otherwise, like, it might be another easy match in terms of Control, probably a 3-1, but I'm looking forward for the reverse in favor of Almighty, just to go in for that final map.
Switchblade comparison, we know that. Krig 6 comparison, we know that. DLQ on the side of Almighty, but I don't think that Bison will be shown by Q9. That 71.4% pick rate might just change in this Control matchup, where Q9 starts learning a little bit more from Almighty by moving on to that Switchblade instead of that Bison. You know, not many people want to be focusing on that range. If you look at Standoff as a map as a whole, you can have those long angles, you can have those short angles as well, depending on how you wrap around that map. And in a game like Control, it's not like you get to spawn off of every single corner of the map randomly as, you know, they go and, you know, reset the spawns or whatsoever. It's just a single point of maneuver. So you really have to know this map well enough to keep your angles short when you play the Switchblade. So Shut Up might just struggle with that a tad bit, but Jeff Pro's in there with the exact same gun in heaven as well. It's a triple Switchblade setup by Almighty.
And as we can see, all the position of a Q9 right now is set up so that they can stop the approach into that alpha. Good defense right now being started by Q9, and we've seen this earlier, but this time it is Q9 on defense, and once it's switched over, if it follows the pattern earlier, it's looking forward, or it's gearing towards Q9 unless Almighty switches up later onto that attack. But as we continue on, no one has captured any points just yet, and as we talk about that, it is being started right now with this guy Incendio, but we'll have to find out if he can be taken down that easily. And there you have it, the cleanup might be done and the takeover of that tick will not be happening.
Fantastic. Almighty, they are there. Jeff Pro manages to secure the first quadrant. Second quadrant on standby, goes in for the spawn trap instead. Super aggressive. They cannot afford that, and Jeff Pro just circles around in time to get yet another kill for the squad. 18 to 19, all equaled up now. Jeff Pro goes down, 17 lives, make that 16, but 2 quadrants taken away. Almighty's winning this Control matchup, but with 42 seconds to go, they need to get the job done at that A control point. But with 4 players stomping down the defense on that A control point, someone needs to flank around towards B.
Yeah, the thing is, the life points of either side is dwindling down. Even the time is dwindling down.
Oh,
as
Heaven!
well. It's up to
Oh!
that hit, and there goes Heaven right now with a switchblade. And imagine the distance. Heaven still managed to pull that off.
Yeah, spawn trap Heaven. That's just so good. And that was the winning reason as to why they could sneak away that A control point. Now B control point on the tees as well for Jeff Pro. Gets the job done and then flanks around for the spawn trap instead. Punished halfway through. The job's not done just yet. Almighty needs to turn this into a team deathmatch if they want this first round.
There he goes, Irfan J attempting a double, but it is now a 7-5 in the life point, and D-Chen right now trying to survive gas station, and it is Island being taken down, and Lin was able to trade off Jeff Pro. D-Chen has been taken down, is now a 3-6, but we've seen this before. It might go up easily, but there you have it, 2-4 right now. Lin still alive and kicking and going into the regroup.
Yep, 4-2 lives. This is very close. That shutout. Oh, Incendio does manage to make it just one, but he gets traded out by D-Chen. 2-1. Very, very tense situation here between Q9 and Almighty. Island gets Heaven. It's a 1-1 now. Anybody can get it. And the Freddy does not end the game. Almighty wins it.
Ready up.
Finally, I mean, on the attack. And they took that win. And this time, it turns over to them there in the defense. And if this follows through what happens earlier, good chance for them to get that first 2 point.
13-30. Almighty with the first round win. And it looks like my wish is coming true. It's not Santa Claus granting those wishes, it's Almighty! And Incendio gets the first 3. What a pop. And now on the defense, very aggressive for Incendio. Gravity Vortex gun punishes, and he's going to bring that Grav Vortex straight into the spawns. And look at the spawn trap attack coming through here from Almighty, taking over Grannies. And Irfan J gets a double for himself. Incendio gets that pop. I thought he was going to miss that. But Jeff Pro from up top on the Granny's roof, getting the job done. 5 lives left for Almighty, and they've managed to take away 12 from Q9. So this is a great defensive round. Super aggressive Almighty.
Yeah, aggressive indeed. They got a lot of points, but unfortunate for them, the spawn trap has been broken. Irfan J will be taken down. Possibly that might trigger another spawn trap, but it has been spreading for Q9 at this point. And there you have it. Incendio will be able to take down Oling, but trade-offs against a shut-up. But D-Chen getting the position, and this is one thing that Q9 usually does and needs to be countered. Getting all those angles, and it's a good thing Jeff Pro can roam around and start off another spawn trap.
Jeff Pro, 9 more lives. A 10 life deficit here for the players of Q9. Irfan J gets 1, Irfan J gets 2. Clutch King just continuously forced in that spawn trap, finally gets traded out. But it looks like Q9 is not going to be able to make it back here. 4 more seconds and this game will come to an end. But as they pause that timer, only 5 more lives left. Soft in a tight corner here. Switchblade in hand. Irfan J goes in for the slide, but still gets punished. And it is mainly that vision from that mythic gun that kind of obscures the shot for Q9, which is super unfortunate. And that's the main reason why you see when Almighty plays the Switchblade, they're on the basic skin. They don't bring that mythic skin in for the distraction.
Exactly, and as we can see right now, 2 seconds remaining, but there you have it. The lives just counted down that easily. Almighty right now, different kind of Almighty compared to what we've seen earlier, and this is like giving questions to my mind. Has that been a fluke earlier that we've seen in most of the time in Control, if they have lost that game, or probably it's just something that they need to set up, not to be anticipated by Q9.
Island just smashing them with the Gravity Vortex gun this time round. D-Chen traded out by Heaven and a good slide. Oling brings out the claw, bounces off 1, but Irfan J instantaneously punishes him, so no claw punisher just yet. Lin trades out Irfan J, but a 5 life deficit for Almighty. And it looks like the boys heard the mustache loud and clear. We won a match 7. We are about to get a match 7, but Q9 wants to make sure we don't get there. This round might go to them. They're just gonna pause this match for just a little bit. They're gonna slow the wind down for Almighty. But can they prevent it as well? Because Almighty seems to be a little bit too good on this stand-up control match.
Yeah, but compared to what we've seen earlier, they are losing lives at this time. They just need to go for the capture and probably put in a little bit of distraction for Q9. Oling has been taken out. It opens up that Alpha, but it's only one in there left for that takedown, for that coverage, and there we have it. Alpha will be taken right now. 34 seconds remaining before they did that. Irfan J will just be covering his angle and surviving. Unfortunately, Oling takes him down.
I mean, come on, man. This is just such a close match. Yes, the lives may not look close at all, but with 27 more seconds, I think Almighty might be able to pull this off. All they need to do is just rotate over to the B control point. It doesn't seem to be their idea, though. They want to force that A control point away since they've already got that one quadrant. It's teased away. Heaven, big fight, wins it out. But only 6 more lives left here. Heaven manages to make it 12 on the side of Q9, but 4 more left for Almighty with 8 more seconds to go. This is a Q9 round.
Yeah, Q9 right now, 5 seconds and 3 lives remaining. Incendio might be able to push it for that second tick, but how far can they push it onto that win? They're starting to lose lives at this point, and last one goes. There goes Island, finishing them off. The 1 point goes to Q9, and is now getting to be that exciting game, AJ, that we're looking forward to.
I don't know, because Almighty's on a defensive now, so they get that advantage. And all they need to do is just rush and spawn trap. And look at this, my brother. If you notice, there are 5 operators on a activation for the side of Almighty. So this is a GGWP for Q9. This is a full-on investment for Almighty. Clearly, they want to end the round here. Nobody wants to wait for round number 5 if you're an Almighty fan. Heaven Purifier, fantastic. Manages to get one for himself. Shut Up gets one as well. Spawn Trap will go ahead to fail, but the numbers don't look all that too great. Only 2 operators went in there for the investment so far, so it's not too big of a difference. Heaven finally gets punished by D Chen, but Almighty still 3 operators on standby. I really like Almighty. They don't go for the jugular and invest all 5 at the same time. They're playing the game of patience, and they seem to be winning it out.
Yeah, I'll have to find out how long will they be patient in releasing those operators, as the rest of Q9 being patient as well. I think they're just waiting for the initiation of the spawn trap and probably die down on the lives against Almighty later on. But Shut Up right now going for the smart move, grab Vortex just so that he will not be surprised, but he has been taken down there by D Chen. And here comes Jeff Pro right now for the final push, going in, triggering that spawn trap, but he's still been taken down.
Yeah, good trade back by Oling here. 4 lives between them. But look at the timer. 9 more seconds to get the job done. Soft brings in his Purifier, but Lin burns Heaven down. They double Purifier setup here. Is the success for Q9. 8 seconds on the pause for the timer. Player goes down. Can Almighty find this break? Yes, they do. 5 more seconds. Oling saves the day with his claw, and he keeps Q9 alive. 5 seconds on the pause. Oling hops off. Oling, you cannot hop off, but player number 4 is there. Player 4 still alive and kicking. Lin on the defense. 9 lives for Almighty. 3 more seconds. Incendio needs to win this out. Can he turn the corner? He desperately needs to, but with just purely 3 seconds left on the clock, Q9 doing the absolute impossible to survive.
Yeah, last tick right now to bring it to another minute, and there you have it. Life is tied, and the time has been extended. Heaven right now is starting it off, taking 2 down, but a trade-off is in there, initiated. 2 to 4 to life. Shut Up with a great opportunity, but gets away, and there goes 1 to 4. Good thing Jeff Pro goes for the damage. It's now Oling who might be able to tie it up, and Heaven goes in for the flank, but he needs to be careful because 1 life down, it brings him close to that side, but there goes Heaven for that one, and there goes the win for Almighty.
And Almighty gives us the very first match number 7 in this best out of 7, and we head on into slums for an SND matchup where Almighty looks like they want to do the impossible to finally break the 100% win rate of Q9 Club.
Oh my goodness. And well, predicted as it is, 3-1 is what I called for, and 3-1 is what we got. Almighty takes that win this time, bouncing it up at a 3-3 on a series win. And slums right now, we understand how well Almighty knows this. We've seen how well Q9 understands this map, and it is still 50-50, but we'll just have to find out on how well can they pull this off. SND once again brings the favor to Q9, AJ.
I mean, you know, I don't wanna blow toot my own horn here, but you know, my predictions usually they check out. And Almighty does not need to thank me. Almighty needs to thank that biryani shop that closed and canceled my order because I wanted Q9 to end it right there and then itself. But no biryani meant I needed to wait for my pizza, and I need a match number 7. But I don't need no OTs. Now I just want to see Almighty do the absolute impossible. And I say the impossible because Q9 has been phenomenal on Search and Destroys, and they are going to look strong in this next matchup. I mean, if you want to talk about the statistics on Slums, so far they've had 2 matches there, and they've won both of it for themselves. But Almighty has not lost a single SND on Slums as well. They've had that 1 match there, and I think this is going to go down to the wire. I will not be surprised if there is an OT. Look at the number of eliminations on both sides, though. Almighty has that 1-1-3. But what makes this so much more interesting is they are so much more perfect when it comes to killing the opponents off instantaneously when they meet. And Q9, on the other hand, they had to depend on the assists a little bit more than Almighty.
Yeah, I mean, this is different. Different Q9 we're seeing, or probably a different Almighty we're seeing. But as we look into the player stats right now, it is all over across the board. Double digits for the Slay, but it is more of Heaven and Jeffro right now taking the lead. 24-25 in here from Heaven. It's a 1.0 though, but it's Jeffro who really made that happen. The spawn trap that he triggered and most of that that control mode really just gave that win for Almighty, and of course the support of the rest of the team.
I absolutely appreciate Cali at this very moment because I forgot what I was asking for, because I was only supposed to do 6 matches. So technically, if it pushes into match number 7, I don't shoutcast anymore. But Cali said, Mustachio, for the sake of Almighty, for the sake of Q9, and for the sake of that biryani that was sacrificed in this matchup, you take my spot. So I love you, Cali. You're the man. But MVP Heaven, he has not been able to match up against Oling, but what we know is this guy gets the job done out there on the battlefield. He may not be captain, but he surely leads his team by example when it comes to being the flex for the squad.
Yeah, I mean, the flex indeed, and like it has been a long time running that he's playing the flex. He has been asked to focus more on the snipes most of the time, but I think this movement that he's doing right now, especially on bringing in different weaponries, different roles in his main, just bring him more of that understanding on what he has to offer. It can provide information, he can provide initial frag, but once you are on the line, you are really in need of switching a role once needed, and that's what he did earlier. Switchblade and Sniper, this is what he often bear in this game.
Absolutely, man. But chat, can you guys do me a favor? Can you guys do me a huge favor? Can I see a hashtag Cali, the Giga Chat, in the chat right now, please, because he gave me a spot for this final matchup. And look at me wishing for match number 7, forgetting that I wasn't supposed to shoutcast match number 7. But all thanks to Cali, I get to still scream for all of you guys. I get to scream for both Q9 as well as Almighty, and I cannot wait for this match to kick off because I know both teams are going to give their hearts and souls for this matchup, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, everything's on the line here, and this is where we want them to be. Where, like, prestige as well as trophy and a little bit of everything else will be on the line. What really matters here is what we learn from this game. We've seen how CDM has dominated so much of this game, or in Garena, the expected teams that we are looking forward to be here. Well, I'm seeing that Almighty is also one thing that I look forward to be in this championship. But for those that are being expected by the fans, we're disappointed. But the thing is, it's a lot more of adjustment that needs to be done by either region for them to take over a specific region in the CDM and Garena matchup.
I think this series, you know, you're right. It has taught us a lot. And the one thing it has is taught the trolls a great big lesson. Never run your mouth before the match is over. Because the moment Almighty started losing, they were like, Almighty's trash. They're going to get whooped by Q9. But look at where we are right now. All equal between the team that beat down Wolves 4-0 and Almighty, the representatives of Garena, the #1 seeded team within Garena, just fighting it out. And for the first time in the competition for this playoffs, we've had a best of 7 throughout the whole time at the playoffs, but we've never had a match number 7. And these two teams have got the capability of bringing us there. Obviously, they didn't set this up. Both of them desperately want the win. Neither one wants to give in. It goes down into a match that is to the side of the Chinese. This is played on Chinese grounds. This is played under CDM. It's an event hosted by CDM, which once again, everybody, on behalf of everybody at Garena, we are so thankful for. Thank you so much, CDM, for organizing this and inviting Garena, especially, above and beyond all other servers, to come in here and scrim against you guys, to participate in this event, to see exactly where you stand before stage 5. And not only have the teams managed to measure themselves up against some of the best in Garena, they've also managed to prove to us that CDM is ready to play on the official rules at stage 5. So excited for what is to come. But before we move on to stage 5, we need to determine who wins CDFI. It is between ALMGHTY and Q9, down to the wire. Advantage to the Chinese teams once again. Dude, Neptune, do you feel good for ALMGHTY, or does your spidey sense tell you that it's gonna be Q9?
Well, I feel good because of what they've done so far, being able to reach this level. And with the movement that they did in this control, 3-1, didn't even go into the 3-2 that we saw earlier. They were able to change up their pace. It's gearing that it's back to 50-50 on this SND row, because they can put in a lot more of effort, especially with the pop-off of some that we didn't see earlier from that SND.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, let's take this opportunity as well to give a few shout outs to our OG chat members. Jishan in the house. You also have S2 players in the house. Yumi in the house as well. Cali Gaming, thanks for joining us within the chat. Ascended Banana has finally joined us. Go CODM in the house as well. Everybody's just rocking the chat. Abdullah Haroon, AMT Raiden. Everybody's having one hell of a good time. Welcome, Storm. Pouty Cookie in the house as well. Warden's rocking the chat as well. Everybody is in the house and they want to rock this town. Subham Bhargav, welcome. Woxy in the house. Brazen Bull in the house. Everybody wants this match. Now, I want to ask you guys, who do you have your money on? Not actual money. Who do you have your imaginary money on? 1 for ALMGHTY, 2 for Q9. Go.
Who do you have your AJ's Pizza on? There you have it.
I was drinking water.
Pouring.
You nearly made me spit it all over my keyboard, Neptune. Thank God it's optical keys. It can sustain. You know, chat. There's one point where I was really new to streaming and I made the biggest mistake of a streamer, and I had my coffee cup right beside my keyboard. You cannot imagine the heartbreak when I poured that whole cup of coffee. No, it actually wasn't coffee. It was masala tea. I poured that whole cup of masala tea on my keyboard. My keyboard drank that masala tea. It enjoyed it, but it broke my heart.
Sheesh. I mean, this is the worst thing that's going to happen in there if you are, like, not only a streamer, but if you are more of a keyboard guy, or if you keep your stuff organized and clean. And, well, good enough that you learned that lesson. I did that, learn that lesson as well. I don't want to tell the story. It's a little bit more awkward, but as we start off the game,
now I'm interested.
we can talk about it. We can talk about it offline, but you know how things are messy at some point. But it will get messier because the battle continues right now. Search and destroy. It is ALMGHTY and Q9, and it is Q9 on attack.
Massive support for ALMGHTY in the chat. Island gets 1. Can he get 2 as well? Tags up the second player, Jeff Pro. Hey, shut up! Quick scope shuts down Island and his progress as well. Heaven does find Lin's head, but doesn't pop it just yet. Incendio quickly wraps around. This backstab could be deadly for the Q9 squad.
Incendio right now going for the backstab, and Lin has been taken down. Oling was able to go for the plan, but there goes Heaven with the God Dance from heavens above. It is now a 1v3, and there goes the kill, there goes the fuse, and the win for ALMGHTY.
Brah! And I don't know, man. I think that's just all the good juju. The chat is pouring out for Almighty right now. And that one round, Heaven hits the God nade. Everybody's awake. Everybody's alive. And the one and only Captain Incendio wants to lead the team by example. And he's popping off, man. Shut Up was great as well in that round. Everybody was stepping up. Even Jeff Pro, he did manage to tag up the player first. So he gets the assist for himself. And Irfan J still looking for his first frag. Good smoke by Incendio. So that's going to be obscuring the spot here. Heaven, sorry, not Heaven, Ling manages to travel all the way back to pick up the bomb. So a little bit of a unfortunate push coming through here for Q9. That slows them down.
Yeah, slowing down is one thing that Almighty is planning at this point, and I think it's a good thing that they are utilizing the smoke right now, especially trying to avoid Oling on the snipes. But Oling will be taking a peek right now and beats everyone else. Goes for the follow-up right there from Lin, and it was just a cat and mouse earlier on.
Oh, very
this
good.
time, the cat just caught up the mouse.
Oh, too good, man. Too good. And this is what you love about Q9. They read the strat of the opponents and they execute that counter strategy instantaneously. You want to play the exact same winning strat against Q9 more than once, you gotta be silly. Almighty needs to learn that very early in this match before they get punished, Neptune.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, it's more of the rotation. Oh, Island right now just responded with that God nade. But rotations right now being pulled off by Q9 that can surprise Almighty at this point. And as we can see, it's easily in the 3v5 right now. And that is what happened if you get a first win against Q9. You will be responded with a couple of wins and a couple of kills as well.
Heaven manages to shut down Lin, but the job's not done just yet. It's a 2v4. Heaven spots one more shot for him, and Heaven takes it. But Oling's already got the pre-scope, and it punishes. Soft takes Incendio to end the round. What a play from both of these teams, and Q9 pulls ahead.
Yeah, I mean, that slowdown in there from Oling just gives them a little bit of a better advantage in anticipating where everyone will be moving in. Heaven was able to get that kill, and the movement of Heaven has been anticipated by Oling. I really am surprised on how well they understand the gameplay as well as the position being taken by the team.
Ooh, very aggressive Q9. Meets the scope of Heaven, shut down instantaneously. Irfan J spots out, who was that? Oling, I believe, but doesn't take that shot just yet. Triggered discipline. I don't know if in that instance is a great thing. Bomb's already at site. D-Chen can get the plant for himself, but Heaven punishes Soft, and that might just unnerve the players on the side of Q9. It's a 3v2, and Q9 now needs to play for trades, gets tagged up, and D-Chen survives and slides away with his life.
It's a good thing D-Chen survived that, but we are still left with an Oling D-Chen combination, and this too is still deadly even if they are pressured with time, but they are running out. Irfan J trying to go in and get information against them, but if he moves a little bit faster, he might be getting those footsteps queue, and it might not look good for Almighty if they want to go in for that surprise hit. 3 angles being taken, Jeff Pro providing that information and that slay as well. Holker Mag just finished up just for that one kill, and that is a good kill for him.
Majulah Indonesia. I would like to recommend Jeff Pro as the next president for Indonesia. Does Indonesia have presidents? Prime ministers? I don't know. It's okay. I'll go Google that later. But whatever it is, the highest role for Jeff Pro.
Yeah, Jeff Pro right now, I mean, earlier we didn't see him pop off. He usually is going for that slay, but this time, like for the rest of the team, it's Heaven, Incendio, shot up at some point. Irfan J, a little bit slow start for him. So it's about time that Jeff Pro really pops up right here. But unfortunately for them, it's Q9's anticipation of all entry that stops them from doing so.
Irfan J and Heaven already at the bomb site, but very aggressive, and that is punished instantaneously by Lin. Oling finds Heaven. Jeff Pro aggressive! Jeff Pro! Once again gets the clutch! And the final shot! The man is on fire!
It got me nervous there when he missed those shots. It's easy really to get back on him, especially as the angle that was held by Q9 at that point. But Jeff Pro just got away, not even prone, not even hiding. He just backed off a little bit, get that fell down from that statue and was able to go in for that side hit. And because of the damage being received by, I think that was Lin, Q9, he needs to rest a little bit, but he has been taken down. Jeffro still on the roll right now, and he's on to his 5th kill, and it is Heaven right now going for the 8th.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. Shout out to Pouty Cookie. Thank you so much for Googling that up. And it is going to be Mr. President Jeff Bro who takes the final frag as well. 4-2. Jeff Bro, my boy, is getting the job done. And this is phenomenal as they're beating down Q9 at the moment in one of their best game modes. But one cannot take this easily because Q9 is an amazing team that can make that comeback at a snap of a finger.
Yep, and we'll have to see who will be wearing the gloves and the snap. There goes D-Chan for that quick snap. And just like that, 3 goes down. Heaven will try to go in for the flag, but 1 will be waiting in there. D-Chan goes in 4 kills in this game, just giving only 1.
That was the warning, bro. Do not underestimate them. Q9, they can turn things around. Super snappy. And that's exactly what they did in that round. All thanks to D Chen. The guy was amazing. Taking the position of Jeff Pro, he knew that that power position on top of statues can get him that bird's eye view and the ability to slay everybody else out. Irfan J gets flashed halfway through, but he still gets the slay onto Island. That's huge. But traded out by Soft. D Chen finds Heaven. Jeff Pro dropped instead. Everybody's trading each other out. But can Jeff Pro continue to put the team in front? Almighty on the attack this time around. They go in for the plant, but look at this long wraparound by D-Chen. He could be the damage dealer here.
Run, D-Chen, run! That is what he saw, but no, Incendio sees him from the side, and it is now a 2v4. A little split up from Oling and Lin right now. Oling will try to regroup in the mid as they hear that tick. 30 seconds remaining on the clock, and Oling might not be able to get that surprise. Spotted by Incendio and been taken down.
Incendio takes Lin. 4-3. Oling, final player. 50 Gs. You know this guy is popular for this gun. Manages to find Incendio's back. Can you find the last 2 players as well? Shut up. It's timing. Can you go for the scope? DLQ. Aye! Oling 1 step ahead of him. And now, final player, Jeff Pro. Jeff Pro, come on, bro. Mr. President for the clutch. Fake. Oh! And Jeff Pro slides him directly to his feet, but he buys time. President gets it done once again.
Oh, no presidential election. Is just going in for great performance. Jeff Pro really is in there buying that time. He's not buying any votes at that moment. And is just getting for that win. 5-3 right now. As quickly as that, Almighty showing up a different face.
President Jeff Pro. 2 more points. Oling punishes shut up, but God made by President. Once again, Jeff Pro shining like the North Star in this matchup. But can Almighty go the distance? Q9 on the verge of a comeback. They can hit hard, and D-Chen with the switchblade just needs to peek around this wall or play this patiently. He chooses to play it patiently. Heaven, on the other hand, punishes Soft. What a shot.
Yeah, and just a few peeks in there. Same with Oling. Takes Jeff Pro down. D-Chen right now, I think he has a little bit of audio cue. And he will be moving out right now. Irfan J, Hades in hand. And we'll have to find out who steps first, who gets impatient, and who gets impaled. As Irfan J slowly creep in, but needs to back away. He don't want to be caught off guard right now as the bomb is on the ground and will be picked up. But Incendio has visual of the enemy and takes down D-Chen.
3v2. Numbers advantage for Almighty. Lin and Oling. Oh, dude, this is a nasty setup, man. Oling, the champ of CDFI, still standing. And that is going to be a problem. The guy can 1v3 Almighty, no problems whatsoever. Q9 is solid. Heaven finds Lin. Drops in. And Oling still 1v3 position. No problem for the supreme MVP of CDFI.
Oling right now just waiting and listening in, and Irfan J will be moving in, and Heaven beats him to it. There we have it, match point for Almighty indeed. And like that's one thing that Almighty really needs to do. They don't need to be startled in this fight. They just need to be patient, similar to what Q9 is doing from the head. Oh,
guess what, Neptune? My pizza arrived. So Almighty, you gotta finish this right here, right now. now. Mustachio's hungry. I smell that pizza. I bought myself a ravioli as well. So my tummy is just rumbling right now, and I want a victory. Can Garena get the job done? Earlier on, Garena failed, but it don't matter. Almighty still representing Garena as a whole. 6-3. It's a 5v5. President Jeff Bro holds on to the bomb. Shut up. Spots one. Wallbang. Island still doesn't go down and manages to squirm around and stand up and avoid that shot. I'm not going to find anyone just yet. This might just be that last round. Mustachio's asked for it already.
Yeah, and we'll have to find out if they can pull this off. Oling takes a shut up with that hop. He doesn't get away, and Oling will get a good angle, but Incendio also taking another angle, but no sight just yet. And it is getting too close right now, just onto that edges. Oling will be releasing that nade, but Incendio beats him into takedown soft.
Incendio catches up with the rest of Almighty. Now they want to stack that A bomb site. It looks like it's gonna be a true fake because earlier on they kept pushing onto the B bomb site, and now they just want to keep things fresh. But there is one player on the standby. It's the one and only thing holding on to that A bomb site solo. If anyone can get it done solo, it's this guy. Incendio pushes on fourth. This is such an open push coming through from the right tech player. Will he get punished? He moves on into a position where nobody's gonna expect him, and Lin beams him down with the Craig 6. All lucky there as he was holding on towards that back with the head glitch. Gets it. Irfan J with the Hades drops him like his hot. D-Chan with the backstab will find him. And who's the final one? The one and only Heaven. 1v3. Beam down. Q9 stays alive.
I really love the position that's been taken right now. Even if Irfan J was able to go in for that kill, like the slide is not enough to distract him, and he knows the angle as well. That if one goes in front, another one will be moving in onto the right hand side. So he just flicked in there and went in for the kill. He was able to survive that because of the heady that he was taking.
God made D-Chan once again. So D-Chan has just been phenomenal in this whole matchup, man. 11 kills, Olin just by his side with the 12. Jeff Pro, president for the plant. Has the trophy system been played? I don't know. I guess we'll find out the hard way later on. Incendio, Craig 6, 40 seconds on the defense with one man down. This is going to be tough for Almighty.
Seeing a lot of worms right now squirming.
Oh, what
and
a shot.
Island goes in for the kill.
Shot.
A double for Island, and Oling goes in for the third one. It's Irfan J. D-Chan right now dance around from the statues, and Island goes in for defusal. And I don't think Q9 wants you to get that pizza that real quick, AJ.
Huh. Q9. I'm not happy about that, but you know, whatever, man. Just make it swift. Make it swift with the comeback, all right? Just go on a streak if you need to. I don't care who wins. I want to eat my pizza. 6-5. Almighty. They're on the standby, but D-Chen can punish. Switchblade turns around at the wrong time. Haven't punished the soft instead. And Jeff Pro, president gets D-Chen. That's a big one. Lin plays the head glitch, but Shut Up finds him. This might just be the last round. Pizza, here I come. President Jeff Pro goes in for the plant. It's a 4v2. Guess who's still alive and kicking? Oling.
Oling and Island right now, the fraggers of the team, having a good chance for anyone who's moving into that arches. But Irfan J, like, it's getting me dizzy if you're doing that, but I don't think he'll be hearing me at this moment. He's just focusing the game and just trying to avoid being shot by Oling.
If you guys think Almighty can do it, President Jeff Pro, he gets it for Almighty, your champions for the Fall Invitational, hosted by CDM, has been clutched by President Jeff Pro. Almighty gets the win, and Mustachio gets his pizza.
It's a win-win situation for Almighty and Mustachio at this point, but it's a winner for El Presidente, Jeff Pro, in this game. And as you can see, for Q9, I mean, they put up a great battle right now, but Q9 really feels this loss that they have. They put in a lot of gameplay, a lot of wins, but I don't think this is something that they were expecting. Almighty just turns it around, takes out that 100% win rate on that search and destroy.
And that is the most important point, my friend. Q9 has been phenomenal on search and destroy. And it looks like my exact prediction came through. And I don't know. I'm going to take the credit for this one. It has to be that Briani Almighty's gonna attack that biryani shop. Almighty, the champions of the Call of Duty Mobile Fall Invitational 2022, hosted by CDM in preparation for Stage 5. What an event this has been, and what a team Q9 has been throughout the whole event, making sure that this journey was by no chance whatsoever an easy one for Almighty in the final series of the day.
Yeah, and well, we are going to see the leaderboard at this point, but I'm pretty sure, like, with that #1 spot, Almighty is really proud and loud at this point. And fans out there are being loud as well. We are seeing them on the comment section. It just popped up right there, especially with that win, AJ.
Absolutely, man. Take the redeem code for yourselves as well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. You guys deserve this. Make sure you hit that like. Share this broadcast out. If you're watching on Facebook, if you're watching on Twitch, if you're watching on YouTube, make sure you share all of the links out because everybody needs to see this action. It's not just for CDM. It's not just for Garena. But if you're a Call of Duty Mobile fan, there's no way in hell you miss this grand finals, man. It was a heated matchup between Q9 as well as Almighty. And you know, I really, really feel bad for Q9 because they lost it in the worst way possible, because not only do they drop the ball, we talked about pride, we talked about their 100% win rate, it went all the way to the end. They almost got it after a dominant showing within the start of the series against Almighty, only to lose it on a game mode that they were super confident on, and that could have just been the bait in there for Almighty, right? Get them super confident and then beat the crap out of them. But we all have to love this one guy, the president nominee for next year, the one and only Jeff Pro. Love him. He was my personal MVP, potentially even the MVP for this game as well.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, Jeff Rowe has turned around that game for that Search and Destroy, and not only that, like a lot of gameplays at this point for Almighty is different from what we've seen earlier, and that brings the question right now: has all the teams given out their everything in the CDFI, or probably it's something that they pulled out an AMT for us, but Almighty just wanted to get this championship? But it's still a question mark. It depends on the next stage, on what's going to happen.
I mean, the next stage is Stage 5. Everybody's looking forward to it. Lots of questions so far. Mustachio, are you going to be there to shoutcast for Stage 5? Unfortunately, the answer is no. I will not be there for the LAN event, but I will be here for the online broadcast that Garena runs as usual every single year. So you still can catch me on the casting desk for Stage 5. It's just not going to be LAN. Are we phased about it? Absolutely not. I'm still going to have fun in the comfort of my own home. Ordering pizza, ordering dum biryani. You know exactly what it is.
Yeah, let's make it exciting. Dome, it's exciting to be there as well. It's either way, regardless.
Yeah,
you're there on the world stage. You're there shoutcasting the biggest stage in Call of Duty Mobile. And what else can you ask for, AJ?
Pizza on the side. What I tell you, man, what an event. What an event CDFI has been so far. I don't know. I really cannot say which other event I have enjoyed this thoroughly. I think production was amazing. You know, the production quality was fantastic. You know, with all of the LAN setup, us being able to listen in. In fact, I think the production quality might have even been a notch higher than last year's Stage 5. That's how good it was. And I absolutely loved how CDM ran this whole event. And, you know, to put the icing on the cake, the teams were phenomenal. Garena had its representatives, CDM had its representatives. We were all equal at the start. We were all equal with the numbers from both sides down to the very end. And the the cherry on top of the icing, which was on top of the cake, was how crazy good the fights were, man. I mean, Q9 did not make it easy for Almighty. Almighty didn't make it easy for Q9. And we just had a gala of a time shoutcasting every single one of those matches. Once again, hashtag GigaChat Cali in the chat section, please, so that we can thank Cali for giving me the opportunity to shoutcast this final match for you guys. Cali, mwah, I love you, bro. And that kiss goes out for all of you guys as well, who were asking for it in the chat. The chat is sometimes a little weird, right? I don't know why you want the mustachios kiss, but there you go. You have it now.
Yeah, I mean, what else can you ask for? Maybe I keep asking that, but I'm pretty sure there's a lot more.
You're asking for the kiss too?
You. well, we had that chance, AJ. You didn't give me that kiss from
Okay,
GM3.
okay, all right. Okay, yeah,
Well,
I need to let you
we
go.
had that chance to meet each other. We didn't give that, but I have.
Are you
I
sad?
have a handshake and a hug from you, so that
Yes.
I'm good with that.
We good.
Yeah, we good.
No kisses, handshakes, hugs. We keep it legit, all right? We keep it legit. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you guys have been amazing. I mean, the chat has been absolutely phenomenal today. I can't say no toxicity. There were a few weird ones in there, but overall, I think we are starting something new. You guys know exactly who you are. If you've been with us throughout this whole CDFI tournament, especially on this YouTube chat, and you've been keeping it clean, you've been making new friends, I don't want to see this end right here. I want to see more events in the future. I want to see the exact same names. In fact, I want to see way more names join us and making this chat just the kind of place that you want to be in if you are a fan of Call of Duty Mobile, if you're within the COD community, and if you want to meet like-minded people, if you want to chat with like-minded people, and together, if you guys want to go up against those toxic chats, you guys know exactly where you have to be.
Exactly, and that is what we've been calling out in there, especially when those toxicity have been coming out in the chat. So hopefully it carries on. Again, let's make kindness louder. Let's make kindness and this community a little bit more louder so that it can transcend to more, not just from CDM and Garena, but more of those region. And we might see another invitational that would be covering a lot more just like this. And like we were saying, like AJ was saying, like we think the production as well as how it has been set up, I'm pretty sure that now it's set up right now will be mirrored or probably bring in a different level moving forward by the other organizers. And that's what we're looking forward to, AJ.
Exemplary, bro. I have, I mean, Garena, you know I love you. But I have been a part of many productions in the past, and there are not a lot of events that I feel like, I want to copy this content for my own page. CDFI made me have those feelings, right? So I think everything about the event has been great so far. I think the lineup of shoutcasters has been amazing as well. We had multiple rotations. We had Beef Mommy join us. We have had you for multiple days as well. Callie has been a champ. We've had Warden, who unfortunately has gotten himself into a 1v1 with Incendio now, and we are probably waiting. That's probably going to be what fills up our free time between now and stage 5. That 1v1 between Warden and Incendio. I'll shoutcast that match. Warden tried to steal the thunder for himself. Warden's like, should I shoutcast my own match with Incendio? No, Warden. You keep quiet. You just play the game. As it is, it's going to be difficult for you to beat Incendio. If you're talking halfway through, it's going to be impossible for you. I'll do the talking. We'll probably have a 3 shoutcaster panel set up just for that 1v1 Neptune.
I will love to be there as well, but depending on the number of rounds, it might just be a 1v1 in 3 rounds, and that was just like imagine only one caster for each round talking, and then it's all over. Poof, that's it.
Here's the thing. We don't know which way it's gonna go. For all you know, it's gonna be Warden, Captain, Incendio 3, and oh, bro. You never know. It might just happen. Warden used to play for West Point Mamba Low Kings. There's a reason. One might be able to argue, but he's not playing for them right now for a good reason, right? Yes. That might be a good argument, but it's because he wants to be a shoutcaster now. Boy's got to chase his dreams. He's still super young. But for all of you guys, we've got some requests in here as well, asking me to crown Almighty as the greatest comeback kings of the world. I don't think that's a good title for Almighty. I don't think they've earned the title as the comeback kings, especially in this series, because it was pretty much back and forth with the way they were taking it. If they didn't lose the previous one, if they just went on a streak, if they had a gentleman sweep right back, if they had a clean reverse sweep, that would be a totally different story. So unfortunately, we can't crown them with that title. But hey, it's not too late. For the year of 2022, we still have stage 5.
Exactly. And I saw one comment as well, AJ, asking us for a 1v1. I wouldn't dare to battle this guy, regardless of whatever game it is. 1v1 on shoutcasting or 1v1 in-game. But we can go for a 2v2 and we can play together. I don't know.
We probably will, man. I mean, if I go 1v1 against anyone, I'm just setting expectations here. I will probably lose. I'm the king of Call of Duty Mobile memes, not the king of snipers or SND of control. I'm the king of memes in Call of Duty Mobile. I just create funny content. My goal in life as a content creator for Call of Duty Mobile is just to entertain the whole of COD community, which I've been doing successfully for the past 3 years. And I'm very, very proud of that. And I'm going to continue doing that. So please do not make me play against anybody, man. Please. I mean, I have run my mouth a couple of times, but I don't mean it.
Well, let's see. Well, probably we'll see a glimpse of that moving forward. Or if someone challenges you, just ask them to shoutcast 1v1. And I'm pretty sure you're going to win that.
I'll win that hands down. You know what? We'll make this all out WWE. If anybody challenges me for a 1v1, Macha, I will tag in one of my good friends. And you know, one of the plus points of being a shoutcaster for this game since the inception of the esports setup for Call of Duty Mobile for Garena is I've got a lot of pro players who appreciate me screaming their names out loud and proud. I've got people like Irfan J. I've got the President Jeff Pro. You saw what he did to Q9. All I gotta do is say, Mr. President, I need some help. And then 1v1 will turn into an annihilation. So you pick the gun, I'll pick the player.
Fair enough. Fair enough. That's what you have. If you challenge AJ right here, Musashi AJ right here, like you might not go, it might not go to the way you're thinking of. AJ will make sure that he will run over you, whatever it is.
No. Correct that sentence. AJ will make sure he selects a pro player to run over you, no matter what it is. So that's how it is. It's not unfair, bro. Once again, I'm an entertainer. I ain't no pro player. I just speak really well. I shout really well. I entertain really well. Let's just put it in that way. We are still waiting for some signs from production. A little bit of a lag on broadcast as well. We do apologize for that. Looks like the bandwidth is being eaten up by all of the chat in YouTube as well as Facebook and Twitch. You guys are amazing. Keep it coming. AJ versus Neptune is exactly what people are asking for. President Jeff Pro supremacy, I agree. Jeff Pro was an absolute champ today. Is Mustachio Malaysian? Yes, Mustachio is Malaysian. We are still waiting for the wrap-up of the show, so do entertain us with your chat and your questions in YouTube as well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Incendio is Incendio. Jeff Pro is the president. Irfan J, Clutch King. Shut Up, Sniper King. Heaven, Sniper King. No, Shut Up is your all-rounder survivor and savior of Almighty. Everybody has got their own roles in the team of Almighty, and they all do it really, really well, man.
Exactly. I mean, that's one thing that really brings Almighty to a different level. And like, there's no six man. It's just all of them in there playing with their specific role, with their specific gun skill, mechanical skills, as well as IQ in this game. But there have it. We have the team stats right now, and well, it is, in terms of kills, it is still in favor of Q9, but it's not just about the kills. It's more about the number of wins that they can pull in through. And I think this is what Almighty really proves, not only in Search and Destroy, but also in some of the games, especially in Hardpoint.
That I have to agree with, man. 39 to 42 kills. Q9 has got more eliminations, but you see here the problem with their eliminations. They are not as concise. They are getting those shots in, but they're not finishing off those players, which makes the assists kind of stacked on the side of Q9. That's not a good thing. That's a very bad thing if you're going to have a lot of those assists. Basically means you're not finishing off the player. You're getting tagged out, as in you're going to get eliminated as you get into those engagements, and then after that, someone else comes and equalizes you out. And the one and only Heaven steps it up with the 12 total eliminations and 7 deaths as a whole. 1.7 KD. He shines through. And it might just be that the president doesn't get the MVP.
Yeah, but we all know the president has your MVP vote, so
absolutely.
I'm pretty sure he's good with that. But like, it's a good thing that Heaven really pops off, and this comes back to what Callie was mentioning earlier. The moment that Heaven pops off, then the whole team really gets motivated and they get that win. And I think there's one thing that they really are looking forward to. The bed buff is out and gaming chair buff is in for Heaven.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. But shout out to Oling as well. He was phenomenal in this matchup alongside D Chen. D Chen was hitting all of those shots, flanking around. His switchblade was a massive point of annoyance for Almighty to deal with, and Oling just being so supreme in a majority of those rounds, as all of the rest of his team members were went down. He was the final survivor, continuously tried to clutch out those rounds. And yes, he did have most of the time someone else beside him. They were able to fight it back into 5 rounds of victory, but ALMGHTY finished it off towards the very end. President Jeff Bro, you've got my vote for MVP. You've got my vote to become the president of your nation as well.
Yes, indeed. And there you have it, guys. There's the player stats of the game. The results are in. As we saw earlier, ALMGHTY just brought it back. Quite surprising because we've seen how well Q9 just played the game, but we were caught off guard as well on how ALMGHTY can switch it around. This is what happened when you understand your opponent, you study them, and I think it just took them, well, I shouldn't say just, but it took them 6 maps for them to understand Q9 and bring out everything that they have for that search and destroy.
Oh yeah, man. I mean, props to Heaven for dealing a lot of the damage with the sniper, and he was holding down to that mid part of that map. And that was the exact same position Heaven, sorry, not Heaven, that was the same position that Whoopi was holding on to for a massive number of rounds. And he didn't pull it off as cleanly as Heaven. That's got to be something that Whoopi looks to correct before Stage 5. A lot of learnings overall for the Garena teams and the CDM teams as they prepare not just for Stage 5, but for their future in the world of Call of Duty Mobile as this game continues to grow bigger and bigger by the day.
Exactly, and a lot more of learnings, a lot more of understanding of the game and understanding everyone in the Call of Duty Mobile universe. We've just seen CDM and Garena right now. The first time ever that we've seen all of the teams from both regions balloted up, but we are going in to that interview. They are going to interview members from ALMGHTY. I'm pretty sure it might be Heaven or some other that might provide them a little bit more of insight. But again, it is this time. Oh, they have Incendio right now on the interview.
At this point, nobody cares about Incendio. Everybody's going to be raving about Lucia. Check out the chat.
Hi everyone, I'm Incendio. I'm the in-game leader as well as the captain for Team ALMGHTY.
Invitational 是 AMT 当中的指挥以及队长。那第一个问题想问一下，你们在赢下了这一场比赛的胜利之后，现在的心情是什么样的呢？It's been really difficult for you to win this champion, and what's on the top of your mind right now?
We are very, very happy and extremely excited to represent Garena to be the champion of CDFI.
Incendio 包括他自己以及全队都是非常非常激动，能够赢下这一个冠军的。同时，这个冠军也是为整个 Garena 赛区拿下的。那么下一个问题就是，面对到秦九这样一支非常强劲的队伍，他们对于秦九的评价是什么样的 ？Any comments on your biggest rival Q9?
I think Q9 really played very well and they studied us, all our maps, how our movement is like. Because we scream them a lot, and the maps that they pick are the maps that we are weak in during screams. So I think they really did their homework.
Incendio 觉得秦九今天打得非常的好，同时他们的选图选的也是非常好，在训练赛当中交手过，他们输掉的图秦九都是拿出来打的也是非常非常的优秀啊，也是觉得他们在这个选图上面是做了很大的一个功夫。那下一个问题的话呢，就是想问一下 Incendio 觉得今天自己队伍的这个表现到底是什么样的呢？ Are you satisfied with your team's performance today?
I am halfly satisfied and halfly not satisfied because for the first 2 maps, especially first map, firing range hardpoint, we never played our best and it's actually our worst after so long. So yeah, I'm not that happy for that, but I'm very happy for the team to be able to perform so well in the last map, proving to everyone on stream that Garena can play SMD too.
Incendio 的逻辑非常的清楚啊，他觉得今天的整场的表现他们是5-5开的。首先，表现的比较不好的地方是第一章的热点打的是非常非常的就是不理想的。那希望之后热点上面能够多多去改进。那同时，他觉得他们打得特别好，就是最后一章的这个爆破模式当中，他们也证明了 Garena 赛区的队伍是可以战胜国服赛区队伍的爆破的，也是非常非常优秀的一个回答。那下一个问题的话就是。想问一下 Incendio 觉得在队内哪一名选手的这个表现是最好的呢？ Who do you think is the best player in today's game?
For me, I think CODM is a team game. Everyone played our best, and I'm really proud of everyone. So I think everyone is the best player today.
Incendio 觉得今天所有的队员都发挥出了他们比较超常的一个表现，他也是为他们感到非常的自豪啊。那下一个环节就来到比较激动人心的环节了，就是本次赛事的 FMVP 到底是会花落谁家呢？Who will be the FMVP for CDFI? Let's take a look.
Heaven.
Well, congratulations on Heaven winning this FMVP. 也是恭喜 Heaven 拿到了本次秋季邀请赛的 FMVP。那有很多问题啊，其实也想问一下 Incendio 的，毕竟作为队内的指挥又是这个队长嘛，你觉得今天 Heaven 的表现怎么样？以及你们整个队伍拿下胜利的关键是什么 ？What is your recipe to success? And how's your comments on Heaven?
I think Heaven did really well today. Especially for SND, he managed to did a lot of first pick for us, which make the game easier in the whole sense. And yeah, I think he's the best player today.
Incendio 觉得Heaven 这名选手在爆破模式当中多次的拿下首杀，给队伍带来了一些成功的关键嘛。那今天的话也是Heaven 没有来到这个FMV 的赛后采访，也是因为他的网络好像有一些问题啊，那也是没有关系。Incendio 的话也是说了很多关于 Heaven 的一个信息了。那下一个问题的话呢，就是还是想问一下 Incendio， 现在已经拿下了非常多的一个冠军嘛，下一个目标的话肯定就是世界赛的一个目标，想问一下他具体对于世界赛到底是什么样的一个安排啊？What's your aim to the Worlds?
So after being the champion of Garena, next we are the champion of CDFI. So for Worlds, I'm really looking forward for the team to beat the champs.
就 Incendio 的想法就是之前他们拿到了 Garena 赛区的冠军，现在拿到了 CDFI 的冠军，同时他们下一个要迈向的目标就是世锦赛的冠军，那也是希望他们之后能够在世界赛当中啊表现出更加亮眼的操作。I wish you can do well in the Worlds. Thank you. Thank you so much for having this interview. 谢谢。感谢也是 Incendio 来到赛后采访席。那么本次使命召唤手游秋季邀请赛的直播到这里就全部的结束了，感谢所有队伍给我们呈。
We might have not been able to see exactly who that photo was, but she is in the chat. A quick shout out to Elish, who is a huge reason why Incendio has got that non-stop fire burning in his heart, man. The desire to constantly prove himself, the desire to constantly be the very best for everybody, because he's got a really good support by his side, egging him on, also threatening him, like how all of our women in our lives threaten us. If we do not achieve our best, they'll probably kick us out of the house. But you know, it is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, at least you have a little bit of motivation apart from yourself, and that's like external factors really does help. And I think it proves not only for Incendio, but everyone else, you as well, AJ, for me as well, and for everyone else. So you just need to find that motivation in every aspect of your life to be able to move forward and give out all your best.
Absolutely, man. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, what a day it has been once again. Phenomenal one. And you know, there's not many events where you get the final match completed and chat is still going wild, you know, and you still have so many people tuned into broadcast, wanting to see exactly what happens, wanting to tune into the interview segment as well. Never have I actually ever seen this happen. It is all because of CDFI. And once again, thank you so much, CDM, for making this event happen. It has been truly one that we have enjoyed to the very end, Neptune, I have to say.
Yeah, and well, as we are going to end this and get it to a close, I'd like to thank everyone who's joined us right now. Show AJ, we have Beef Mommy, we have Cali Gaming, as well as Warden, we have all the pastors and everyone in the back, and we thank you very much, and we bid you adieu until next time.
Wait, forgot. What's this Machan's name? Coach Jericho.
Coach
was
Jay,
there
Coach
as well.
Jay as well. Sorry about that, Coach Jericho. Yeah, thank you for reminding. At least AJ, your mind is working to that level.
I almost forgot the Machan's name as well. Jericho, shout out to you. But of course, on that note, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, thank you so much. You guys have been phenomenal. Keep the chat going for each and every single event. We'll catch you guys at the next one. On behalf of everyone, including broadcast, have a nice day, good night, and goodbye.